Prelude of We of the Never Never. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gail Timmerman-Vaughan. We of the Never Never by Jeanne Mrs. Aeneas GUNN. Prelude, dedicated to the bushfolk of the Never Never. Prelude. We are just some of the bushfolk of the Never Never. Distinct in the foreground stand the Maluka, the little Missus, the sanguine Scot, the head stockman, the dandy, the quiet stockman, the fizzer, mine host, the wag, some of our guests, a few black boys and lubras, a dog or two, Tam O'Shanter, Happy Dick, Sam Lee, and last, but by no means least, Jeanne, the ever mirthful, ever helpful, irrepressible Jeanne, who was crudely recorded on the station books as cook and gardener. The background is filled in with an ever-moving company, a strange medley of whites, blacks, and Chinese, of travellers, overlanders, and billabongers, who passed in and out of our lives, leaving behind them sometimes bright memories, sometimes sad, and sometimes little memory at all. And all of us, and many of this company, shared each other's lives for one bright, sunny year, away behind the back of beyond, in the land of the Never Never, in that elusive land with an elusive name, a land of dangers and hardships and privations, yet loved as few lands are loved, a land that bewitches her people with strange spells and mysteries, until they call sweet bitter and bitter sweet. Called the Never Never, the Maluka loved to say, because they, who had lived in it and loved it, never voluntarily leave it. Sadly enough, there are too many who never do leave it. Others, the unfitted, will tell you that it is so called because they who succeed in getting out of it swear they will never return to it. But we who have lived in it and loved it and left it know that our hearts can never rest away from it. End of Prelude. Chapter 1 of We of the Never Never. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. We of the Never Never by Jeanne Mrs. Aeneas GUNN. Chapter 1. To begin somewhere near the beginning, the Maluka, better known at that time as the new boss for the Elsey, and I, his missus, were at Darwin in the Northern Territory, waiting for the train that was to take us just as far as it could, 150 miles, on our way to the Never Never. It was out of town just then, up country somewhere, billabonging in true bushwhacker style, but was expected to return in a day or two, when it would be at our service. Jack, the quiet stockman, was out at the homestead, seeing to things there. The sanguine Scot, the head stockman, and the dandy were in at the Catherine, marking time as it were, awaiting instructions by wire from the Maluka, while some of the company put finishing touches to their New Year's celebrations. And everyone, with, of course, the exception of those in Darwin, was blissfully unconscious of even the existence of the Maluka's missus. Knowing the Maluka by repute, however, everyone was agreed that the Elsey had struck it lucky, until the telegraph wire, whispering the gossip of Darwin to the Catherine, whispered that the new boss for the Elsey had been and gone and married a missus just before leaving the south, and was bringing her along with him. Then the sanguine Scot was filled with wrath, the company with compassion, while the dandy's consternation found relief in a dismayed heavens above. The dandy, by the way, was only a dandy in his love of sweet, clean clothes and orderly surroundings. The heart of the man had not a touch of dandyism in it. The head stockman was absent in his camp. Had he been present, much might have been said on the advantages of having a woman about the place. The wag, however, retained his usual flow of speech and spirits. "Buck up, chaps," he chuckled encouragingly. "They're not all snorters, you know. You might have the luck to strike one of the ministering angel variety." But the sanguine Scot had been thinking rapidly, and with characteristic hopefulness felt he had the bull by the horns. "We'll just have to block her, chaps, that's all," he said. "A wire or two should do it," and, inviting the Dandy to come and lend a hand, led the way to the telegraph office, and presently there quivered into Darwin the first hint that a missus was not wanted at the Elsey. "Would advise leaving wife behind till homestead can be repaired," it said, and, still confident of success, Mac felt that ought to do the trick. "If it doesn't," he added, "we'll give her something stronger." We in Darwin, having exhausted the sight-seeing resources of the little town, were wishing something interesting would happen, when the message was handed to the Maluka. "This may do as a stop-gap," he said, opening it, adding as he read it, "It looks brimful of possibilities for interested onlookers, seeing it advises leaving the wife behind." The Maluka spoke from experience, having been himself an interested onlooker down south, when it had been suggested there that the wife should be left behind while he spied out the land, for although the Maluka knew most of the territory, he had not yet been to the Elsey cattle station. Preferring to be the interested onlooker myself this time, when we went to the telegraph office, it was the Maluka who wired, "Wife coming, secure buggy," and in an incredibly short space of time the answer was back, "No buggy obtainable." Darwin looked interested. "Mac hasn't wasted much time in making inquiries," it said. "Or in apologies or explanations," the Maluka added shortly, and sent in reply, "Wife can ride, secure suitable mount." But the Sanguine Scot's fighting blood was up, and almost immediately the wire rapped out, "No side saddle obtainable, stock horses all flash," and the onlookers stared in astonishment. "Mac's in deadly earnest this time," they said, and the Maluka, with a quiet "So am I," went back to the telegraph. Now, in the territory everybody knows everybody else, but particularly the telegraph people, and it often happens that when telegrams of general interest are passing through, they are accompanied by confidential asides, little scraps of harmless gossip not intended for the departmental books. Therefore, it was whispered in the tail of the last message that the Catherine was watching the fight with interest, was inclined to reckon the missus a goer, and that public sympathy was with the stockmen. The Catherine had had its womenfolk, and was thankful, but the Catherine knew that although a woman in a settlement only rules her husband's home, the wife of a station manager holds the peace and comfort of the stockmen in the hollow of her hand. "Stock horses all flash," the Sanguine Scot said, and then went out and apologised to an old bay horse. "We had to settle her hash somehow, Roper, old chap," he said, stroking the beautiful neck, adding tenderly as the grand old head nosed into him, "You silly old fool, you'd carry her like a lamb if I let you." Then the Maluka's reply came, and Mac whistled in amazement. "By George," he said to those near him, "she is a goer, a regular goer," and after much careful thought wired an inane suggestion about waiting until after the wet. Darwin laughed outright, and an emphatic "Wife determined, coming Thursday's train" from the Maluka was followed by a complete breakdown at the Catherine. Then Darwin came in twos and threes to discuss the situation, and while the men offered every form of service and encouragement, the womenfolk spoke of a woman going bush as sheer madness. Besides, no woman travels during the wet, they said, and the Maluka hoped she would prove the exception. "But she'll be bored to death if she does reach the homestead alive," they prophesied, and I told them they were not very complimentary to the Maluka. "You don't understand," they hastened to explain. "He'll be camping out most of his time, miles away from the homestead," and I said, "So will I. But you'll find that a woman alone in a camp of men is decidedly out of place," and I felt severely snubbed. The Maluka suggested that he might yet succeed in persuading some suitable women to come out with us, as maid or companion, but the opposition, wagging wise heads, pursed incredulous lips, as it declared that no one but a fool would go out there for either love or money. A prophecy that came true, for eventually we went bush womanless. The Maluka's eyes twinkled as he listened. "Does the cap fit, little un?" he asked, but the womenfolk told him that it was not a matter for joking. "Do you know "There is not another white woman within 100-mile radius?" they asked, and the Maluka pointed out that it was not all disadvantage for a woman to be alone in a world of men. The men who form her world are generally better and truer men, because the woman in their midst is dependent on them alone for companionship and love and protecting care, he assured them. Men are selfish brutes, the opposition declared, rather irrelevantly, looking pointedly at the Maluka. He smiled with as much deference as he could command. Also, he said, a woman alone in a world of men rarely complains of their selfishness, and I hastened to his assistance. "Particularly when those men are chivalrous bushmen," I began, then hesitated, for since reading the telegrams my ideas of bush chivalry needed readjustment. "Particularly when those men are chivalrous bushmen," the Maluka agreed, with the merry twinkle in his eyes, for he perfectly understood the cause of the sudden breakdown. Then he added gravely, "For the average bushman will face fire and flood, hunger, and even death itself, to help the frail or weak ones who come into his life, although he'll strive to the utmost to keep the unknown woman out of his environments, particularly when those environments are 100 miles from anywhere." The opposition looked incredulous. "Hunger and death," it said. "Fiddlesticks!" It would just serve them right if she went, and the menfolk pointed out that this was, now, hardly flattering to the missus. The Maluka passed the interruption by without comment. "The unknown woman is brimful of possibilities to a bushman," he went on, "for although she may be all womanly strength and tenderness, she may also be anything from a weak, timid fool to a self-righteous shrew, bristling with virtue and indignation. Still," he added earnestly, as the opposition began to murmur, "when a woman does come into our lives, whatever type she may be, she lacks nothing in the way of chivalry, and it rests with herself whether she remains an outsider or becomes just one of us. Just one of us," he repeated, unconsciously pleading hard for the bushman and his greatest need. "Not a goddess on a pedestal, but just a comrade to share our joys and sorrows with." The opposition wavered. "If it wasn't for those telegrams," it said. But Darwin, seeing the telegrams in a new light, took up the cudgels for the bushman. "Poor beggars," it said, "you can't blame them. When you come to think of it, the unknown woman is brimful of possibilities." Even then, at the Katherine, the possibilities of the unknown woman were being tersely summed up by the wag. "You'll sometimes get 10 different sorts rolled into one," he said finally, after a long dissertation, "but generally speaking there's just 3 sorts of 'em. There's snorters, the goers, you know, the sort that go rampaging round, looking for insults and naturally finding them. And then there's fools, and they're mostly screeching when they're not smirking. The uncertain, coy and hard-to-please variety, you know," he chuckled. "And then," he added seriously, "there's the right sort, the sort you tell things to. They're A1 all through the piece." The Sanguine Scot was confident, though, that they were all alike, and none of 'em were wanted. But one of the company suggested, "If she was little, she'd do. The little uns are all right," he said. But public opinion decided that the sort that go messing round where they know they're not wanted are always big and muscular and snorters. The Sanguine Scot was encouraged in his determination to block her somehow. "I'll block her yet, see if I don't," he said confidently. "After all these years on their own, the boys don't want a woman messing round the place." And when he set out for the railway along the north track to face the escorting trick, he repeated his assurances. "I'll block her, chaps, never fear," he said, and glowering at a quiet horse that had been sent by the lady of the telegraph, added savagely, "and I'll begin by losing the brute first turn out." End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of We of the Never Never by Jeannie, Mrs. Aeneas Gunn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. From sun-up to sundown on Tuesday, the train glided gently forward on its way towards the Never Never, and from sun-up to sundown the Maluka and I experienced the kindly consideration that it always shows to travellers. It boiled a billy for us at its furnace. loitered through the pleasantest valleys, smiled indulgently, and slackened speed whenever we made merry with blacks by pelting them with chunks of watermelon, and generally waited on us hand and foot, the man in charge pointing out the beauty spots and places of interest, and making tea for us at frequent intervals. It was a delightful train, just a simple-hearted, chivalrous, weather-beaten old bushwhacker, at the service of the entire territory. "There's nothing the least bit officious or standoffish about it," I was saying, when the man in charge came in with the first billy of tea. "Of course not," he said, unhooking cups from various crooked-up fingers. "It's a Territorian, you see." "And had all the false veneer of civilization peeled off long ago," the Maluka said, adding, with a sly look at my discarded gloves and gossamer, "It's wonderful how quietly the Territory does its work." The man in charge smiled openly as he poured out the tea, proving thereby his kinship with all other Territorians, and as the train came to a standstill, swung off and slipped some letters into a box nailed to an old tree trunk. At the far end of the train, away from the engine, the passengers' car had been placed, and, as in front of it, a long, long line of low-stacked, sinuous trucks slipped along in the rear of the engine, all was open view before us, and all day long, as the engine trudged onwards, hands in pockets, so to speak, and whistling merrily as it trudged, I stood beside the Maluka on the little platform in front of the passengers' car, drinking in my first deep, intoxicating draught of the glories of the tropical bush. There were no fences to shut us in, and as the train zigzagged through jungle and forest and river valley, stopping now and then to drink deeply at magnificent rivers ablaze with water lilies, it almost seemed as though it were some kindly mammoth creature wandering at will through the bush. Here and there kangaroos and other wild creatures of the bush hopped out of our way, and sitting up, looked curiously after us. Again and again little groups of blacks hailed us, and scrambled after watermelon and tobacco, with shouts of delight, and invariably, on nearing the tiny settlements along the railway, we drove before us white fleeing flocks of goats. At every settlement we stopped and passed the time of day, and, giving out mail bags, moved on again into the forest. Now and again stockmen rode out of the timber and received mail bags, and once a great burly bushman, a staunch old friend of the Maluka's, boarded the train and greeted him with a hearty handshake. "Hullo, old chap," he called in welcome, as he mounted the steps of the little platform. "I've come to inspect your latest investment." But catching sight of the latest investment, he broke into a deafening roar. "Good Lord!" he shouted, looking down upon me from his great height. "Is that all there is of her? They're expecting one of the prize-fighting variety down there," and he jerked his head towards the Never Never. Then he congratulated the Maluka on the size of his missus. "Gimme the little uns," he said, nearly wringing my hand off as an approval. "You can't beat 'em for pluck. My missus is one of 'em, and she went to bush with me when I'd nothing but a skeeto net and a quart pot to share with her." Then, slapping the Maluka vigorously on the back, he told him he'd got some sense left. "You can't beat the little uns," he declared. "They're just the very thing." The Maluka agreed with him, and after some comical quizzing, they decided, to their own complete satisfaction, that although the bushman's missus was the littlest of all the little uns, straight up and down, the Maluka's knocked spots off her sideways. But although the Territory train does not need to bend its neck to the galling yoke of a minute timetable, yet, like all bushwhackers, it prefers to strike its supper camp before nightfall, and after allowing us a good 10 minutes' chat, it blew a deferential "ahem" from its engine as a hint that it would like to be getting along. The bushman took the hint, and after a hearty "Good luck, missus," and a "Chin chin, old man," left us with assurances that her size'd do the trick. Until sundown we jogged quietly along, meandering through further pleasant places and meetings, drinking tea and chatting with the man in charge between whiles, extracting a maximum of pleasure from a minimum rate of speed, for travelling in the Territory has not yet passed that ideal stage where travelling itself, the actual going, is all pleasantness. As we approached Pine Creek, I confided to the menfolk that I was feeling a little nervous. Supposing that telegraphing bushwhacker decides to shoot me offhand upon my arrival, I said, and the man in charge said amiably, "It'll be brought in as justifiable homicide, that's all." Then, reconnoitring the enemy from the platform, he feared we were about to be boycotted. There certainly were very few men on the station, and the man in charge, recognising one of them as the landlord of the Playford, assured us there was nothing to fear from that quarter. "You see, you represent business to him," he explained. Everyone but the landlord seemed to have urgent business in the office or at the far end of the platform, but it was quickly evident that there was nothing to fear from him, for, finding himself left alone to do the honours of the creek, he greeted us with an amused, "She doesn't look up to samples sent by telegram," and I felt every meeting would be, at least, unconventional. Then we heard that as Mac had only just arrived from the Catherine, he couldn't leave his horses until they were fixed up, but the landlord's eyes having wandered back to the Goer, he winked deliberately at the Maluka before inviting us to step across to the pub. The pub seemed utterly deserted, and with another wink the landlord explained the silence by saying that a cyclone of some sort had swept most of his regulars away, and then he went shouting through the echoing passages for a boy to fetch along tea. Before the tea appeared, an angry Scotch voice crept to us through thin partitions, saying, "It's not a fit place for a woman, and besides, nobody wants her." And in a little while we heard the same voice inquiring for the boss. "The telegraphing bushwhacker," I said, and invited the Maluka to come and see me defy him. But when I found myself face to face with over 6 feet of brawny, quizzing, wrathful-looking Scotchmen, all my courage slipped away, and edging closer to the Maluka, I held out my hand to the bushman, murmuring lamely, "How do you do?" Instantly a change came over the rugged, bearded face. At the sight of the Goer, reduced to a meek 5 feet, all the wrath died out of it, and with twitching lips and twinkling eyes, Mac answered mechanically, "Quite well, thank you," and then coughed in embarrassment. That was all. No fierce blocking, no defying, and with the cough, the absurdity of the whole affair, striking us simultaneously, left us grinning like a trio of Cheshire cats. It was a most eloquent grinning, making all spoken apology or explanation unnecessary, and by the time it had faded away, we thoroughly understood each other, being drawn together by a mutual love of the ridiculous. Only a mutual love of the ridiculous, yet not so slender a basis for a lifelong friendship as appeared, and by no means an uncommon one, out bush. "Does the station pay for the telegrams, or the loser?" the landlord asked in an aside, as we went into supper, and after supper the preparations began for the morrow's start. The sanguine Scot, anxious to make amends for the telegrams, was full of suggestions for smoothing out the difficulties of the road. Like many men of his type, whatever he did it with all his heart and soul, hating, loving, avenging, or forgiving with equal energy, and he now applied himself to helping the Maluka make things easy for her, as zealously as he had striven to block her somehow. Sorting out pack bags, he put one aside with a, "We'll have to spare that one for her duds. It won't do for her to be short. She'll have enough to put up with without that." But when I thanked him, and said I could manage nicely with only one, as I would not need much on the road, he and the Maluka sat down and stared at each other in dismay. "That's for everything you'll need till the wagons come," they explained. "Your road kit goes in your swag." The wagons went inside once a year, after the wet, and would arrive at the homestead early in June. As it was then only the middle of January, I too sat down, and stared in dismay from the solitary pack bag to the great heaped-up pile that had been sorted out as indispensable. "You'll have to cull your herd a bit, that's all," Mac said, and needlework was pointed out as a luxury. Then books were cut out. After that the house linen was looked to, and as I hesitated over the number of pillowcases we could manage with, Mac cried triumphantly, "You won't need these anyway, for there's no pillows." The Maluka thought he had prepared me for everything in the way of roughness, but in a flash we knew that I had yet to learn what a bushman means by rough. As the pillowcases fell to the ground, Mac was at a loss to account for my consternation. "What's gone wrong?" he exclaimed in concern. Mac was often an unconscious humorist. But the Maluka came with his ever-ready sympathy. "Poor little coon," he said gently. "There's little else but chivalry and a bite of tucker for a woman out bush." Then a light broke in on Mac. "Is it only the pillows?" he said. "I thought something had gone wrong." Then his eyes began to twinkle. "There's stacks of pillows in Darwin," he said meaningly. It was exactly the moral fillip needed, and in another minute we were cheerfully culling our herd again. Exposed to Mac's scorn, the simplest comforts became foolish luxuries. "A couple of changes of everything is stacks," he said encouragingly, clearing the space for packing. "There's heaps of soap and water at the station, and things dry here before you can waltz round twice." Hopefulness is always infectious, and before Mac's cheery optimism the pile of necessities grew rapidly smaller. Indeed, with such visions of soap and water and waltzing washerwomen, a couple of changes of everything appeared absurd luxury. But even optimism can have disadvantages, for in our enthusiasm we forgot that a couple of cambric blouses, a cotton dress or two, and a change of skirts are hardly equal to the strain of nearly 5 months' constant wear and washing. The pillow-cases went in, however. Mac settled that difficulty by saying that "all hands could be put on to pluck birds. The place is stiff with 'em," he explained, showing what a simple matter it would be, after all. The Maluka turning out 2 cushions, a large and a smaller one, simplified matters even more. "A bird in the hand, you know," he said, finding room for them in the swag. Before all the arrangements were completed, others of the creek had begun to thaw, and were lending a hand here and there. The question of horses coming up, I confided in the helpers that I was relieved to hear that the telegraph had sent a quiet horse. "I'm really afraid of buck jumpers, you know," I said, and the creek looked sideways at Mac. He became incoherent. "Oh, look here," he spluttered. "I say, oh, look here!" It really was too bad. Then after an awkward pause he blurted out, "I don't know what you'll think, but the brute strayed first camp, and he's lost, saddle and all." The Maluka shot him a swift, questioning glance, but poor Mac looked so unhappy that we assured him we'd manage somehow. "Perhaps we could tame one of the flash buck jumpers," the Maluka suggested, but Mac said it wouldn't be as bad as all that, and making full confession, placed old Roper at our service. By morning, however, a magnificent chestnut flash, well broken into the side saddle, had been conjured up from somewhere by the creek. But 2 of the pack horses had strayed, and by the time they were found the morning had slipped away, and it was too late to start until after dinner. Then after dinner a terrific thunderstorm broke over the settlement, and as the rain fell in torrents, Mac thought it looked like a case of tomorrow all right. Naturally I felt impatient at the delay, but was told by the creek that there was no hurry. "Tomorrow's still untouched," Mac explained. "This is the land of plenty of time, and wait a while. You'll be doing a bit of waiting before you've done with it." "If this rain goes on, she'll be doing a bit of waiting at the Ferguson, unless she learns the horse's tail trick," the creek put in. On inquiry it proved that the horse's tail trick meant swimming a horse through the flood and hanging on to its tail until it fought a way across, and I felt I would prefer waiting a bit. The rain did go on, and roaring over the roof made conversation difficult. The bushmen called it a bit of a storm, but every square inch of the heavens seemed occupied by lightning and thunderbolts. "Nothing to what we can do sometimes," everyone agreed. "We do things in style up here, often run half a dozen storms at once. You see, when you are weather-bound you might as well have something worth looking up at." The storm lasted nearly 3 hours, and when it cleared Mac went over to the telegraph, where some confidential chatting must have been taking place, for when he returned he told us that the Dandy was starting out for the homestead next day to fix things up a bit. The head stockman, however, waited back for orders. The morning dawned bright and clear, and Mac advised making a dash for the Ferguson. "We might just get through before this rain comes down the valley," he said. The creek was most enthusiastic with its help, bustling about with pack-bags and surcingles, and generally mixing things. When the time came to say good-bye, it showed signs of breaking down, but mastering its grief with a mightily audible effort, it wished us good luck, and stood watching as we rode out of the little settlement. Every time we looked back it raised its hat, and as we rode at the head of our orderly little cavalcade of pack horses, with Jackaroo, the black boy, bringing up the rear, we flattered ourselves on the dignity of our departure. Mac called it style, and the Maluka was hoping that the Creek was properly impressed, when Flash, unexpectedly heading off for his late home, an exciting scrimmage ensued, and the procession was broken into fragments. The Creek flew to the rescue, and, when order was finally restored, the woman who had defied the Sanguine Scot and his telegrams entered the forest that fringes the Never Never, sitting meekly upon a led horse. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of We of the Never Never, by Jeannie, Mrs. Aeneas GUNN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Bush chivalry demanding that a woman's discomfiture should be ignored, Mac kept his eyes on the horizon for the first quarter of a mile, and talked volubly of the prospects of the Wet and the resources of the Territory. But when Flash was released, and after a short tussle settled down into a free, swinging amble, he offered congratulations in his own whimsical way. "He's like the rest of us," he said, with a sly, sidelong look at the Maluka, "perfectly reconciled to his fate." Although it was only 65 miles to the Katherine, it took us exactly 3 days to travel the distance. Mac called it a tip-top record for the Wet, and the Maluka agreed with him, for in the Territory it is not the number of miles that counts, but what is met with in those miles. During the first afternoon we met so many amiable-looking watercourses that the Sanguine Scot grew more and more hopeful about crossing the Fergusson that night. "We'll just do it if we push on," he said, after a critical look at the Cullen, then little more than a sweet, shady stream. "Our luck's dead in. She's only just moving. Yesterday's rain hasn't come down the valleys yet." We pushed on in the moonlight, but when we reached the Fergusson, 2 hours later, we found our luck was dead out, for she was up and running a banker. Mac's hopes sank below zero. "Now we've done it," he said ruefully, looking down at the swirling torrent. "It's a case of wait a while after all." But the Maluka's hopes always die hard. "There's still the Government yacht," he said, going to a huge iron punt that lay far above high water mark. Mac called it a forlorn hope, and it looked it, as it lay deeply sunk in the muddy bank. It was an immense affair, weighing over half a ton, and provided by a thoughtful government for the transit of travellers stuck up by the river when in flood. Any army of rough riders might have handled it, but as bushmen generally travel in single file, it lay a silent reproach to the wisdom of governments. Some jester had chalked on its sides HMS Immovable, and after tugging valiantly at it for nearly half an hour, the Maluka and Mac and Jackaroo proved the truth of the bushman's irony. There was no choice but a camp on the wrong side of the river, and after "dratting things" in general, and the Cullen in particular, Mac bowed to the inevitable and began to unpack the team, stacking pack bags and saddles up on the rocks off the wet grass. By the time the bully was boiling, he was trying hard to be cheerful, but without much success. "Oh well," he said, as we settled down round the fire, "this is the land of plenty of time, that's one comfort. Another whole week starts next Sunday." Then, relapsing altogether, he added gloomily, "We'll spend it here too, by the look of things." "Unless the missus feels equal to the horse's tail trick," the Maluka suggested. The missus felt equal to anything but the tail trick, and said so, and conversation flagged for a while as each tried to hit upon some way out of the difficulty. Suddenly Mac gave his thigh a prodigious slap. "I've struck it," he shouted, and pointed to a thick wire rope just visible in the moonlight as it stretched across the river from flood bank to flood bank. Added hesitatingly, "We send mail bags and valuables over on that when the river's up." It was impossible to mistake his meaning, or the Maluka's exclamation of relief, or that neither man doubted for the moment that the woman was willing to be flung across deep, swirling river on a swaying wire. And as many a man has appeared brave because he has lacked the courage to own his own cowardice, so I said airily that "anything better than going back," and found the men exchanging glances. "No one's going back," the Maluka said quietly, and then I learned that the Wet does not do things by halves. Once they began to move, the flood waters must come down the valleys in tidal waves, the Maluka explained. "The Cullen we've just left will probably be a roaring torrent by now." "We're stuck between two rivers, that's what's happened," Mac added savagely. Might have guessed that miserable little Cullen was up to her old sneaking ways. And to explain Mac's former dratting, the Maluka said, "It's a way the rivers have up here. They entice travellers over with smiles and promises, and before they can get back, call down the flood waters and shut them in." "I'm glad I thought of the wire," Mac added cheerfully, and slipped into reminiscences of the Wet, drawing the Maluka also into experiences. And as they drifted from one experience to another, forced camps for days on stony outcrops in the midst of seas of water were touched on lightly as hardly worth mentioning, while eating yourself out of tucker and getting down to water rats and bandicoots compared favourably with a day or two spent in trees or on stockyard fences. As for crossing a river on a stout wire rope, after the first few reminiscences and an incident or two in connection with "doing the horse's tail trick," that appeared an exceedingly safe and pleasant way of overcoming the difficulty, and it became very evident why women do not travel during the Wet. It was a singularly beautiful night, shimmering with warm tropical moonlight, and hoarse with the shouting of frogs and the roar of the river, a night that demanded attention, and gradually losing interest in hairbreadth escapes from drowning, Mac joined in the song of the frogs. "Quart pop, quart pop," he sang in hoarse, strident minims, mimicking to perfection the shouts of the leaders, leaning with them on the "quart" in harsh gutturals, and spitting out the "pop" in short, deep staccatos. Quicker and quicker the song ran, as the full chorus of frogs joined in. From minims to crotchets, and from crotchets to quavers, it flowed, and Mac, running with it, gurgled with a new refrain at the quavers. "More water, hot water," he sang rapidly, in tireless reiteration, until he seemed the leader and the frogs the followers, singing the words he put into their mouths. Lower and lower the chorus sank, but just before it died away an old bullfrog started every one afresh with a slow, booming "quart pop," and Mac stopped for breath. "Now you know the song of the frogs," he laughed. "We'll teach you all the songs of the Never Never in time. Listen!" And listening, it was hard to believe that this was our one-time telegraphing bushwhacker, dropping his voice to a soft, sobbing moan, as a pheasant called from the shadows. He lamented with it for "Puss, puss, 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 puss." The sound roused a dove in the branches above us, and as she stirred in her sleep and cooed softly, Mac murmured drowsily, "Move over, dear, move over, dear," and the dove, taking up the refrain, crooned it again and again to its mate. The words of the songs were not Mac's; they belonged to the lore of the bushman, but he sang or crooned them with such perfect mimicry of tone or cadence that never again was it possible to hear these songs of the Never Never without associating the words with the songs. The night was full of sounds, and one by one Mac caught them up, and the bush appeared to echo him, and leaning half drowsily against the pack saddles and swags, we listened until we slipped into one of those quiet reveries that come so naturally to bush folk, shut in on all sides by bush and tall timber, with the rushing river as a sentinel. We seemed in a world all our own, a tiny, human world, with a campfire for its hub. And as we dreamed on, half conscious of the moonlight and shoutings, the deep inner beauty of the night stole upon us, a mystical, elusive beauty, difficult to define, that lay underneath and around and within the moonlight, a beauty of deep nestling shadows, crooning whispers, and soft rustling movement. For a while we dreamed on, and then the Maluka broke the silence. "The Wizard of the Never Never has not forgotten how to weave his spells while I've been south," he said. "It won't be long before he has the missus in his toils. The false veneer of civilization is peeling off at a great rate." I roused as from a trance, and Mac threw a sharp, searching glance at me, as I sat curled up against a swag. "You're right," he laughed. "There's not a trace of the townie left." And rising to "see about fixing up camp," he added, "You'd better look out, missus. Once caught, you'll never get free again. We're all tethered goats here. Every time we make up our minds to clear out, something pulls us back with a jerk." "Tethered goats," Mac called us, and the world must apply the simile as it thinks fit. The Wizard of the Never Never weaves his spells until hardships and dangers and privations seem all that make life worth living, and then holds us tethered goats. And every time the town calls us with promises of gaiety and comfort and security, something pulls us back with a jerk to our beloved bush. There was no sign of rain, and as bushmen only pitch tent when a deluge is expected, our camp was very simple, just camp sleeping mosquito nets with calico tops, and cheese net for curtains, hanging by cords between stout stakes driven into the ground. Mosquito pegs, the bushmen call these stakes. Jackeroo the unpoetical was even then sound asleep in his net, and in 10 minutes everything was fixed up. In another 10 minutes we had also turned in, and soon after I was sound asleep, rolled up in a bluey, and had to be awakened at dawn. "The river's still a-rising," Mac announced by way of good morning. "We'll have to bustle up and get across, or the water'll be over the wire, and then we'll be done for." Bustle as we would, however, getting across was a tedious business. It took nearly an hour's hustling and urging and galloping before the horses could be persuaded to attempt the swim, and then only after old Roper had been partly dragged and partly hauled through the backwash by the amphibious Jackeroo. Another half-hour slipped by in sending the horses' hobbles across on the pulley that ran on the wire, and in hobbling out of the horses. Then, with Jackeroo on one side of the river and the Maluka and Mac on the other, swags, saddles, pack-bags, and camp baggage went over one by one, and it was well past midday before all was finished. Then my turn came. A surcingle, one of the long, thick straps that keep all firm on a pack-horse, was buckled through the pulley, and the Maluka crossed first, just to test its safety. It was safe enough, but as he was dragged through the water most of the way, the pleasantness of getting across on the wire proved a myth. Mac shortened the strap, and then sat me in it like a child in a swing. "Your lighter weight will run clear of the water," he said, with his usual optimism. "It's only a matter of holding on and keeping cool." And, as the Maluka began to haul, he added final instructions. "Hang on like grim death and keep cool, whatever happens," he said. I promised to obey, and all went well until I reached mid-stream. Then, the wire beginning to sag threateningly toward the water, Mac flung his whole weight onto his end of it, and to his horror I shot up into the air like a skyrocket. "Hang on! Keep cool!" Mac yelled in a frenzy of apprehension as he swung on his end of the wire. Jackeroo became convulsed with laughter, but the Maluka pulled hard, and I was soon on the right side of the river, declaring that I preferred experiences when they were over. Later, Mac accounted for his terror with another unconscious flash of humour. "You never can count on a woman keeping cool when the unexpected happens," he said. We offered to haul him over. "It's only a matter of holding on and keeping cool," we said, but he preferred to swim. "It's a pity you didn't think of telegraphing this performance," I shouted across the floods, but in his relief Mac was equal to the occasion. "I'm glad I didn't," he shouted back gallantly, with a sweeping flourish of his hat. "It might have blocked you coming." The bushman was learning a new accomplishment. As his clothes were to come across on the wire, I was given a hint to make myself scarce, so retired over the bank and helped Jackeroo with the dinner camp, an arrangement that exactly suited his ideas of the eternal fitness of things. During the morning he had expressed great disapproval that a woman should be idle while men dragged heavy weights about. "White fellow, big fellow fool, all right," he said contemptuously, when Mac explained that it was generally so in the white man's country. A Briton of the Billingsgate type would have appealed to Jackeroo as a man of sound common sense. By the time the menfolk appeared, he had decided that with a little management it would be quite an ornament to society. "Missus been help me, all right," he told the Sanguine Scot, with comical self-satisfaction. Mac roared with delight, and the passage of the Fergusson having swept away the last lingering torch of restraint, he called to the Maluka, "Jackaroo reckons he's tamed the shrew for us." Mac had been a reader of Shakespeare in his time. All afternoon we were supposed to be making a dash for the Edith, a river 12 miles farther on, but there was nothing very dashing about our pace. The air was stiflingly, swelteringly hot, and the flies maddening in their persistence. The horses developed puffs, and when we were not being half drowned in torrents of rain, we were being parboiled in steamy atmosphere. The track was as tracks usually are during the wet, and for 4 hours we laboured on, slipping and slithering over the greasy track, varying the monotony now and then with a floundering scramble through a boggy creek crossing. Our appearance was about as dashing as our pace, and draggled, wet through and perspiring, and out of conceit with primitive travelling, having spent the afternoon combining a minimum rate of travelling with a maximum of discomfort, we arrived at the Edith an hour after sundown, to find her a wide, eddying stream. "Won't be more than a ducking," Mac said cheerfully. "Couldn't be much wetter than we are," and the Maluka, taking the reins from my hands, he rode off into the stream, Mac keeping behind, to pick her up in case she floats off, he said, thinking he was putting courage into me. It wasn't as bad as it looked, and after a little stumbling and plunging and drifting, the horses were clambering out on the opposite bank, and by next sundown, after scrambling through a few more rivers, we found ourselves looking down at the flooded Katherine, flowing below in the valley of a rocky gorge. 65 miles in 3 days, against 60 miles an hour of the express trains of the world. "Speed's the thing," cries the world, and speeds on, gaining little but speed, and we bush folk travel our 60 miles and gain all that is worth gaining, excepting speed. "Hand over hand this time," Mac said, looking up at the telegraph wire that stretched far overhead. "There's no pulley here. Hand over hand, or the horse's tail trick." But mine host of the pub had seen us, and running down the opposite side of the gorge, launched a boat at the river's brink, then pulling upstream for 100 yards or so in the backwash, faced down and raced down across the swift flowing current with long sweeping strokes, and as we rode down the steep, winding track to meet him, Mac became jocular, and reminding us that the gauntlet of the Katherine had yet to be run, also reminded us that the sympathies of the Katherine were with the stockmen, adding with a chuckle, as mine host bore down upon us, "You don't even represent business here, no woman does." Then the boat grounded, and mine host sprang ashore, another burly 6-foot bushman, and greeted us with a flashing smile and a laughing "There's not much of her left," and then, stepping with quiet unconcern into over 2 feet of water, pushed the boat against the jutting ledge for my convenience. "Wet feet don't count," he laughed, with another of his flashing smiles when remonstrated with, and Mac chuckled in an aside, "Didn't I tell you a woman doesn't represent business here?" Chapter 4 of We of the Never Never, by Jeannie, Mrs. Aeneas GUNN. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. The swim being beyond the horses, they were left hobbled out on the north banks, to wait for the river to fall, and after another swift race down and across stream, mine host landed every one safely on the south side of the flood, and soon we were clambering up the steep track that led from the river to the pub. Coming up from the river, the Katherine settlement appeared to consist solely of the pub and its accompanying store, but beyond the pub, which by the way seemed to be hanging on to its own veranda posts for support, we found an elongated 3-roomed building, nestling under deep verandas, and half hidden under a grove of lofty scarlet flowering ponchianas. "The cottage is always set apart for distinguished visitors," mine host said, bidding us welcome with another smile, but never a hint that he was placing his own private quarters at our disposal. Like all bushmen, he could be delicately reticent when conferring a favour, but a forgotten razor strop betrayed him later on. In the meantime, we discovered the remainder of the settlement from the cottage verandas, spying out the police station as it lurked in ambush just round the first bend in a winding bush track, apparently keeping one eye on the pub. And then we caught a gleam of white roofs away beyond further bends in the track, where the Overland Telegraph Department stood on a little rise, aloof from the pub and the police, shut away from the world, yet attending to its affairs, and incidentally to those of the bush folk. A tiny settlement with a tiny permanent population of 4 men and 2 women. Women who found their own homes all sufficient, and rarely left them, although the men folk were here, there, and everywhere. All around and within the settlement was bush, and beyond the bush, stretching away and away on every side of it, those hundreds of thousands of square miles that constitute the Never Never, miles sending out and absorbing again from day to day the floating population of the Katherine. Before supper the telegraph department and the police station called on the cottage to present compliments. Then the wag came with his welcome. "Didn't expect you today," he drawled, with unmistakable double meaning in his drawl. "You've come sooner than we expected. Must have had luck with the rivers." And Mac became enthusiastic. "Luck!" he cried. "Luck! She's got the luck of old Yin himself. Skimmed through everything by the skin of our teeth. No one else will get through those rivers under a week." And they didn't. Remembering the telegrams, the wag shot a swift, quizzing glance at him. But it took more than a glance to disconcert Mac once his mind was made up, and he met it unmoved, and entered into a vivid description of the passage of the Fergusson, which filled in our time until supper. After supper the cottage returned the calls, and then, rain coming down in torrents, the telegraph, the police, the cottage, and the pub retired to rest, wondering what the morrow would bring forth. The morrow brought forth more rain, and the certainty that, as the river was still rising, the swim would be beyond the horses for several days yet, and, because of this uncertainty, the Katherine bestirred itself to honour its tethered guests. The telegraph and the police station issued invitations for dinner, and the pub, that had already issued a hint that the boys could refrain from knocking down cheques as long as a woman was staying in the place, now issued an edict limiting the number of daily drinks per man. The invitations were accepted with pleasure, and the edict was attended to with a murmur of approval in which, however, there was one dissenting voice. A little bearded bushman thought the Katherine was overdoing itself a bit, and suggested as an amendment that drinks could make themselves scarce when she's about. But mine host easily silenced him by offering to see what the missus thought about it. Then for a day the Katherine took its bearings, and keen, scrutinising glances summed up the unknown woman, looking her through and through until she was no longer an unknown woman, while the Maluka looked uninterested. He knew the bush folk well, and that their instinct would be unerring, and left the missus to slip into whichever niche in their lives they thought fit to place her. And as she slipped into a niche built up of strong, staunch comradeship, the black community considered that they, too, had fathomed the missus, and it became history in the camp that the Maluka had stolen her from a powerful chief of the whites, and, deeming it wise to disappear with her until the affair had blown over, had put many flooded rivers between him and his pursuers. Would any woman have flung herself across rivers on wires, speeding on without rest or pause, unless afraid of pursuit? The camp asked in committee, and the most sceptical were silenced. Then followed other days full of pleasant intercourse. For once sure of its welcome, bushmen are lavish with their friendship. And as we roamed about the tiny settlement, the wag and others vied with the Maluka, mine host, and Mac in making things pleasant for the missus, relating experiences for her entertainment, showing all there was to be shown, and obeying the edict with cheerful, unquestioning chivalry. Neither the head stockman nor the little bushman, however, had made any offers of friendship, Dan having gone out to the station immediately after interviewing the Maluka, while the little bushman spent most of his time getting out of the way of the missus whenever she appeared on his horizon. A tam-o'-shanter fleeing from the furies of a too fertile imagination, the Maluka laughed after a particularly comic dash to cover. Poor Tam! Those days must live in his memory like a hideous nightmare. I, of course, knew nothing of the edict at the time, for bushmen do not advertise their chivalry, and wandered around the straggling settlement, vaguely surprised at its sobriety, and turning up in such unexpected places that the little bushman was constantly on the verge of apoplexy. But experience teaches quickly. On the first day, after running into me several times, he learned the wisdom of spying out the land before turning a corner. On the second day, after we had come on him while thus engaged several other times, he learned the foolishness of placing too much confidence in corners, and decided by the law of averages that the bar was the only safe place in the settlement, availed himself of its sanctuary in times of danger. On the third day he learned that the law of averages is a weak reed to lean on, for on slipping round a corner, and mistaking a warning signal from the wag, he whisked into the bar to whisk out again with a clatter of hobnail boots, for I was in there examining some native curios. "She's in there next," he gasped, as he passed the wag on his way to cover of the nearest corner. Poor Tam! How he must have hated women as he lurked in the doubtful ambush of that corner! "How he did scoot!" the wag chuckled later on, when recounting with glee to the Maluka and Mac the story of Tam's dash for cover. Pitying Tam, I took his part, and said he seemed a sober, decent little man, and couldn't help being shy, then paused, wondering at the queer expression on the men's faces. Mac coughed in embarrassment, and the Maluka and the wag seemed preoccupied, and, fearing I had been misunderstood, I added hastily, "So is everyone in the settlement, for that matter," thereby causing further embarrassment. After a short and tense silence the wag thought he'd be getting along, and as he moved off the Maluka laughed. "Oh, missus," and Mac blurted out the whole tale of the edict, concluding rather ambiguously by saying, "Don't you go thinking it's made any difference to any of us, because it hasn't. We're not saints, but we're not pigs, and besides, it was a pleasure." I doubted if it was much pleasure to Tam O'Shanter, but forgetting he was sober by compulsion, even he had begun to feel virtuous, and when he heard that he had been called a sober, decent little man, he positively swaggered, and on the fourth morning walked jauntily past the cottage and ventured a quiet good morning. A simple enough little incident in itself, but it proved Tam's kinship with his fellow man, for is it not the knowledge that someone thinks well of us that makes us feel at ease in that person's company? Later in the same day, the flood having fallen, it was decided that it would be well to cross the horses in the rear of a boat, and we were all at the river discussing preparations, when Tam electrified the community by joining the group. In the awkward pause that followed his arrival, he passed a general remark about dogs. There were several with us, and everyone plunged into dog yarns, until Tam, losing his head over the success of his maiden speech, became so communicative on the subject of a dog fight that he had to be surreptitiously kicked into silence. "Looks like more rain," Mac said abruptly, hoping to draw public attention from the pantomime. "Ought to get off as soon as possible, or we'll be blocked by the king." The Catherine seized on a new topic of conversation, and advised getting out to the 5 Mile overnight, declaring it would take all day to get away from the settlement in the morning. Then came another awkward pause, while everyone kept one eye on Tam, until the Maluka saved the situation by calling for volunteers to help with the horses, and, Tam being pressed into the service, the boat was launched, and he was soon safe over the far side of the river. Once among the horses, the little man was transformed. In the quiet, confident horseman that rode down the gorge a few minutes later, it would have been difficult to recognize the shy, timid bushman. The saddle had given him backbone, and it soon appeared he was right-hand man, and, at times, even organizer in the difficult task of crossing horses through a deep, swift-running current. As the flood was 300 or 400 yards wide and many feet deep, a swim was impossible without help, and every horse was to be supported or guided or dragged over in the rear of the boat, with a halter held by a man in the stern. It was no child's play. Every inch of the way had its difficulties. The poor brutes knew the swim was beyond them, and as the boat, pulling steadily on, dragged them from the shallows into the deeper water, they plunged and snorted in fear until they found themselves swimming, and were obliged to give all their attention to keeping themselves afloat. Some required little assistance when once off their feet, just a slow, steady pull from the oars, and a taut enough halter to lean on in the tight places. But others rolled over like logs when the full force of the current struck them, threatening to drag the boat under, as it and the horse raced away downstream with the oarsmen straining their utmost. It was hard enough work for the oarsmen, but the seat of honour was in the stern of the boat, and no man filled it better than the transformed Tam. Alert and full of resource, with one hand on the tiller, he leaned over the boat, lengthening or shortening rope for the halter, and regulating the speed of the oarsmen with unerring judgment, giving a staunch swimmer time and a short rope to lean on, or literally dragging the faint-hearted across at full speed, careful then only of one thing, to keep the head above water. Never again would I judge a man by one of his failings. There were 10 horses in all to cross, and at the end of 2 hours' hard pulling there was only one left to cross. Old Roper. Mac took the halter into his own hands. There was no one else worthy, and, slipping into the stern of the boat, spoke first to the horse and then to the oarsman, and as the boat glided forward, the noble trusting old horse, confident that his long-time human friend would set him no impossible task, came quietly through the shallows, sniffing questions at the half-submerged bushes. "Give him time," Mac called. "Let him think it out," as step by step Roper followed, the halter running slack on the water. When almost out of his depth, he paused just a moment, then, obeying the tightening rope, lifted himself to the flood and struck firmly and bravely out. Staunchly he and Mac dealt with the current, taking time and approaching it quietly, meeting it with taut rope and unflinching nerve, drifting for a few breaths to judge its force. Then, nothing daunted, they battled forward, stroke after stroke, and won across without once pulling the boat out of its course. Only Roper could have done it, and when the splendid neck and shoulders appeared above water, as he touched bottom on the submerged track, he was greeted with a cheer and a hearty, unanimous "Bravo, old chap!" Then Mac returned thanks with a grateful look, and, leaping ashore, looked over the beautiful, wet, shining limbs, declaring he could have "done it on his own" if required. Once assured that we were anxious for a start, the Katherine set about speeding the parting guests with gifts of farewell. The Wag brought fresh tomatoes and a cucumber. The Telegraph sent eggs. The Police a freshly baked cake. The Chinese cook baked bread, and mine host came with a few potatoes and a flat iron. To the surprise of the Katherine, I received the potatoes without enthusiasm, not having been long enough in the territory to know their rare value, and besides, I was puzzling over the flat iron. "What's it for?" I asked, and the Wag shouted in mock amazement. "For? To iron duds with, of course," as mine host assured it was of no use to him beyond keeping a door open. Still puzzled, I said I thought there would not be any need to iron duds until we reached the homestead, and the Maluka said quietly, "It's for the homestead. There will be nothing like it there." Mac exploded with an impetuous, "Good heavens! What does she expect? First pillows, and now irons!" Gradually realizing that down south we have little idea of what rough means to a bushman, I had from day to day been modifying my ideas of a station home from a mansion to a commodious wooden cottage, plainly but comfortably furnished. The cottage had confirmed this idea, but Mac soon settled the question beyond all doubt. "Look here," he said emphatically, "before she leaves this place she'll just have to grasp things a bit better," and sitting down on a swag, he talked rapidly for 10 minutes, taking a queer delight in making everything sound as bad as possible, knocking the stiffening out of the missus, as he phrased it, and certainly bringing the commodious station home about her ears, which was just as well, perhaps. After a few scathing remarks on the homestead in general, which he called "one of those down-at-heels, anything'll-do sort of places," he described the house. "It's mostly verandas and promises," he said, "but one room is finished. We call it the house, but you'll probably call it a hut, even though it has got doors, and calico windows framed and on hinges." Then followed an inventory of the furniture. "There's one fairly steady good-sized table, at least it doesn't fall over unless someone leans on it. Then there's a bed with a wire mattress, but nothing else on it, and there's a chair or two up to your weight. The boss'll either have to stand up or lie down, and I don't know that there's much else excepting plenty of cups and plates. They're enamel, fortunately, so you won't have much trouble with the servants breaking things. Of course, There's a Christmas card and a few works of art on the wall for you to look at when you're tired of looking at yourself in the glass. Yes, there's a looking-glass. Goodness knows how it got there. You ought to be thankful for that. And the wire mattress. You won't find many of them out bush." I humbly acknowledged thankfulness, and felt deeply grateful to mine host when, with ready thoughtfulness, he brought a couple of china cups and stood them among the baggage. The heart of mine host was as warm and sincere as his flashing smiles. I learned in time to be indifferent to china cups, but that flat iron became one of my most cherished possessions. How it got to the Catherine is a long, long story, touching on 3 continents, a man, a woman, and a baby. The commodious station home destroyed, the Catherine bestirred itself further in the speeding of its guests. The telegraph came with the offer of their buggy, and then the police offered theirs, but mine host, harnessing 2 nuggety little horses into his buckboard, drove round to the store, declaring a buckboard was the only thing for the road. "You won't feel the journey in it at all," he said, and drove us round the settlement to prove how pleasant and easy travelling could be in the wet. "No buggy obtainable," murmured the Maluka, reviewing the 3 offers; but the sanguine Scot was quite unabashed, and answered coolly, "You forget those telegrams were sent to that other woman, the goer, you know. There was no buggy obtainable for her. By George, wasn't she a snorter! I knew I'd blag her somehow." And then he added with a gallant bow and a flourish, "You can see for yourselves, chaps, that she didn't come." The wag mimicked the bow and the flourish, and then suggested accepting all 3 vehicles and having a procession, a triumphal exit that'll knock spots off Pine Creek. "There'd be 1 apiece," he said, "and with Jackeroo as outrider, and loose horses to fill in with, we could make a real good thing of it, if we tried. There's Tam now, he's had a fair amount of practice lately, dodging round corners, and if he and I stood on opposite sides of the track, and dodged round bushes directly the procession passed, coming out farther along, we could line the track for miles with cheering crowds." The buckboard only being decided on, he expressed himself bitterly disappointed, but promised to do his best with that and the horses, until hearing that Mac was to go out to the 5 Mile overnight with the pack team and loose horses, leaving us to follow at sun-up, he became disconsolate and refused even to witness the departure. "I'd have willingly bust meself cheering a procession and lining the track with frantic crowds," he said, "but I'm too fat to work up any enthusiasm over 2 people in a buckboard." A little before sundown Mac set out, after instructing the Catherine to get the buckboard off early, and just before the Catherine turned in for the night, the Maluka went to the office to settle accounts with mine host. In 5 minutes he was back, standing among the Ponchianas, and then, after a little while of silence, he said gently, "Mac was right. A woman does not represent business here." Mine host had indignantly refused payment for a woman's board and lodging. "I had to pay, though," the Maluka laughed, with one of his quick changes of humour. "But then I'm only a man." Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of We of the Never Never, by Jeannie, Mrs. Aeneas Gunn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. When we arrived at the 5 Mile in the morning, we found Mac packed up and ready for the start, and, passing the reins to him, the Maluka said, "You know the road best," and Mac, being what he called a bit of a Jehu, set off in great style across the country, apparently missing trees by a hair's breadth, and bumping over the ant-hills, boulders, and broken boughs that lay half hidden in the long grass. After being nearly bumped out of the buckboard several times, I asked if there wasn't any track any more, and Mac once again exploded with astonishment. "We're on the track," he shouted. "Good heavens, do you mean to say you can't see it on ahead there?" And he pointed towards what looked like thickly timbered country, plentifully strewn with further boulders and boughs and ant-hills, and as I shook my head, he shrugged his shoulders hopelessly. "And we're on the main transcontinental route from Adelaide to Port Darwin," he said. "Any track anywhere," he mimicked presently, as we lurched and heaved and bumped along. "What'll she say when we get into the long grass country?" "Long here," he ejaculated, when I thought the grass we were driving through was fairly long. It was about 3 feet. "Just you wait." I waited submissively, if bouncing about a buckboard over 30 miles of obstacles can be called waiting, and next day we got into the long grass country, miles of grass, waving level with and above our heads, grass 10 feet high and more, shutting out everything but grass. The Maluka was riding a little behind, at the head of the pack team, but we could see neither him nor the team, and Mac looked triumphantly round as the staunch little horses pushed on through the forest of grass that swirled and bent and swished and reeled all about the buckboard. "Didn't I tell you?" he said. "This is what we call long grass," and he asked if I could see any track now. "It's as plain as a pikestaff," he declared, trying to show me what he called a clear break all the way. "Oh, I'm a dead homer all right," he shouted after further going, as we came out at the King crossing. "Now for it, hang on," he warned, and we went down the steep bank at a hand gallop, and as the horses rushed into the swift flowing stream, he said unconcernedly, "I wonder how deep this is," adding, as the buckboard lifted and swerved when the current struck it, "By George, they're off their feet," and leaning over the splashboard, lashed at the undaunted little beasts until they raced up the opposite bank. "That's the style," he shouted in triumph, as they drew up, panting and dripping well over the rise from the crossing. "Close thing, though. Did you get your feet wet?" Did you get your feet wet? That was all, when I was expecting every form of concern imaginable. For a moment I felt indignant at Mac's recklessness and lack of concern, and said severely, "You shouldn't take such risks." But Mac was blissfully unconscious of the severity. "Why, it wasn't wide enough for anything to happen bar a ducking. If you rush it, the horses are pushed across before they know they're off their feet." Bar a ducking indeed! But Mac was out of the buckboard, shouting back, "Hold hard there, it's a swim," and continued shouting directions until the horses were across with comparatively dry pack bags. Then he and the Maluka shook hands and congratulated each other on being the right side of everything. "No more rivers," the Maluka said. "Clear run home bar a deluge," Mac added, gathering up the reins. "We'll strike the front gate to-night." All afternoon we followed the telegraph line, and there the track was really well defined. Then at sundown Mac drew up, and with a flourish of hats he and the Maluka bade the missus welcome home. All around and about was bush, and only bush, that and the telephone line, and Mac, touching on one of his slender galvanized iron poles, explained the welcome. "This is the front gate," he said. "Another 45 miles and we'll be knocking at the front door." And they called the Elsey a nice little place. Perhaps it was when compared with the runs of 6 million acres. The camp was pitched just inside the front gate, near a wide spreading sheet of water, Easter's billabong, and at supper time the conversation turned on bush cookery. "Never tasted Johnny cakes," Mac said. "Your education hasn't begun yet. We'll have some for breakfast. I'm real slap up at Johnny cakes," and rummaging in a pack bag he produced flour, cream of tartar, soda, and a mixing dish, and set to work at once. "I'm real slap up at Johnny cakes, no mistake," he assured us, as he knelt on the ground, big and burly in front of the mixing dish, kneading enthusiastically at his mixture. "Look at that!" as air bubbles appeared all over the light spongy dough. "Didn't I tell you I knew a thing or two about cooking?" And cutting off nuggety-looking chunks, he buried them in the hot ashes. When they were cooked, crisp and brown, he displayed them with just pride. "Well," he said, "who's slap up at Johnny cakes?" And standing them on end in the mixing dish, he rigged up tents, a deluge being expected, and carried them into his own for safety. During the night the deluge came, and the billabong, walking up its flood banks, ran down the borders of our camp, sending so many exploring little rivulets through Mac's tent that he was obliged to pass most of the night perched on a pyramid of pack bags and saddles. Unfortunately, in the confusion and darkness, the dish of Johnny cakes became the base of the pyramid, and was consequently missing at breakfast time. After a long hunt, Mac recovered it and stood looking dejectedly at the ruins of his cookery, a heap of flat, stodgy-looking slabs. "Must have been sitting on 'em all night," he said, "and there's no other bread for breakfast." There was no doubt that we must eat them or go without bread of any kind, but as we sat tugging at the gluey gutta-percha-like substance, Mac's sense of humour revived. "Didn't I tell you I was slap up at Johnny cakes?" he chuckled, adding with further infinitely more humorous chuckles, "You mightn't think it, but really I am." Then he pointed to Jackeroo, who was watching in bewilderment while the Maluka hunted for the crispest crust, not for himself but the woman. "White fellow big fellow fool all right, eh, Jackeroo?" he asked, and Jackeroo openly agreed with us. Finding the black soil flats impassable after the deluge, Mac left the track, having decided to stick to the ridges all day, and all that had gone before was smoothness itself in comparison to what was in store. All day the buckboard rocked and bumped through the timber, and the Maluka, riding behind, from time to time pointed out the advantages of travelling across country, as we bounced about the buckboard like rubber balls. "There's so little chance of getting stiff with sitting still." Every time we tried to answer him we bit our tongues as the buckboard leapt over the tussocks of grass. Once we managed to call back, "You won't feel the journey in a buckboard." Then an overhanging bough threatened to wipe us out of our seats. Mac shouted, "Duck!" and as we ducked, the buckboard skimmed between two trees with barely an inch to spare. "I'm a bit of a Jehu, all right," Mac shouted triumphantly. "It takes judgment to do the thing in style." And the next moment, swinging round a patch of scrub, we flew off at a tangent to avoid a fallen tree, crashing through its branches and grinding over an outcrop of ironstone to miss a big boulder just beyond the tree. It undoubtedly took judgment, this travelling across country along the ridges, but the keen, alert bushman never hesitated as he swung in and out and about the timber, only once miscalculating the distance between trees, when he was obliged to back out again. Of course we barked trees constantly, but Mac called that blazing a track for the next travellers, and everywhere the bush creatures scurried out of our way, and when I expressed fears for the springs, Mac reassured me by saying a buckboard had none excepting those under the seat. If Mac was a bit of a Jehu, he certainly was a dead homer, for after miles of scrub and grass and timber, we came out at our evening camp at the Bitter Springs, to find the head stockman there with his faithful tawny-coloured shadow, old Sool'em, beside him. Dog and man greeted us sedately, and soon Dan had a billy boiling for us and a blazing fire, and accepted an invitation to join us at supper and bring something in the way of bread along with him. With a commonplace remark about the trip out, he placed a crisp, newly baked damper on the tea towel that acted as supper cloth; but when we all agreed that he was really slap up at damper making, he scented a joke and shot a quick questioning glance around him, then deciding that it was wiser not to laugh at all than to laugh in the wrong place, he only said he was not a bad hand at the damper trick. Dan liked his jokes well labelled when dealing with the unknown woman. He was a bushman of the old type, one of the men of the droving days, full of old theories, old faiths, and old prejudices, and clinging always to old habits and methods. Year by year, as the bush had receded and shrunk before the railways, he had receded with it, keeping always just behind the back of beyond, droving, bullock punching, stock keeping, and unconsciously opening up the way for that very civilization that was driving him farther and farther back. In the 40 years since his boyhood, railways had driven him out of Victoria, New South Wales, and Queensland, and were now threatening even to the Never Never, and Dan was beginning to fear that they would not leave enough bush to bury a man in. Enough bush to bury a man in, that's all these men of droving days have ever asked of their nation, and yet without them the pioneers would have been tied hand and foot, and because of them Australia is what it is. "Had a good trip out?" Dan asked, feeling safe on that subject, and appeared to listen to the details of the road with interest, but all the time the shrewd hazel eyes were upon me, drawing rapid conclusions, and I began to feel absurdly anxious to know their verdict. That was not to come before bedtime, and only those who knew the life of the stations in the Never Never know how much was depending on the stockman's verdict. Dan had his own methods of dealing with the unknown woman. 40 years out bush had convinced him that most of 'em were the right sort, but it had also convinced him that you had to take 'em all differently, and he always felt his way carefully, watching and waiting, ready to open out at the first touch of fellowship and understanding, but just as ready to withdraw into himself at the faintest approach to a snub. By the time supper was over, he had risked a joke or two, and taking heart by their reception, launched boldly into the conversation, chuckling with delight as the Maluka and Mac amused themselves by examining the missus on bushcraft. "She'll need a deal of educating before we let her out alone," he said, after a particularly bad failure, with the first touch of that air of proprietorship that was to become his favourite attitude towards his missus. "It's only common sense. You'll soon get used to it," Mac said in encouragement, giving us one of his delightful backhanders. Then, in all seriousness, Dan suggested teaching her some of the signs of water at hand, right off, in case she does get lost any time, and also seriously, the Maluka and Mac thought it would be as well, perhaps. Then the townswoman's self-satisfied arrogance came to the surface. "You needn't bother about me," I said, confident I had as much common sense as any bushman. "If ever I do get lost, I'll just catch a cow and milk it." Knowing nothing of the wild, scared cattle of the fenceless runs of the Never Never, I was prepared for anything rather than the roar of delight that greeted that example of town common sense. "Missus, missus," the Maluka cried, as soon as he could speak, "you'll need a deal of educating." And while Mac gasped, "Oh, I say, look here," Dan, with tears in his eyes, chuckled, "She'll have a drought on by the time she runs one down." Dan always called a thirst a drought. "Oh, Lord," he said, picturing the scene in his mind's eye, "I'll catch a cow and milk it," she says. Then, dancing with fun, the hazel eyes looked round the company, and as Dan rose, preparatory to turning in, we felt we were about to hear their verdict. When it came, it was characteristic of the man in uniqueness of wording. "She's the dead finish," he said, wiping his eyes on his shirt sleeve. "Reckoned she was the minute I heard her talking about slap-up dampers." And in some indescribable way we knew he had paid the woman who was just entering his life the highest compliment in his power. Then he added, "Told the chaps the little uns were generally all right." It is the helplessness of the little woman that makes him appear all right in the eyes of bushmen, helplessness being foreign to snorters. At breakfast Dan expressed surprise because there was no milk, and the pleasantry being well received, he considered the moment ripe for one of his pet theories. "She'll do for this place," he said, wagging his head wisely. "I've been 40 years out bush, and I've known 8 or 10 women in that time, so I ought to know something about it. Anyway, the ones that could see jokes suited best. There was Mrs. Bob out Victoria way. She'd see a joke a mile off. Sight 'em as soon as they got within coo-ee. Never knew her to miss one, and never knew anybody suit the bush like she did." And as we packed up and set out for the last lap of our journey, he was still ambling about his theory. "Yes," he said, "you can dodge most things out bush, but you can't dodge jokes for long. They'll run you down sooner or later," adding with a chuckle, "Never heard of one running Mrs. Bob down, though. She always tripped 'em up before they could get to her." Then, finding the missus had thrown away a good cup of tea just because a few flies had got into it, he became grave. "Never heard of Mrs. Bob getting up to those tricks," he said, and doubted whether the missus 'd do that after all, until reassured by the Maluka that she'll be finishing them out with the indifference of a stoic in a week or two. And I was. When within a few miles of the homestead, the buckboard took a sharp turn round a patch of scrub, and before anyone realised what was happening, we were in the midst of a mob of pack horses, and face to face with a quiet stockman, a strong, erect young Scot, who carried his 6'2" of bone and muscle with the lithe ease of a bushman. "Hello!" Mac shouted, pulling up; then, with the air of a showman introducing some rare exhibit, added, "This is the missus, Jack." Jack touched his hat and moved uneasily in his saddle, answering Mac's questions in monosyllables. Then the Maluka came up, and Mac, taking pity on the embarrassed bushman, suggested getting along, and we left him sitting rigidly on his horse, trying to collect his scattered senses. "That was unrehearsed," Mac chuckled as we drove on. "He's clearing out. Reckon he didn't set out exactly hoping to meet us, though. Tam's a ladies' man in comparison." But loyal to his comrade above his amusement, he added warmly, "You can't beat Jack by much, though, when it comes to sticking to a pal," unconscious that he was prophesying of those years to come when the missus had become one of those pals. "There's only the Dandy left now," Mac went on, as we spun along an ever more definite track, "and he'll be all right as soon as he gets used to it. Never knew such a chap for finding something decent in everybody he strikes." Naturally, I hoped he would find something decent in me, having learned what it meant to the stockmen to have a woman pitchforked into their daily lives, when those lives were to be lived side by side in camp or in saddle or at the homestead. Mac hesitated a moment, then outflashed one of his happy inspirations. "Don't you bother about the Dandy," he said. "Bushmen have a sixth sense, and know a pal when they see one." Just a bushman's pretty speech, aimed straight at the heart of a woman, where all the pretty speeches of the bush folk are aimed, for it is by the heart that they judge us. "Only a pal," they will say, towering strong and protecting, and the woman feels uplifted, even though in the same breath they have honestly agreed with her, after careful scrutiny, that it is not her fault that she was born into the plain sisterhood. Bushmen will risk their lives for a woman pal, or otherwise, but leave her to pick up her own handkerchief. "Of course," Mac added as an afterthought, "it's not often they find a pal in a woman." And I add today that when they do, that woman is to be envied her friends. "Eyes front!" Mac shouted suddenly, and in a moment the homestead was in sight, and the front gate 45 miles behind us. "If ever you do reach the homestead alive," the Darwin ladies had said, and now they were 300 miles away from us to the northwest. "Sam's spotted us," Mac smiled as we skimmed on, and a slim little Chinaman ran across between the buildings. "We'd better do the thing in style," and whipping up the horses, he whirled them through the open slip rails, past the stockyards, away across the grassy homestead enclosure, and pulled up with a rattle of hoofs and wheels at the head of a little avenue of buildings. The Dandy, fresh and spotless, appeared in a doorway. Black boys sprang up like a crop of mushrooms, and took charge of the buckboard. Dan rattled in with the pack teams, and horses were jangling hobbles and rattling harnesses all about us, as I found myself standing in the shadow of a queer, unfinished building, with the Maluka and Mac surrounded by a mob of leaping, bounding dogs, flourishing, as best they could, another "Welcome home." "Well," Mac asks, beating off dogs at every turn, "is it a house or a hut?" "A betwixt and between," we decided, and then the Dandy was presented, and the steady grey eyes, apparently finding "something decent" in the missus, with a welcoming smile and ready tact, he said, "I'm sure we're all glad to see you." Just the tiniest emphasis on the word "you," but that, and the quick bright look that accompanied the emphasis, told as nothing else could that it was that other woman that had not been wanted. Unconventional, of course, but when a welcome is conventional out bush, it is unworthy of the name of welcome. The Maluka knew this, but before he could speak, Mac had seized a little half-grown dog, the most persistent of all the leaping dogs, by her tightly curled-up tail, and setting her down at my feet, said, "And this is Tiddle'ums," adding, with another flourishing bow, a present from a brither Scot, while Tiddle'ums in no way resented the dignity. Having a tail that curled tightly over her back like a cup handle, she expected to be lifted up by it. Then one after the other Mac presented the station dogs: Quart Pot, Drover, Tuppence, Misery, Bulla, and a dozen others, and as I bowed gravely to each in turn, Dan chuckled in appreciation. "She'll do. Told you she was the dead finish." Then, the introductions over, the Maluka said, "And now I suppose she may consider herself one of us." Chapter 6 of We of the Never Never, by Jeannie, Mrs. Aeneas Gunn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The homestead, standing halfway up the slope that rose from the billabong, had, after all, little of that down-at-heels anything'll-do appearance that Mac had so scathingly described. No one could call it a commodious station home, and it was even patched up and shabby, but for all that neat and cared for. An orderly little array of one-roomed buildings, built mostly of sawn slabs, and ranged round a broad, oblong space with a precision that suggested the idea of a section of a street cut out from some neat, compact little village. The cook's quarters, kitchens, men's quarters, store, meat house, and waggon house, facing each other on either side of this oblong space, formed a short avenue, the main thoroughfare of the homestead, the centre of which was occupied by an immense wood heap, the favourite gossiping place of some of the old black fellows, while across the western end of it, and looking down on it, but a little aloof from the rest of the buildings, stood the house, or rather, as much of it as had been rebuilt after the cyclone of 1897. As befitted their social positions, the forge and Black Boy's humpy kept a respectful distance well round the south-eastern corner of this thoroughfare, but for some unknown reason the fowl roosts had been erected over Sam Lee's sleeping quarters. That comprised this tiny homestead of 1.25 million acres, with the Catherine settlement 100 miles to the north of it, one neighbour 90 miles to the east, another 105 to the south, and others about 200 to the west. Unfortunately, Mac's description of the house had been only too correct. With the exception of one roughly finished room at its eastern end, it was mostly verandahs and promises. After the cyclone had wrecked the building, scattering timber and sheets of iron in all directions, everything had lain exactly where it had fallen for some weeks, at the mercy of the wind and weather. At the end of those weeks, a travelling Chinese carpenter arrived at the station with such excellent common-sense ideas of what a bush homestead should be that he had been engaged to rebuild it. His plans showed a wide-roofed building built upon 2-foot piles, with 2 large centre rooms opening into each other and surrounded by a deep verandah on every side, while 2 small rooms, a bathroom and an office, were to nestle each under one of the eastern corners of this deep 12-foot verandah. Without a doubt, excellent common-sense ideas, but unfortunately much larger than the supply of timber. Rough-hewn posts for the 2-foot piles and verandah supports could be had for the cutting, and therefore did not give out. But the man used joists and uprights with such reckless extravagance that by the time the skeleton of the building was up, the completion of the contract was impossible. With philosophical indifference, however, he finished one room completely, left a second, a mere outline of uprights and tie-beams, apparently forgot all about the bathroom and office, covered the whole roof, including verandahs, with corrugated iron, surveyed his work with a certain amount of stolid satisfaction, then, announcing that "would been finissem," applied for his cheque and departed, and from that day nothing further had been done to the house, which stood before us, mostly verandahs and promises. Although Mac's description of the house had been apt, he had sadly underrated the furniture. There were 4 chairs, all up to my weight, while 2 of them were up to the Moluccas. The cane was all gone, certainly, but had been replaced with green hide seats, not green in colour, of course, only green in experience, never having seen a tan pit. In addition to the chairs, the dining table, the 4-poster bed, the wire mattress, and the looking-glass, there was a solid deal side table, made from the side of a packing-case, with 4 solid legs, and a solid shelf underneath. Also a remarkably steady washstand that had no wear of any description, and a remarkably unsteady chest of 4 drawers, one of which refused to open, while the other 3 refused to shut. Further, the dining table was more than fairly steady, 3 of the legs being perfectly sound, and it therefore only threatened to fall over when leaned upon. And lastly, although most of the plates and all the cups were enamel-ware, there was almost a complete dinner service in china. The teapot, however, was tin, and, as Mac had said, as big as a house. As for the walls, not only were the works of art there, but they themselves were uniquely dotted, from ceiling to floor, with the muddy imprints of dogs' feet, not left there by a Pegasus breed of winged dogs, but made by the muddy feet of the station dogs, as they pattered over the timber when it lay awaiting the carpenter, and no one had seen any necessity to remove them. Outside the verandas and all around the house was what was to be known later as a garden, a grassy stretch of hillocky ground, well scratched and beaten down by dogs, goats, and fowls, fenceless itself, being part of the grassy acres which were themselves fenced round to form the homestead enclosures. Just inside this enclosure, forming, in fact, the southwest barrier of it, stood the billabong, then a spreading sheet of water. Along its banks flourished the vegetable garden. Outside the enclosure, toward the southeast, lay a grassy plain a mile across, and to the northwest were the stockyards and house paddock, a paddock of 5 square miles, and the only fenced area on the run, while everywhere to the northwards, and all through the paddock, were dotted white ant hills, all shapes and sizes, forming brick-red turrets among the green scrub and timber. "Well," Mac said, after we had completed a survey, "I said it wasn't a fit place for a woman, didn't I?" But the head stockman was one of his most argumentative moods. "Any place is a fit place for a woman," he said, "provided the woman is fitted for the place. The right man in the right place, you know. Square people shouldn't try to get into round holes." "The woman's square enough," the Maluka interrupted, and Mac added, "and so is the hole," with a scornful emphasis on the word hole. Dan chuckled and surveyed the queer-looking building with new interest. "It reminds me of a banyan tree with corrugated iron foliage," he said, adding as he went into details, "In a dim light the furnished room would pass for the trunk of the tree, and the uprights for the supports of the branches." But the Maluka thought it looked more like a section of a mangrove swamp, piles and all. "It looks very like a house nearly finished," I said severely, for because of the verandah and many promises, I was again hopeful for something approaching that commodious station home. A few able-bodied men could finish the dining room in a couple of days, and make a mansion of the rest of the building in a week or so. But the able-bodied men had a different tale to tell. "Steady! Go slow, missus!" they cried. "It may look like a house very nearly finished, but out bush we have to catch our hares before we cook 'em." "We begin at the very beginning of things in the Never Never," the Maluka explained. "Timber grows in trees in these parts, and has to be coaxed out with a saw." "It's a bad habit it's got into," Dan chuckled, then pointing vaguely towards the thickly wooded long reach that lay a mile to the south of the homestead, beyond the grassy plain, he "supposed the dining room was down there just now with the rest of the house." With fast ebbing hopes I looked in dismay at the distant forest undulating along the skyline, and the Maluka said sympathetically, "It's only too true, little 'un." But Dan disapproved of spoken sympathy under trying circumstances. It keeps 'em from towing the line, he believed, and fearing I was on the point of showing the white feather, he broke in with, "We'll have to keep her towing the line, boss," and then pointed out that things might be worse. "In some countries there are no trees to cut down," he said. "That's the style," he added, when I began to laugh in spite of my disappointment. "We'll soon get you educated up to it." But already the Sanguine Scot had found the bright side of the situation, and reminded us that we were in the land of plenty of time. "There's time enough for everything in the Never Never," he said. "She'll have many a pleasant ride along the reach, choosing trees for timber. Catching the hare is often the best part of the fun." Mac's cheery optimism always carried all before it. Pleasant rides through shady forest ways seemed a fair recompense for a little delay, and my spirits went up with a bound, to be dashed down again the next moment by Dan. "We haven't got to the beginning of things yet," he interrupted, following up the line of thought the Maluka had at first suggested. "Before any trees are cut down, we'll have to dig a saw pit and find a pit sawyer." Dan was not a pessimist. He only liked to dig down to the very root of things, besides objecting to sugar-coated pills as a hindrance to education. But Dan had joined the group, and being practical, suggested trying to get a hold of little Johnny, declaring that he would make things hum in no time. Mac happened to know that Johnny was inside somewhere on a job, and it was arranged that Dan should go into the Katherine at once for nails and things, and to see if the telegraph people could find out Johnny's whereabouts down the line, and send him along. But preparations for a week's journey take time out bush, owing to the necessity of beginning at the beginning of things. Fresh horses were mustered, a mob of bullocks rounded up for a killer, swags and pack bags packed, and just as all was in readiness for the start, the Quiet stockman came in, bringing a small mob of colts with him. "I'm leaving," he announced in the quarters. Then, feeling some explanation was necessary, added, "I was thinking of it before this happened." Strictly speaking, this may be true, although he omitted to say that he had abandoned the idea for some little time. No one was surprised, and no one thought of asking what had happened, for Jack had always steered clear of "women," as he termed it. Not that he feared or disliked them, but because he considered that they had nothing in common with men. "They're such terrors for asking questions," he said once, when pressed for an opinion, adding as an afterthought, "They never seem to learn much either," in his own quiet way, summing up the average woman's conversation with a shy bushman, a long string of purposeless questions, followed by inane remarks on the answers. "I'm leaving," Jack had said, and later met the Maluka unshaken in his resolve. There was that in the Maluka, however, that Jack had not calculated on, a something that drew all men to him, and made Dan speak of him in after years as the best boss I ever struck. And although the interview only lasted a few minutes, and the Maluka spoke only of the work of the station, yet in those few minutes the Quiet Stockman changed his mind, and the notice was never given. "I'm staying on," was all he said on returning to the quarters, and quick decisions being unusual with Jack, everyone felt interested. "Going to give her a chance?" Dan asked with a grin, and Jack looked uncomfortable. "I've only seen the boss," he said. Dan nodded with approval. "You've got some sense left, then," he said, "if you know a good boss when you see one." Jack agreed in monosyllables, but when Dan settled down to argue out the advantages of having a woman about the place, he looked doubtful, but having nothing to say on the subject, said nothing. And when Dan left for the Katherine the next morning, he was still unconvinced. Dan set out for the north track soon after sun-up, assuring us that he'd get hold of Johnny somehow, and before sundown a traveller crossed the creek below the billabong at the south track and turned into the homestead enclosure. We were vaguely chatting on all and sundry matters, as we sat under the verandah that faced the billabong, when the traveller came into sight. "Horse traveller," Mac said, lazily shading his eyes, and then sprang to his feet with a yell. "Talk of luck!" he shouted. "You'll do, missus. Here's Johnny himself." It was Johnny, sure enough, but Johnny had a cheque in his pocket, and was yearning to see the chaps at the Katherine, and after a good look through the house and store, decided that he really would have to go into the settlement for tools and things. "I'll be back in a week, missus," he said next morning, as he gathered his reins together before mounting, "and then we shan't be long. 3 days in and 3 days out, you know, bar accidents, and a day's spell at the Katherine," he explained glibly. But the chaps at the Katherine proved too entertaining for Johnny, and a fortnight passed before we saw him again. Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of We of the Never Never, by Jeannie, Mrs. Aeneas Gunn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. The Quiet Stockman was a Scotchman, and like many Scotchmen, a strange contradiction of shy reserve and quiet, dignified self-assurance. Having made up his mind on women in general, he saw no reason for changing it, and, as he went about his work, thoroughly and systematically avoided me. There was no slinking round corners, though. Jack couldn't slink. He had always looked the whole world in the face with his honest blue eyes, and could never do otherwise. He only took care that our paths did not cross more often than was absolutely necessary, but when they did, his Scotch dignity asserted itself, and he said what had to be said with quiet self-possession, although he invariably moved away as soon as possible. "It's just Jack's way," the Sanguine Scot said, anxious that his fellow Scot should not be misunderstood. "He'll be all there if ever you need him. He only draws the line at conversations." But when I mounted the stockyard fence one morning to see the breaking in of the colts, he looked as though he "drew the line" at that too. Fortunately for Jack's peace of mind, horse-breaking was not the only novelty at the homestead. Only a couple of changes of everything in a tropical climate meant an unbroken cycle of washing days, while, apart from that, Sam Lee was full of surprises, and the lubrous methods of house cleaning were novel in the extreme. Sam was bland, amiable, and inscrutable, and obedient to irritation, and the lubras were apt and merry and open-hearted, and wayward beyond comprehension. Sam did exactly as he was told, and the lubras did exactly as they thought fit, and the results were equally disconcerting. Sam was asked for a glass of milk, and the lubras were told to scrub the floor. Sam brought the milk immediately, and the lubras, after scrubbing 2 or 3 isolated patches on the floor, went off on some frolic of their own. At afternoon tea there was no milk served. There was none, Sam explained blandly. The missus had drunk it all. Missus been finna some milk all about, he said. When the lubras were brought back, they said they had knocked up longa scrub and finished the floor under protest. The Maluka offered assistance, but I thought I ought to manage them myself, and set the lubras to clean and strip some feathers for a pillow. The Maluka had been busy with the shotgun, and suggested to Sam that he might spend some of his spare time shooting birds. Mac had been right when he said the place was stiff with birds. A deep fringe of birds was constantly moving in and about and around the billabong, and the perpetual clatter of the plovers and waders formed an undercurrent to the life at the homestead. The lubras worked steadily for a quarter of an hour at the feathers. Then, a dog fight demanding all their attention, the feathers were left to the mercy of the winds, and were never gathered together. At sundown, Sam fired into a colony of martins that Mac considered the luck of the homestead. Right into their midst he fired, as they slept, in long, graceful garlands, one beside the other, along the branches of a gum tree, each with its head snugly tucked away out of sight. "Missus want feather," Sam said, with his unfathomable smile, while Mac flared out at him, and again the missus appeared the culprit. The Maluka advised making the orders a little clearer, and Sam was told to use more discretion in his obedience, and, smiling and apologetic, promised to obey. The lubras also promised to be more painstaking, reserving only the right to rest if they should "knock up longa work." The Maluka, Mac, and the Dandy looked on in amusement while the missus wrestled with the servant question, and even the quiet stockman grinned sympathetically at times, unconsciously becoming interested in a woman who was too occupied to ask questions. For 5 days I wrestled, and the only comfort I had was in Bertie's Nellie, a gentle-faced old lubra, almost sweet-faced. She undoubtedly did her best, and showing signs of friendship was invaluable in rounding up the other lubras when they showed signs of knocking up. On the morning of the 6th day, Sam surpassed himself in obedience. I had hinted that breakfast should be a little earlier, adding timidly that he might use a little more ingenuity in the breakfast menu, and at the first grey streak of dawn breakfast was announced, and dressing hurriedly we sat down to what Sam called "pump pie king pie with raisins and mince." The expression on Sam's face was celestial. No other word could describe it. There was also an underlying expression of triumph, which made me suspicious of his apparent ingenuousness, and, as the lubras had done little else but make faces at themselves in the looking-glass for 2 days, I was beginning to hate that looking-glass. I appealed to the Maluka for assistance. He took Sam in hand, and the triumph slipped away from beneath the stolid face, and a certain amount of discrimination crept into his obedience from henceforth. Then the sanguine Scot said that he would tackle the lubras for her, and in half an hour everywhere was swept and garnished, and the lubras were meek and submissive. "You'll need to rule them with a rod of iron," Mac said, secretly pleased with his success. But there was one drawback to his methods, for next day, with the exception of Nellie, there were no lubras to rule with or without a rod of iron. Jimmy, the water carrier and general director of the wood heap gossip, explained that they had gone off with the camp lubras for a day's recreation. "Him knock up longa all about work," he said, with an apologetic smile. Jimmy was either apologetic or condescending. Nellie rounded them up when they returned, and the Maluka suggested, as a way out of the difficulty, that I should try to make myself more attractive than the camp lubras, which Mac said shouldn't be difficult, and then coughed, doubtful of the compliment. I went down to the creek at once to carry out the Maluka's suggestion, and succeeded so well that I was soon the centre of a delightful dusky group, squatting on its haunches and deep in fascinations of teaching an outsider its language. The uncouth mispronunciations tickled the old men beyond description, and they kept me gurgling at difficult gutturals until, convulsed at the contortion of everyday words and phrases, they echoed Dan's opinion in queer pidgin English that the missus needed a deal of education. Jimmy gradually became loftily condescending, and as for old Nellie, she had never enjoyed anything quite so much. Undoubtedly, I made myself attractive to the blackfellow mind, for besides having proved an unexpected entertainment, I had made every one feel mightily superior to the missus. That power of inspiring others with a sense of superiority is an excellent trait to possess when dealing with a blackfellow, for there were more than enough helpers next day, and the work was done quickly and well, so as to leave plenty of time for merrymaking. The Maluka and Mac were full of congratulations. "You've got the mob well in hand now," Mac said, unconscious that he was about to throw everything into disorder again. For 6 years Mac had been in charge of the station, and when he heard that the Maluka was coming north to represent the owners, he had decided to give bullock punching a turn as a change from stock keeping. Sanguine that there was a good thing in it, he had bought a bullock wagon and team while in at the Katherine, and secured loading for inside. Under these circumstances, it was difficult to understand why he had been so determined in his blocking, the only reason he could ever be cajoled into giving being that he was off the escorting trick, and besides, the other chaps had to be thought of. He was now about to go to see to things, taking Bertie, his right-hand boy, with him, leaving Nellie with me. Bertie had expressed himself quite agreeable to the arrangement, but at the 11th hour refused to go without Nellie, and Nellie, preferring the now fascinating homestead to the company of her lord and master, refused to go with him, and Mac was at his wits' end. It was impossible to carry her off by force, so 2 days were spent in shrill, ear-splitting arguments, the threads of Nellie's argument being that Bertie could easily catch nuzzer lubra, and that the missus must have one good fellow lubra on the staff. Mac, always chivalrous, said he would manage somehow without Bertie rather than upset things, but the Maluka would not agree, and finally Nellie consented to go, on condition that she would be left at the homestead when the wagons went through. Then Mac came and confessed a long-kept secret. Roper belonged to the station, and he had no claim on him beyond fellowship. "I've ridden him ever since I came here, that's all," he said, his arm thrown across the old horse. "I'd have stuck to him somehow, fair means or foul, if I hadn't seen you know how to treat a good horse." The Maluka instantly offered fair means, but Mac shook his head. "Let the missus have him," he said, "and they'll both have a good time. But I'm first offer when it comes to selling." So the grand old horse was passed over to me, to be numbered among the staunchest and truest of friends. "Oh, well," Mac said in good-bye, "all's well that ends well," and he pointed to Nellie, safely stowed away in a grove of dogs that half filled the back of the buckboard. But all had not ended for us. So many lubras put themselves on the homestead staff to fill the place left by Nellie, that the one room was filled to overflowing while the work was being done, and the Maluka was obliged to come to the rescue once more. He reduced the house staff to 2, allowing a shadow or 2 extra in the persons of a few old blackfellows and a piccaninny or 2, sending the rejected to camp. In the morning there was a free fight in camp between the staff and some of the camp lubras, the rejected, led by Jimmy's lubra, another Nellie, declaring the Maluka had met 2 different lubras each day. Again there was much ear-splitting argument, but finally a compromise was agreed on. 2 lubras were to sit down permanently, while as many as wished might help with the washing and watering. Then the staff and the shadows settled down on the verandah beside me to watch while I evolved dresses for 2 lubras out of next to nothing in the way of material, and as I sewed, the Maluka, with some travellers who were in to help him, set to work to evolve a garden, also out of next to nothing in the way of material. Hopeless as it looked, oblong beds were soon marked out at each of the four corners of the verandah, and beyond the beds a broad path was made to run right round the house. "The wilderness shall blossom like the rose," the Maluka said, planting seeds of a vigorous growing flowering bean at one of the corner posts. The travellers were deeply interested in the servant wrestle, and when the staff was eventually clothed, and the rejected, green with envy, decided that the whole difficulty was solved, bar Sam. Sam, however, was about to solve his part of the difficulty to everyone's satisfaction. A master as particular over the men's tables as his own was not a master after Sam's heart, so he came to the Maluka and announced, in the peculiar manner of Chinese cooks, that he was about to write for a new cook for the station, who would probably arrive within 6 weeks, when Sam, having installed him to our satisfaction, would, with our permission, leave our service. The permission was graciously given, and as Sam retired, we longed to tell him to engage someone renowned for his disobedience. We fancied later that our willingness piqued Sam, for after giving notice he bestirred himself to such an extent that one of our visitors tried to secure his services for himself, convinced we were throwing away a treasure. In that fortnight we had several visitors, travellers passing through the station, and as each stayed a day or two, a few of the visits overlapped, and some merry hours were spent in the little homestead. Some of the guests knew beforehand of the arrival of a missus at the station, and came ready groomed from their last camp, but others only heard of her arrival when inside the homestead enclosure, and there was a great application of soap and razors and towels before they considered themselves fit for presentation. With only one room at our disposal, it would seem to the uninitiated that the accommodation of the homestead must have been strained to bursting point, but out bush every man carries a bluey and a mosquito net in his swag, and as the hosts slept under the verandah and the guests on the garden paths, or in their camps among the forest trees, spare rooms would only have been superfluous. With a billabong at the door, a bathroom was easily dispensed with, and as everyone preferred the roomy verandahs for lounging and smoking, the house had only to act as a dressing room for the hosts and a dining room for all. The meals, of course, were served on the dining table, but no apology seemed necessary for the presence of a four-poster bed and a washing-stand in the reception room. They were there, and our guests knew why they were there, and words, like spare rooms, would have been superfluous. Breakfast at sun-up or thereabouts, dinner at noon, and supper at sundown, is the long-established routine of meals on all cattle runs of the Never Never, and at all three meals Sam waited, bland and smiling. The missus, of course, had one of the china cups, and the guests enamel-ware, and the flies hovering everywhere in dense clouds. Saucers rested on the top of the cups by common consent. Bread, scones, and such thing were covered over with serviettes throughout all meals, while hands were kept busy shooing flies out of prospective mouthful. Everything lacked conventionality, and was accepted as a matter of course, although at times Sam sorely taxed my gravity by using the bed for a temporary dumb waiter. The bushmen showed no embarrassment, simply because they felt none, and retained their self-possession with unconscious dignity. They sat among the buzzing swarms of flies, light-hearted and self-reliant, chatting of their daily lives of lonely vigils, of cattle camps and stampedes, of dangers and privations, and I listened with a dawning consciousness that life out bush is something more than mere existence. Being within 4 miles of the overland telegraph, that backbone of the overland route, rarely a week was to pass without someone coming in, and at times our travellers came in 2s and 3s, as each brought news of that world outside our tiny circle, carrying in perhaps an extra mail to us, or one out for us. They formed a strong link in the chain that bound us to the outside. In them every rank in bush life was represented, from cattle drovers and stockmen to the owners of stations, from swag men and men down in their luck to telegraph operators and heads of government departments, men of various nationalities with, foremost among them, the Scots, sons of that fighting race that has everywhere fought with and conquered the Australian bush. Yet, whatever their rank or race, our travellers were men, not riff-raff. The long, formidable stages that wall in the Never Never have seen to that, turning back the weaklings and worthless to the flesh-pots of Egypt, and proving the worth and mettle of the brave-hearted. All men, every one of them, and all in need of a little hospitality, whether of the prosperous and well-doing or down in their luck, and each was welcomed according to that need, for out bush rank counts for little. We are only men and women there, and all who came in and went on, or remained, gave us their best while with us, for there was that in the Maluka that drew the best out of all men. In life we generally find our fellow men just what we seek, and the Maluka, seeking only the good, found only the good, and drew much of it into his own sympathetic, sunny nature. He demanded the best, and was given the best, and while with him, men found they were better men than at other times. Some of our guests sat with us at table, some with the men, and some grubbed in their camps. All of them rode in strangers, and many of them rode out lifelong friends, for such is the way of the bush folk. A little hospitality, a day or two of mutual understanding, and we have become part of the other's life. For bush hospitality is something better than the bare housing and feeding of guests, being just the simple sharing of our daily lives with a fellow man, a literal sharing of all that we have, of our plenty or scarcity, our joys or sorrows, our comforts or discomforts, our security or danger. A democratic hospitality, where all men are equally welcome, yet so refined in its simplicity and wholesomeness that fulsome thanks or vulgar apologies have no part in it, although it was whispered among the bush folk that those down in their luck learned that when the Maluka was filling tucker bags, a timely word in praise of the missus filled tucker bags to overflowing. 250 guests was the tally for that year, and earliest among them came a telegraph operator, who, as is the way with telegraph operators out bush, invited us to ride across to the wire for a shake hands with the outside, and within an hour we came in sight of the telegraph wire as our horses mounted the stony ridge that overlooks the Warlock Ponds, when the wire was forgotten for a moment in the kaleidoscope of moving, ever-changing colour that met our eyes. Two wide-spreading limpid ponds, the Warlock lay before us, veiled in a glory of golden-flecked heliotrope and purple water-lilies, and floating deep green leaves, with here and there gleaming little seas of water opening out among the lilies, and standing knee-deep in the margins, a rustling fringe of light reeds and giant bulrushes. All round the ponds stood dark groves of pandanus palms, and among and beyond the palms tall grasses and forest trees, with here and there a spreading colabar festooned from summit to trunk with brilliant crimson strands of mistletoe, and here and there a gaunt, dead old giant of the forest, and everywhere, above and beyond the timber, deep, sunny blue and flooding sunshine. Sunny blue reflected, with the gaunt old trees, in the tiny gleaming seas among the lilies, while everywhere upon the floating leaves myriads and myriads of grey and pink galah parrots and sulphur-crested cockatoos preened their feathers, or rested, sipping at the water, grey and pink, verging to heliotrope and snowy white, touched here and there with gold, blending flower-like with the golden-flecked glory of the lilies. For a moment we waited, spellbound in the brilliant sunshine. Then the dogs, running down to the water's edge, the galahs and cockatoos, rose with gorgeous sunrise effect, a floating grey and pink cloud, backed by sunlit flashing white. Direct to the forest trees they floated, and settling there in their myriads as by a miracle, the gaunt, gnarled old giants of the bush all over-blossomed with garlands of grey and pink and white and gold. But the operator, being unpoetical, had ridden on to the wire, and presently was shinning up one of its slender galvanized iron posts as a preliminary to the handshake, for tapping the line being part of the routine of a telegraph operator in the territory, shinning up posts is one of his necessary accomplishments. In town, dust and haste and littered papers and nerve-wracking bustle seem indispensable to the sending of a telegram. But when the bush folk shake hands, with outside all is sunshine and restfulness, soft beauty and leisurely pace. With the murmuring bush about us and the clear space kept always cleared beneath those quivering wires, we stood all dressed in white, first looking up at the operator as, clinging to his pole, he tapped the line, and then looking down at him as he knelt at our feet with his tiny transmitter beside him clicking out our message to the South folk. And as we stood, with our horses' bridles over our arms and the horses nibbling at the sweet grasses, in touch with the world in spite of our isolation, a gorgeous butterfly rested for a brief space on the tiny instrument, with gently swaying purple wings. And away in the great world men were sending telegrams amid clatter and dust, unconscious of that tiny group of bush folk, or that nature, who does all things well, can beautify even the sending of a telegram. In the heart of the bush we stood yet listening to the clatter of the townsfolk, for, business over, the little clicking instrument was gossiping cheerily with us, the telegraph wire in the territory being such a friendly wire. Daily it gathers gossip, and daily whispers it up and down the line, and daily news and gossip fly hither and thither. Who's inside? Who's gone out? Whom to expect? Where the mailman is? The newest arrival in Darwin, and the latest rainfall at Powell's Creek. Daily the telegraph people hear all the news of the territory, and in due course give the news to the public, when the travellers gathering it carry it out to the bush folk, scattering it broadcast until everybody knows everyone else and all his business and where it has taken him, and because of that knowledge, and in spite of those hundreds of thousands of square miles of bushland, the people of the territory are held together in one great brotherhood. Among various items of news, the little instrument told us that Dan was packing up for the return trip, and in a day or two he came in, bringing a packet of garden seeds and a china teapot from mine host, southern letters from the telegram, and, from little Johnny, news that he was getting tools together and would be along in no time. Being in one of his whimsical moods, Dan withheld congratulations. "I've been thinking things over, boss," he said, assuming his most philosophical manner, "and I reckon any more rooms'll only interfere with getting the missus educated." Later on he used the servant question to hang his argument on. "Just proves what I was saying," he said. "If the cleaning of one room causes all this trouble and worry, where'll she be when she's got 4 to look after? What with white ants and blue mould and mildew and wrestling with lubras, there won't be 1 minute to spare for education." He also professed disapproval of the Maluka's devices for making the homestead more habitable. "If this goes on, we'll never learn nothin' but loafin'," he declared, when he found that a couple of yards of canvas and a few sticks had become a comfortable lounge chair. "Too much luxury," and he sat down on his own heels to show how he scorned luxuries. A tree, sawn into short lengths to provide veranda seats for all comers, he passed over as doubtful. He was slightly reassured, however, when he heard that my revolver practice had not been neglected, and condescended to own that some of the devices were handy enough. A neat little tray, made from the end of a packing case and a few laths, interested him in particular. "You'll get him dodged for ideas one of these days," he said, alluding to the Maluka's ingenuity. And when, a day or two later, I broke the spring of my watch and asked helplessly, how ever was I going to tell the time till the wagons came with the clock, Dan felt sure I had set an unsolvable problem. "That'd get anybody dodged," he declared, but it took more than that to dodge the Maluka's resourcefulness. He spent a little while in the sun with a compass and a few wooden pegs, and a sundial lay on the ground just outside the verandah. Dan declared it just licked creation, and wondered if that'd settle 'em, when I asked for some strong iron rings for a curtain, but the dandy took a hobble chain to the forge, and breaking the links asunder, welded them into smooth, round rings. The need for curtain rings was very pressing, for, scanty as it was, the publicity of our wardrobe hanging in one corner of the reception room distressed me, but the dandy's rings and a checkered rug for curtain, a corner wardrobe was soon fixed up. Dan looked at it askance, and harked back to the sundial and education. "It's cute enough," he said, "but it won't do, boss. She should have been taught how to tell the time by the sun. Don't you let 'em spoil your chances of education, missus. You were in luck when you struck this place. Never saw luck equal to it. And if it holds good, something'll happen to stop you from ever having a house, so as to get you properly educated." My luck held good for the time being, for when Johnny came along in a few days, he announced, in answer to a very warm welcome, that something had gone wrong at No. 3 well, and that he promised to see to it at once. "Oh, Johnny!" I cried reproachfully, but the next moment was towing the line, even to the head stockman's satisfaction, for with a look of surprise Johnny had added, I thought you'd reckon that travellers' water for the dry came before your rooms. Out bush we deal in hard facts." "Thought I'd reckon!" I said, appalled to think my comfort should even be spoken of when men's lives were in question. "Of course I do. I didn't understand, that was all." "We haven't finished her education yet," Dan explained, and the Maluka added, "But she's learning." Johnny looked perplexed. "Oh well, that's all right then," he said, rather ambiguously. "I'll be back as soon as possible, and then we shan't be long." 2 days later he left the homestead, bound for the well, and as he disappeared into the tea tree that bordered the south track, most of us agreed that luck was out. Only Dan professed to think differently. "It's more wonderful than ever," he declared, "more wonderful than ever, and if it holds good we'll never see Johnny again." Chapter 8 of We of the Never Never, by Jeannie, Mrs. Aeneas Gunn. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Considering ourselves homeless, the Maluka decided that we should go bush for a while during Johnny's absence, beginning with a short tour of inspection through some of the southern country of the run, intending, if all were well there, to prepare for a general horse muster along the north of the Roper. Nothing could be done with the cattle until after the wet. Only Dan and the inevitable black boy were to be with us on this preliminary walkabout, but all hands were to turn out for the muster, to the quiet stockman's dismay. "Thought they mostly sat about and sewed," he said in the quarters. Little did the Sanguine Scot guess what he was doing when he culled needlework from the mob at Pine Creek. The walkabout was looked upon as a reprieve, and when the traveller, expressing sympathy, suggested that it might sicken her a bit of camp life, Jack clung to that hope desperately. Most of the nigger world turned up to see the missus mount, that still being something worth seeing. Apart from the mystery of the side saddle and the joke of seeing her in an enormous mushroom hat, there was the interest of the mounting itself, Jackeroo having spread a report that the Maluka held out his hands while the missus ran up them and sat herself upon the horse's back. "They reckon you have escaped from a Wild West show," Dan said, tickled at the look of wonder on some of the faces as I settled myself in the saddle. We learned later that Jackeroo had tried to run up Jimmy's hands to illustrate the performance in camp, and, failing, had naturally blamed Jimmy, causing report to add that the Maluka was a very Samson in strength. "A dress rehearsal for the cattle musters later on," Dan called the walkabout, looking with approval on my cartridge belt and revolver, and after a few small mobs of cattle had been rounded up and looked over, he suggested, "Rehearsing that part of the performance where the missus gets lost and catches cows and milks 'em. Now's your chance, missus," he shouted, as a scared, frightened beast broke from the mob in hand and went crashing through the undergrowth. "There's one all by herself to practise on." Dan's system of education, being founded on object lessons, was mightily convincing, and for that trip, anyway, he had a very humble pupil to instruct in the ways of telling the signs of water at hand. All day, as we zigzagged through scrub and timber, visiting waterholes and following up cattle paths, the solitude of the bush seemed only a pleasant seclusion, and the deep forest glades, shady pathways leading to the outside world. But at night when the camp had been fixed up in the silent depths of a dark Leichhardt pine forest, the seclusion had become an isolation that made itself felt, and the shady pathways, miles of dark treacherous forest between us and our fellow men. There is no isolation so weird in its feeling of cut-offness as that of a night camp in the heart of the bush. The flickering campfires draw all that is human and tangible into its charmed circle, and without all is undefinable darkness and uncertainty. Yet it was in this night camp among the dark pines, with even the stars shut out, that we learnt that out bush houselessness need not mean homelessness, a discovery that destroyed all hope that this would sicken her a bit. As we were only to be out one night, and there was little chance of rain, we had nothing with us but a little tucker, a bluey each, and a couple of mosquito nets. The simplicity of our camp added intensely to the isolation, and as I stood among the dry rustling leaves, looking up at the dark broad-leaved canopy above us, with my swag at my feet, the Maluka called me a poor homeless little coon. A woman with a swag sounds homeless enough to Australian ears, but Dan, with his habit of looking deep into the heart of things, didn't exactly see where the homelessness came in. We had finished supper, and the Maluka, stretching himself luxuriously in the firelight, made a nest in the warm leaves for me to settle down in. "You're right, Dan," he said, after a short silence. "When I come to think of it, I don't exactly see myself where the homelessness comes in. A bite and a sup and a faithful dog, and a guid wife in the glowing hearth, and what more is needed to make a home? Eh, Tiddle'ums?" Tiddle'ums, having for some time given the whole of her heart to the Maluka, nestled closer to him, and Dan gave an appreciative chuckle and pulled Sool'em's ears. The conversation promised to suit him exactly. "Never got farther than the dog myself," he said. "Did I, Sool'em, old girl?" But Sool'em becoming effusive, there was a pause until she could be persuaded that nobody wanted none of her licking tricks. As she subsided, Dan went on with his thoughts uninterrupted. "I've seen others at the gude wife business though, and it didn't seem too bad, but I never struck it in the camp before. There was Mrs. Bob now, you've heard me tell of her. I don't know how it was, but while she was out at the Downs things seemed different. She never interfered, and we went on just the same, but everything seemed different somehow." The Maluka suggested that perhaps he had got farther than the dog, without knowing it, and the idea appearing to Dan, he reckoned it must have been that. But his whimsical mood had slipped away, as it usually did when his thoughts strayed to Mrs. Bob, and he went on earnestly. "She was the right sort if ever there was one. I know 'em, and she was one of 'em. When you were all right you told her yarns, and she'd enjoy 'em more'n you would yourself, which is saying something; but when you were off the track a bit you told her other things, and she'd heave you on again. See her with the sick travellers." And then he stopped unexpectedly, as his voice became thick and husky. Campfire conversations have a trick of coming to an abrupt end without embarrassing anyone. As Dan sat looking into the fire with his thoughts far away in the past, the Maluka began to croon contentedly at "Home, Sweet Home," and, curled up in the warm, sweet nest of leaves, I listened to the crooning, and watched the varying expressions of Dan's face, wondering if Mrs. Bob had any idea of the bright memories she had left behind her in the bush. Then, as the Maluka crooned on, everything but the crooning became vague and indistinct, and, beginning also to see into the heart of things, I learnt that when a woman finds love and comradeship out bush, little else is needed to make even the glowing circle of camp fire her home circle. Without any warning, the Maluka's mood changed. "There is nae luck aboot her house, there is nae luck at a'," he shouted lustily, and Dan, waking from his reverie with a start, rose to the tempting bait. "No luck about her house," he said. It was Mrs. Bob that had no luck. She struck a good, comfortable, well-furnished house first to go off, and never got an ounce of educating. She was chained to that house as surely as ever a dog was chained to its kennel. But it'll never come to that with the missus. Something's bound to happen to Johnny just to keep her from ever having a house. Poor Johnny, though," he added, warming up to the subject. "It's hard luck for him. He's a decent little chap. We'll miss him," and he shook his head sorrowfully and looked round for applause. The Maluka said it seemed a pity that Johnny would have been allowed to go to his fate, but Dan was in his best form. "It wouldn't have made any difference," he said tragically. "He'd have got fever if he'd stayed on, or a tree would have fallen on him. He's doomed if the missus keeps him to his contract." "Oh, well, he'll die in a good cause," I said cheerfully, and Dan's gravity deserted him. "You're the dead finish," he chuckled, and without further ceremony, beyond the taking off his boots, rolled into his mosquito net for the night. We heard nothing further from him until that strange rustling hour of the night, that hour halfway between midnight and dawn, when all nature stirs in its sleep and murmurs drowsily in answer to some mysterious call. Nearly all bushmen who sleep with a warm earth for a bed will tell of this strange wakening moment, of that faint touch of half-consciousness, that whispering stir, strangely enough, only perceptible to the sleeping children of the bush, one of the mysteries of nature that no man can fathom, one of the delicate threads with which the Wizard of Never Never weaves his spells. "Is all well with my children?" comes the cry from the watchman of the night, and with a gentle stirring the answer floats back, "All is well." Softly the pine forest rustled with the call and the answer, and as the camp roused to its dim half-consciousness, Dan murmured sleepily, "Sool'em, old girl." Then, after a vigorous rustling among the leaves, Sool'em's tail returning thanks for the attention, everything slipped back into unconsciousness until dawn. As the first grey streak of dawn filtered through the pines, a long drawn-out cry of "Daylight!" Dan's camp reveille rolled out of his net, and Dan rolled out after it, with even less ceremony than he had rolled in. On our way back to the homestead, Dan suggesting that the missus might like to have a look at the dining room, we turned into the towering timber that borders the reach, and for the next 2 hours rode on through soft, luxurious shade, and all the while the fathomless, spring-fed reach lay sleeping on our left. The reach always slept. For nearly 12 miles it lay, a swaying garland of heliotrope and purple water lilies, gleaming through a graceful fringe of palms and rushes and scented shrubs, touched here and there with shafts of sunlight, and murmuring and rustling with an attendant host of gorgeous butterflies and flitting birds and insects. Dan looked on the scene with approving eyes. "Not a bad place to ride through, is it?" he said. But gradually, as we rode on, a vague depression settled down upon us, and when Dan finally decided he could do with a bit more sunshine, we followed him into the blistering noontide glare with almost a sigh of relief. It is always so. These wondrous waterways have little part in that mystical holding power of the Never Never. They are only pleasant places to ride through and leave behind, for their purring, slumbering beauty is vaguely suggestive of the beauty of a sleeping tiger with deadly fangs and talons hidden under a wonder of soft allurement. And when exiles in the town sit and dream, their dreams are all of stretches of scorched grass and quivering sun-flecked shade. In the honest sunlight Dan's spirits rose, and as I investigated various byways, he asked where the sense came in tying up a dog that was doing no harm running loose. "It weren't as though she'd taken to chivying cattle," he added, as a mob of inquisitive steers trotted after us. I hurried Roper in among the riders, and then he wondered how she'll shape at her first muster. The rest of the morning he filled in with tales of cattle musters, tales of stampedes, and of cattle rushing over camps and mincing chaps into sawdust, until I was secretly pleased that the coming muster was for horses. But Jack's reprieve was to last a little longer. When all was ready for the muster, word came in that outside blacks were in all along the river, and the Maluka deciding that the risks were too great for the missus in the long grass country, the plans were altered, and I was left at the homestead in the Dandy's care. "It's a ill wind that blows nobody any good," the Maluka said, drawing attention to Jack's sudden interest in the proceedings. Apart from sterling worth of character, The dandy was all contrast to the quiet stockman, quick, alert, and sociable, and brimming over with quiet tact and thoughtfulness, and the Maluka knew I was in good hands. But the dandy had his work to attend to, and after watching till the bush had swallowed up the last of the pack team, I went to the wood heap for company and consolation. Had the Darwin ladies seen me then, they would have been justified in saying, "I told you so." There was plenty of company at the wood heap, but the consolation was doubtful in character. Goggle Eye and 3 other old blackfellows were gossiping there, and after a peculiar grin of welcome, they expressed great fear lest the homestead should be attacked by outside blacks during the Maluka's absence. Mind it, they said, and offered to sleep in the garden near me, as no doubt missus would be frightened fellow to sleep alone. "Me big mob frightened fellow longa wild black fellow," Goggle Eye said, rather overdoing the part, and the other old rascals giggled nervously and said, "My word!" But sly, watchful glances made me sure they were only probing to find if fear had kept the missus at the homestead. Of course, if it had, a little harmless bullying for tobacco could be safely indulged in when the dandy was busy at the yards. Fortunately, Dan's system of education provided for all emergencies, and remembering his counsel to die rather than own to a blackfellow that you were frightened of anything, I refused their offer of protection, and declared so emphatically that there was nothing in heaven or earth that I was afraid to tackle single-handed that I almost believed it myself. There was no doubt they believed it, for they murmured in admiration, "My word, Mrs. Big Mob cheeky fellow all right." But in their admiration they forgot that they were supposed to be quaking with fear themselves, and took no precautions against the pretended attack, putting themselves away properly, the dandy said when I told him about it. "It was a try-on all right," he added. "Evidence was against you, but they struck an unexpected snag. You'll have to keep it up, though." And deciding there was nothing in the yarn, the dandy slept in the quarters and I in the house, leaving the doors and windows open as usual. When this was reported at dawn by Willie Muck, who had taken no part in the intimidation scheme, a wholesome awe crept into the old men's admiration, for a blackfellow is fairly logical in these matters. To him, the man who crouches behind barred doors is a coward, and may be attacked without much risk, while he who relies only on his own strength appears as a Goliath defying the armies of a nation, and is best left alone, lest he develop into a Samson annihilating Philistines. Fortunately for my reputation, only the dandy knew that we considered open doors easier to get out of than closed ones, and that my revolver was to be fired to call him from the quarters if anything alarming occurred. "You'll have to live up to your reputation now," the dandy said, and, brave in the knowledge that he was within cooee, I ordered the old men about most unmercifully, leaving little doubt in their minds that missus was big mob cheeky fellow. They were most deferential all day, and at sundown I completed my revenge by offering these rulers of a nation the insult of a woman's protection. "If you are still afraid of the wild blacks, you may sleep near to me tonight," I said, and apologised for not having made the offer for the night before. "You've got 'em on toast," the dandy chuckled, as the offer was refused with a certain amount of dignity. The lubras secretly enjoyed the discomfiture of their lords and masters, and, taking me into their confidence, made it very plain that a lubra's life at times is anything but a happy one, particularly if "me boy all day crowl." As for the lords and masters themselves, the insult rankled so much that they spent the next few days telling great and valiant tales of marvellous personal daring, hoping to wipe the stain of cowardice from their characters. Fortunately for themselves, Billy Muck and Jimmy had been absent from the wood heap, and therefore, not having committed themselves on the subject of wild blacks, bragged excessively. Had they been present, knowing the old fellows well, I venture to think there would have been no intimidation scheme floated. As the dandy put it, altogether the time passed pleasantly, and when the Maluka returned we were all on the best of terms, having reached the phase of friendship when pet names are permissible. The missus had become Gadgerrie to the old men and certain privileged lubras. What it means I do not know, excepting that it seems to imply fellowship, Perhaps it means old pal, or mate, or, judging from the tone of voice that accompanied it, old girl, but more probably like Maluka, untranslatable. The Maluka was always Maluka to the old men, and to some of us who intimidated them. Dan came in the day after the Maluka, and hearing of our affairs, took all the credit of it himself. "Just shows what a bit of educating'll do," he said. "The Dandy would have had a gay old time of it if I hadn't put you up to their capers." And I had humbly to acknowledge the truth of all he said. "I don't say you're not promising well," he added, satisfied with my humility. "If Johnny'll only stay away long enough, we'll have you educated up to doing without a house." Within a week it seemed as though Johnny was aiding and abetting Dan in his scheme of education, for he sent in word that his cross-cut saw, or something equally important, had doubled up on him, and he was going back to Catherine to "see it straight off." Chapter 9 of We of the Never Never by Jeannie, Mrs. Aeneas Gunn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Before the mustered horses were drafted out, everyone at the homestead, blacks, whites, and Chinese, went up to the stockyard to have a look at them. Dan was in one of his superior moods. "Let's see if she knows anything about horses," he said condescendingly, as the Quiet Stockman opened the mob up a little to show the animals to better advantage. "Show us your fancy in this lot, missus." "Certainly," I said, affecting particular knowledge of the subject, and Jack wheeled a quick, questioning look, suddenly aware that, after all, a woman might be only a fellow man, and as I glanced from one beautiful animal to another, he watched keenly, half expectant and half incredulous. It did not take long to choose. In the foreground stood a magnificent brown colt that caught and held the attention, as it watched every movement with ears shot forward and nostrils quivering, and as I pointed it out, Jack's boyish face lit up with surprise and pleasure. "Talk of luck!" Dan cried, as usual withholding the benefit of the doubt. "You've picked Jack's fancy." But it was Jack himself who surprised everyone, for, forgetting his monosyllables, he said with an indescribable ring of fellowship in his voice, "She's picked out the best in the whole mob," and turned back to his world among the horses with his usual self-possession. Dan's eyes opened wide. "Whatever's come to Jack?" he said, but seemed puzzled at the Maluka's answer that he was only getting educated. The truth is that every man has his vulnerable point, and Jack's was horses. When the mob had been put through the yards, all the unbroken horses were given into the Quiet Stockman's care, and for the next week or two the stockyard became the only place of real interest, for the homestead, waiting for the wet to lift, had settled down to store lists, fencing, and stud books. It was not the horses alone that were of interest at the yards. The calm, fearless, self-reliant man who was handling them was infinitely more so. Nothing daunted or disheartened him, and in those hours spent on the stockyard fence, in the shade of a spreading tree, I learnt to know the Quiet Stockman for the man he was. If any one would know the inner character of a fellow man, let him put him to horse breaking, and he will soon know the best or the worst of him. Let him watch him handling a wild, unbroken colt, and if he is steadfast of purpose, just, brave, and true-hearted, it will all be revealed. But if he lacks self-restraint, or is cowardly, shifty, or mean-spirited, he will do well to avoid the test, for the horse will betray him. Jack's horse breaking was a battle for supremacy of mind over mind, not mind over matter. A long course of careful training and schooling, in which nothing was broken, but all bent to the control of a master. To him, no two horses were alike. Carefully he studied their temperaments, treating each horse according to its nature, using the whip freely with some, and with others not at all, coercing, coaxing, or humouring, as his judgment directed, working always for intelligent obedience, not cowed stupidity. He appeared at times to be almost reasoning with the brute mind, as he helped it to solve the problems of its schooling, penetrating dull stupidity with patient reiteration, or wearing down stubborn opposition with steady, unwavering persistence, and always rewarding ultimate obedience with gentle kindness and freedom. Step by step the training proceeded. Submission first, then an establishment of perfect trust and confidence between horse and man, without which nothing worth having could be attained. After that, in orderly succession, the rest followed: toleration of handling, reining, mouthing, leading on foot and on horseback, and in due time saddling and mounting. One thing at a time, and nothing new until the old one was so perfected that when all was ready for the mounting, from a spectacular point of view, the mounting was generally disappointing. Just a little rearing and curvetting, then a quiet, trusting acceptance of this new order of things. Half a dozen horses were in hand at once, and, as with children at school, some quickly got ahead of the others, and every day the interest grew keener and keener in the individual character of the horses. At the end of a week, Jack announced that he was "going to catch the brown colt next day." "It'll be worth seeing," he said, and from the Quiet Stockman that was looked upon as a very pressing invitation. From the day of the drafting he had ceased altogether to avoid me, and in the days that followed had gradually realized that a horse could be more to a woman than a means of locomotion, and now no longer drew the line at conversations. When we went to the yards in the morning, the brown colt was in a small yard by itself, and Jack was waiting at the gate, ready for its catching. With a laugh at the wild rush with which the colt avoided him, he shut himself into the yard with it, and moved quietly about, sometimes toward it, and sometimes from it, at times standing still and looking it over, and at other times throwing a rope or sack carelessly down, waiting until his presence had become familiar, and the colt had learned that there was nothing to fear from it. There was a curious calmness in the man's movements, a fearless repose that utterly ignored the wild rushes, and as a natural result they soon ceased, and within just a minute or two the beautiful creature was standing still, watching in quivering wonder. Gradually a double rope began to play in the air with ever-increasing circles, awakening anew the colt's fears, and as these in turn subsided, without any apparent effort, a long-running noose flickered out from the circling rope, and, falling over the strong young head, lay still on the arching neck. The leap forward was terrific, but the rope brought the colt up with a jerk, and in an instant's pause that followed, the Quiet Stockman braced himself for the mad rearing plunges that were coming. There was literally only an instant's pause, and then with a clatter of hoofs the plungings began, and were met with muscles of iron, and jaw set like a vice, as the man, with heels dug into the ground, dragged back on the rope, yielding as much as his judgment allowed, enough to ease the shocks, but not an inch by compulsion. Twice the rearing, terrified creature circled round him, and then the rope began to shorten to a more workable length. There was no haste, no flurry. Surely and steadily the rope shortened, but the horse went to the man, not the man to the horse. That was to come later. With the shortening of the rope, the compelling power of the man's will forced itself into the brute mind, and, bending to that will, the wild leaps and plungings took on a vague suggestion of obedience, a going with the rope, not against it. That was all. An erratic going, perhaps, but enough to tell that the horse had acknowledged a master. That was all Jack asked for at first, and, satisfied, he relaxed his muscles, and as the rope slackened, the horse turned and faced him, and the marvel was how quickly it was all over. But something was to follow that once seen could never be forgotten: the advance of the man to the horse. With barely perceptible movement, the man's hands stole along the rope, at a snail's pace, never hurrying, never stopping. They did on, the colt watching them as though mesmerized. When within reach of the dilated nostrils, they paused and waited, and slowly The sensitive head came forward, snuffing, more in bewilderment than fear at this new wonder, and as the dark twitching muzzle brushed the hands, the head drew sharply back, only to return again in a moment, with greater confidence. 3 or 4 times the quivering nostrils came back to the hands before they stirred. Then one lifted slowly and lay on the muzzle, warm and strong and comforting, while the other, creeping up the rope, slipped on to the glossy neck, and the catching was over. For a little while there was some gentle patting and fondling, to a murmuring accompaniment of words, the horse standing still with twitching ears the while. Then came the test of the victory, the test of the man's power and the creature's intelligence. The horse was to go to the man, at the man's bidding alone, without force or coercion. "The better they are, the sooner you learn 'em that," was one of Jack's pet theories, while his proudest boast, his only boast, perhaps, was that he'd "never been beaten on that yet." "They have to come sooner or later if you stick at 'em," he had said, when I marvelled at first to see the great creatures come obediently to the click of his tongue or fingers. So far, in all his wide experience, the latest had been the 3rd day. That, however, was rare. More frequently it was a matter of hours, sometimes barely an hour, while now and then, incredulous as it may seem to the layman, only minutes. 10 minutes before Jack put the brown colt to the test, it had been a wild, terrified, plunging creature, and yet, as he stepped back to try its intelligence and submission, his face was confident and expectant. Moving slowly backwards, he held out a hand, the hand that had proved all kindness and comfort, and, snapping a finger and thumb, clicked his tongue in a murmur of invitation. The brown ears shot forward to attention at the sound, and as the head reached out to investigate, the snapping fingers repeated the invitation, and without hesitation the magnificent creature went forward obediently until the hand was once more resting on the dark muzzle. The trusting beauty of the surrender seemed to break some spell that had held us silent since the beginning of the catching. "Oh, Jack, isn't he a beauty?" I cried unconsciously, putting my admiration into a question. But Jack no longer objected to questions. He turned toward us with soft shining eyes. "There's not many like him," he said, pulling at one of the flexible ears. "You could learn him anything." It seemed so, for after trying to solve the problem of the roller, and bit with his tongue when it was put into his mouth, he accepted the mystery with quiet, intelligent trust, and as soon as he was freed from it, almost courted further fondling. He would let no one but Jack near him, though. When we entered the yard the ears went back and the whites of the eyes showed. "No one but me for a while," Jack said, with a strange ring of ownership in his voice, telling that it is a good thing to have a horse that is yours and yours only. Within a week Brownie was mounted and ridden down to the house for final inspection before going bush to learn the art of rounding up cattle. "He'll let you touch him now," Jack said, and after a snuffing inquiry at my hands, the beautiful creature submitted to their caresses. Dan looked at him with approving eyes. "To think she had the luck to choose him too, out of all that crowd," he said. "We always call it instinct, I think," the Maluka said teasingly, twitting me on one of my pet theories, and the Dandy politely suggested it might be knowledge. Then the Quiet Stockman gave his opinion, making it very clear that he no longer felt that women had nothing in common with men. "It never is anything but instinct," he said, with a quiet decision in his voice. "No one ever learns horses." While the Quiet Stockman had been busy rearranging his ideas of womankind, a good many things had been going wrong at the homestead. Sam began by breaking both china cups, and letting the backbone slip out of everything in his charge. Fowls laid out and eggs became luxuries. Cream refused to rise on the milk. It seemed impossible to keep meat sweet. Jimmy lost interest in the gathering of firewood and the carrying of water, and as a result the water butts first shrank, then leaked, and finally lay down a medley of planks and iron hoops. A swarm of grasshoppers passed through the homestead, and to use Sam's explicit English, "vegetable bin finissem all about," and by the time fresh seeds were springing the wet returned with renewed vigour, and flooded out the garden. Then stores began to fail, including soap and kerosene, and writing paper and ink threatened to peter out. After that the lubras, in a private quarrel during the washing of clothes, tore one of the couple of changes of blouses sadly, and the mistress of a cattle station was obliged to entertain guests at times in a pink cambric blouse patched with a washed calico flour bag, no provision having been made for patching. Then, just as we were wondering what else could happen, one night, without the slightest warning, the very birds migrated from the lagoon, carrying away with them the promise of future pillows, to say nothing of a mattress, and the Maluka was obliged to go far afield in search of non-migrating birds. Dan wagged his head and talked wise philosophy, with these disasters for the thread of his discourse, but even he was obliged to own that there was a limit to education when Sam announced that "tea been finissem all about." He had found that the last 80-pound tea chest contained tinware when he opened it to replenish his tea caddy. Tea had been ordered, and the chest was labelled "tea" clearly enough, to show that the fault lay in Darwin, but that was poor consolation to us, the sufferers. The necessities of the bush are few, but they are necessities, and Billy Muck was sent into the Katherine post haste to beg, borrow, or buy tea from mine host. At the least, a horseman would take 6 days for the trip, irrespective of time lost in packing up, but knowing Billy's untiring, swinging stride, we hoped to see him within 4 days. Billy left at midday, and we drank our last cup of tea at supper. The next day, learning what slaves we can be to our bodies because we lacked tea, the interest went out of everything. Listless and unsatisfied, we sat about and developed headaches, not thirsty, for there was water in plenty, but craving for the uplifting influence of tea. Never drunkards craved more intensely for strong drink. Sam made coffee, but coffee only increased the headaches and cravings, and so we sat peering into the forest, hoping for travellers. And all we learnt by the experience was that tea is a necessary of life out bush. On the second evening a traveller came in from the south track. He wouldn't refuse a woman, surely, everyone said, and we welcomed him warmly. He had about 3 ounces of tea. "Meant to fill up here meself," he said in apology, as, with the generosity of a bushman, he offered it all unconditionally. Let us hope the man has been rewarded, and has never since known what it is to be tealess out bush. We never heard his name, and I doubt if any one of us would know the man again if we saw him. All we saw was a dingy tucker bag, with its one corner bulging heart-shaped with tea. We accepted 1/2, for the man had 3 days' journey before him, and Sam doled it out so frugally that we spent 2 comparatively happy days before fixing our attention on the north track, along which Billy would return. In 4½ days he appeared, carrying a 5-pound tea tin on his head, and was hailed with a yell of delight. We were all in the stockyard, and Billy, in answer to the hail, came there. Dan wanted a sniff of it right off, so it was then and there opened, but as the lid flew back, the yell of delight changed to a howl of disappointment. By some hideous mistake, Billy had brought raisins. Like many philosophers, Dan could not apply his philosophy to himself. "It's the dead finish," he said dejectedly. "Never struck anything like it before. Twice over, too," he added. "First tinware, and now this foolery," and he kicked savagely at the offending tin, sending a shower of raisins dancing out into the dust. Everyone but Dan was speechless, while Billy, not being a slave to tea drinking, gathered the raisins up, failing to see any cause for disappointment, particularly as most of the raisins fell to his share for his prompt return. He also failed to see any advantage in setting out again for the Katherine. "Might it catch raisins anuzzer time," he said, logically enough. Dan became despondent at the thought. "There are fools enough for anything," he said. I tried to cheer him up on the law of averages, as Google Eye was sent off with instructions to travel quick fellow, big mob, quick fellow, and many promises of reward if we was back in 4 fellow sleeps. For 2 more days we peered into the forest for travellers, but none appeared, and Dan became retrospective. We might have guessed this had happened, he said, declaring it was a judgment on the missus for chucking good tea away just because a fly got into it. "Luck's cleared right out because of it, missus," he said, "and if things go on like this, Johnny'll be coming along one of these days." Dan was the only one of us who could joke on the matter. "Luck's smashed all to pieces," he insisted later, when he found that the first pillow was finished, but at sundown was inclined to think it might be "on the turn again," for Goggle Eye appeared on the north track, stalking majestically in front of a horseman. "Me bin catch traveller," he said triumphantly, claiming his rewards. "Me bin come back 2 fellow sleep," and before we could explain that was hardly what we had meant, the man had ridden up. "Heard you were doing a famish here, sitting with your tongues hanging out," he laughed, "so I've brought you a few more raisins," and dismounting, he drew out from a pack bag a long calico bag containing quite 10 pounds of tea. "You struck the Wag's tin," he said, explaining the mistake, as everyone shouted for Sam to boil the kettle instantly, and with the tea came a message from the Wag himself: "I'll trouble you for my raisins," and we could almost hear the Wag's slow, dry chuckle underlying the words. Mine host also sent a message saying he would send further supplies every opportunity to keep things going until the waggons came through, and underlying his message we felt his kindly consideration. As a further proof of his thoughtfulness, we found 2 china cups embedded in the tea. He had heard of Sam's accident. Tea in china cups, and as much and as strong as we desired. But in spite of mine host's efforts to keep us going, twice again before the waggons came we found ourselves begging tea from travellers. Our energies revived with the very first cup of tea, and we went for our usual evening stroll through the paddocks with all our old appreciation, and on our return found the men stretched out on the grass beyond the quarters, optimistic and happy, sipping at further cups of tea. Sam's kettle was kept busy that night. The men's optimism was infectious, and presently the Maluka supposed the waggons would be starting before long. It was only March, and the waggons had to wait until the Wet lifted, but just then everyone felt sure that "the Wet would lift early this year." "Generally does with the change of the moon before Easter," the traveller said, and, flying off at a tangent, I asked when Easter was, unwittingly setting the homestead a tough problem. Nobody could say for certain, but Dan knew a chap once who could reckon it by the moon, and the Maluka felt inspired to work it out. "It's simple enough," he said. "The first Friday, or is it Sunday, after the first full moon, after the 21st of March." "25th, isn't it?" the Dandy asked, complicating matters from the beginning. The traveller reckoned it'd be new moon about Monday or Tuesday, which seemed near enough at the time, and full moon was fixed for Tuesday or Wednesday fortnight from that. That ought to settle it, Dan said, and so it might have if anyone had been sure of Monday's date, but we all had different convictions about that, varying from the 9th to the 13th. After much ticking off of days upon fingers, with an old newspaper as "something to work from," the date of the full moon was fixed for the 24th or 25th of March, unless the moon came in so late on Tuesday that it brought the full to the morning of the 26th. "Seems getting a bit mixed," Dan said, and matters certainly were complicated. If we were to reckon from the 21st, Easter was in March, but if from the 25th, in April, if the moon came in on Monday, but March in either case, if the full was on the 26th. Dan suggested giving it best. It'd get anybody dodged, he said, hopelessly at sea. But the Maluka wanted to "see it through." The new moon should clear most of it up, he said, but you've given us a teaser this time, little 'un. The new moon should have cleared everything up, if we could have seen it, but the Wet coming on in force again, we saw nothing until Thursday evening, when it was too late to calculate with precision. Dan was for having 2 Easters, and getting even with it that way, but Sam unexpectedly solved the problem for us. "What was the difficulty?" he asked, and listened to the explanation attentively. "Bunday!" he exclaimed at the finish, showing he had fully grasped the situation. Of course he knew all about Bunday. Wasn't it so many weeks after the Chinaman's New Year festival? And In the jargon of pidgin English he swept aside all moon discussions and fixed the date of Bunday for the 28th of March, which, as Dan wisely remarked, proved that somebody was right, but whether the Maluka or the Dandy or the moon he forgot to specify. "The old heathen to beat us all to," he added, "just when it had got us all dodged." Dan took all the credit of the suggestion to himself. Then he looked philosophically on the toughness of the problem. "Anyway," he said, "the missus must have learnt a bit about beginning at the beginning of things. Just think what she'd have missed if any one had known when Easter was right off." What she'd have missed, indeed! Exactly what the townsman misses as long as he remains in a land where everything can be known right off. But a new idea had come to Dan. "Of course," he said, "as far as that goes, if Johnny does turn up she ought to learn a thing or two while he's moving the dining room up the house." And he decided to welcome Johnny on his return. He had not long to wait, for in a day or two Johnny rode into the homestead, followed by a black boy carrying a cross-cut saw. This time he hailed us with a cheery, "Now we shan't be long." Chapter 10 of We of the Never Never, by Jeannie, Mrs. Aeneas Gunn. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. It had taken over 6 weeks to get hold of little Johnny, but as the Dandy had prophesied, once he started he made things hum in no time. "Now we shan't be long," he said, flourishing a tape measure, and the Dandy was kept busy for half a day wrestling with the calculating. That finished, the store was turned inside out, and a couple of boys sent in for things needed, and after them more boys for more things, and then other boys for other things, until travellers must have thought the camp blacks had entered into a walking competition. When everything was ordered, all hands were put on to sharpen saws and tools, and the homestead shrieked and groaned all day with harsh, discordant raspings. Then a camp was pitched in the forest, a mile or so from the homestead, a saw pit dug, a platform erected, and before a week had passed an invitation was issued for the missus to come and see a tree felled. Laying the foundation stone, the Maluka called it. Johnny, of course, welcomed us with a jovial "Now we shan't be long," and shouldering a tomahawk, led the way out of the camp into the timber. House hunting in town does not compare favourably with timber hunting for a house in a luxuriant tropical forest. Sheltered from the sun and heat, we wandered about in the feathery undergrowth, while the Maluka tested the height of the giant timber above us with shots from his bulldog revolver, bringing down twigs and showers of leaves from the topmost branches, and sending flocks of white cockatoos up into the air with squawks of amazement. Tree after tree was chosen and marked with the tomahawk, each one appearing taller and straighter and more beautiful than any of its fellows until, finding ourselves back at the camp, Johnny went for his axe and left us to look at the beauty around us. "Seems a pity to spoil all this, just to make 4 walls to shut the missus in from anything worth looking at," Dan murmured as Johnny reappeared. "They won't make anything as good as this up at the house." Johnny, the unpoetical, hesitated, perplexed. Philosophy was not in his line. "'Tisn't too bad," he said, suddenly aware of the beauty of the scene, and then the tradesman came to the surface. "I reckon my job'll be a bit more plumb, though," he chuckled, and, delighted with his little joke, shouldered his axe and walked towards one of the marked trees, while Dan speculated aloud on the chances a man had of "getting off alive" if a tree fell on him. "Trees don't fall on a man that knows how to handle timber," the unsuspecting Johnny said briskly, and as Dan feared that fever was our only chance then, he spat on his hands, and, sending the axe home into the bole of the tree with a clean swinging stroke, laid the foundation stone of a tiny home in the wilderness that was destined to be the dwelling place of great joy and happiness and sorrow. The Sanguine Scot had prophesied rightly. There being time enough for everything in the Never Never, there was time for many pleasant rides along the reach, choosing trees for timber. But the rides were the least part of the pleasure. For the time being the silent Reach forest had become the hub of our little universe. All was life and bustle and movement there. Every day fresh trees were felled and chopping contests entered into by Johnny and the Dandy, and as the trees fell in quick succession, Black boys and lubras, armed with tomahawks, swarmed over them to lop away the branches, before the trunks were dragged by the horses to the mouth of the saw pit. Everyone was happy and light-hearted, and the work went merrily forward, until a great pile of tree trunks lay ready for the saw pit. Then a new need arose. Johnny wanted several yards of strong string and a sup of ink, to make guiding lines on the timber for his saw, but as only sewing cotton was forthcoming, and the Maluka refused to part with one drop of his precious ink, we were obliged to go down to the beginning of things once more. 2 or 3 lubras were set to work to convert the sewing cotton into tough, strong string, while others prepared a substitute for the ink from burnt water-lily roots. The sewing of the tree trunks lasted for nearly 3 weeks, and the Dandy, being the underman in the pit, had anything but a merry time. Down in the pit, away from the air, he worked, pulling and pushing, pushing and pulling, hour after hour, in a blinding stream of sawdust. When we offered him sympathy and a gossamer veil, he accepted the veil gratefully, but waved the sympathy aside, saying it was all in the good cause. Nothing was ever a hardship to the Dandy, excepting dirt. Johnny, being a past master in his trade, stood on the platform in the upper air, guiding the saw along the marked lines, and as he instructed us all in the fine art of pit sawing, Dan decided that the building of a house, under some circumstances, could be an education in itself. Thought she might manage to learn a thing or two out of it, he said. The building of it is right enough. It all depends on what she uses it for when Johnny's done with it. As the pliant saw coaxed beams and slabs and flooring boards out of the forest trees, I grew to like beginning at the beginning of things, and realized there was an underlying truth in Dam's whimsical reiteration that the missus was in luck when she struck this place. For beams and slabs and flooring boards, wrested from nature amid merry-making and philosophical discourses, are not as other beams and slabs and flooring boards. They are old friends and fellow adventurers, with many a good tale to tell, recalling comical situations in their reminiscences with a vividness that baffles description. Perhaps those who live in homes, with the beginning of things left behind in forests they have never seen, may think chattering planks poor compensation for unpapered, rough-boarded walls and unglazed window frames. Let them try it before they judge, remembering always that before a house can be built of old friends and memories, the friends must be made and the memories lived through. But other things beside the sawing of timber were in progress. Things were also humming in the dog world. A sturdy fox terrier, Brown by name, had been given by a passing traveller to the Maluka. Given almost of necessity, for Brown, as is the way with fox terriers at times, quietly changed masters, and lying down at the Maluka's feet, had refused to leave him. The station dogs resented his presence there, and persecuted him as an interloper, and being a peace-loving dog, Brown bore it patiently for 2 days, hoping, no doubt, the persecution would wear itself out. On the 3rd day, however, he quietly changed his tactics, for sometimes the only road to peace is through fighting, and, accepting their challenge, took on the station dogs one by one in single combat. Only a full-sized, particularly sturdy-looking fox terrier against expert cattle dogs, and yet no dog could stand against him. One by one he closed with them, and one by one they went before him, and at the end of a week he was cock of the walk, and lay down to enjoy his well-earned peace. His death stroke was a flashing lunge, from a grip of a foreleg to a sharp, grinding grip of the enemy's tongue. How he managed it was a puzzle, but sooner or later he got his grip in, to let go at the piercing yell of defeat that invariably followed. But Brown was a gentleman, not a bully, and after each fight buried the hatchet, appearing to shake hands with the late adversary. No doubt if he'd had a tail he would have wagged it, but Brown had been born with a large, perfectly round black spot at the root of his tail, and his then owner, having an eye for the picturesque, had removed his white tail entirely, even to its last joint, to allow of no break in the spot, and when the spirit moved Brown to wag a tail, a violent stirring of hairs in the centre of this spot betrayed his desire to the world. It goes without saying that Brown did not fight the canine womenfolk, for, as someone has said, man is the only animal that strikes his womenfolk. Most of the battles were fought in the station thoroughfare, all of them taking on the form of a general melee. As soon as Brown closed with an enemy, the rest of the dogs each sought an especial adversary, hoping to wipe out some past defeat, while the pups, having no past to wipe out, diverted themselves by skirmishing about on the outskirts of the scrimmage, nipping joyously at any hind quarters that came handy, bumping into other groups of pups, thoroughly enjoying life, and accumulating material for future fights among themselves. Altogether we had a lively week. To interfere in the fights only prolonged them, and, to add to the general hubbub, the servant question had opened up again. Jimmy's Nellie, who had been simmering for some time, suddenly rebelled and refused to consider herself among the rejected. We said there was no vacancy on the staff for her, and she immediately set herself to create one by pounding and punching at the staff in the private. Finding this of no avail, she threatened to sing Maudie dead, also in private, unless she resigned. Maudie proved unexpectedly tough and defiant. Nellie gave up all hope of creating a vacancy, and changing front, adopted a stonewalling policy. Every morning, quietly and doggedly, she put herself on the staff, and every morning was as quietly and doggedly dismissed from office. Doggedness being an unusual trait in a blackfellow, the homestead became interested. "Never say die, little 'un," the Maluka laughed each morning, but Dan was inclined to bet on Nellie. "She's got nothing else to do, and can concentrate all her thoughts on it," he said, "and besides, it means more for her." It meant a good deal to me too, for I particularly objected to Jimmy's Nellie, partly because she was an inveterate smoker and profuse spitter upon floors, partly because, well, to be quite honest, because a good application of carbolic soap would have done no harm, and partly because she appeared to have a passion for exceedingly scanty garments, her favourite costume being a skirt made from the upper half of a 50-pound calico flour bag. Her blouses had, apparently, been all mislaid. Nellie, unconscious of my real objections, daily and doggedly put herself on the staff, and was daily and doggedly dismissed. But as she generally managed to do the very thing that most needed doing, before I could find her to dismiss, Dan was offering 10 to 1 on Nellie by Easter time. "Another moon'll see her on the staff," he prophesied, as we prepared to go out bush for Easter. The Easter moon had come in dry and cool, and at its full the wet lifted, as our traveller had foretold. Only a bushman's personal observation, remember, this lifting of the wet with the full of the Easter moon, not a scientific statement, but by an insight particularly their own, bushmen come at more facts than most men. Sam did his best with Bunday, serving hot rolls with mysterious markings on them for breakfast, and by midday he had the homestead to himself, the Maluka and I being camped at Bitter Springs, and everyone else being elsewhere. Our business was yard inspection, with Goggle Eye as general factotum. We, of course, had ridden out, but Goggle Eye had preferred to walk. "Me all day knock up longa horse," he explained, striding comfortably alongside us. Several exciting hours were spent with boxes of wet matches, burning the rank grass back from the yard at the springs. At Goggle Eye's suggestion, the missus had been pressed into the service, and then we rode through the rank grass all along the river, scattering matches as we went, like sparks from an engine. As soon as the rank grass seeds, it must be burnt off before the soil loses its moisture, to ensure a second shorter spring, and everywhere we went now clouds of dense smoke rose behind us. That walkabout with the Maluka and Gadgerrie lived like a red-letter day in old Goggle Eye's memory, for did he not himself strike a dozen full boxes of matches? Dan was away beyond the northern boundary, going through the cattle, judging the probable duration of outside waters for that year, burning off 2 as he rode. The quiet stockman was away beyond the southern boundary, rounding up wanderers and stragglers among the horses, and the station was face to face with the year's work, making preparation for the year's mustering and branding, for with the lifting of the wet everything in the Never Never begins to move. After the wet, rivers go down, the northwest monsoon giving place to the southwest trades. Bogs dry up everywhere, opening all roads. Travellers pass through the stations from all points of the compass, cattle buyers, drovers, station owners, telegraph people, all bent on business, and all glad to get moving after the long compulsory inaction of the wet. And lastly, that great yearly cumbrous event takes place, the starting of the wagons, with their year's stores for inside. The first batch of travellers had little news for us. They had heard that the teams were loading up, and couldn't say for certain, and finding them unsatisfactory, we looked forward to the coming of the Fizzer, our mailman, who was almost due. 8 mails a year was our allowance, with an extra one now and then through the courtesy of travellers. 8 mails a year against 800 for the townsfolk. Was it any wonder that we all found we had business at the homestead when the Fizzer was due there? When he came this trip, he was as usual brimming over with news, personal items, public gossip, and the news that the horse teams had got most of their loading on, and that the Macs were getting the bullocks under way. 2 horse wagons and a dray for far inside, and 3 bullock wagons for the nearer distances, comprised the wagons that year. The teamsters were Englishmen, but the bullock punchers were 3 Macs, an Irishman, a Highlander, and the Sanguine Scot. 6 wagons, and about 6 months' hard travelling in and out, to provide a year's stores for 3 cattle stations and 2 telegraph stations. It is not surprising that the freight per ton was what it was, 22 pounds per ton for the elsey, and upwards of 40 pounds for inside. It is this freight that makes the grocery bill such a big item on stations out bush, where several tons of stores are considered by no means a large order. Close on the heels of the Fizzer came other travellers, with the news that the horse teams had got going and the Macs had pulled out to the 4 Mile. "Your trunks'll be along in no time now, missus," one of them said. "They've got 'em all aboard." The Dandy did some rapid calculations. 10 miles a day on good roads, he said, 170 miles. 10's into that 17 days. Give 'em a week over for unforeseen emergencies, and call it 4 weeks. It sounded quite cheerful and near at hand, but a belated thunderstorm or two, and consequent bogs, nearly doubled the 4 weeks. Almost every day we heard news of the teams from the now constant stream of travellers, and by the time the timber was all sawn and carted to the house to fulfil the many promises there, they were at the Katherine. But if the teams were at the Katherine, so were the teamsters, and so was the pub, and when teamsters and a pub get together, it generally takes time to separate them, when that pub is the last for over 1,000 miles. One pub at the Katherine and another at Oodnadatta, and between them over 1,000 miles of bush and desert and dust and heat and thirst. That, from a teamster's point of view, is the overland route from Oodnadatta to the Katherine. A pub had little attraction for the Sanguine Scot, and provided he could steer the other Macs safely past the one at the Katherine, there would be no delay there with the trunks. But the year's stores were on the horse teams, and the station, having learnt bitter experience from the past, now sent in its own wagon for the bulk of the stores, as soon as they were known to be in at the Katherine, and so the Dandy set off at once. "We'll see you within a fortnight, bar accidents," he called back, as the wagon lurched forward towards the slip rails, and the pub also having little attraction for the Dandy, we decided to expect him, bar accidents. For that matter, a pub had little attraction for any of the elsey men, the Quiet Stockman being a total abstainer, and Dan knowing how to behave himself, although he owned to having got a bit merry once or twice. The Dandy out of sight, Johnny went back to his work, which happened to be hammering the curves out of sheets of corrugated iron. "Now we shan't be long," he shouted, hammering vigorously, and when I objected to the awful din, he reminded me with a grin that it was "all in the good cause." When smoothed out, as Johnny phrased it, the iron was to be used for capping the piles that the house was built upon, to make them little white ants stay at home. "We'll smooth all your troubles out if you give us time," he shouted, returning to the hammering after his explanation with even greater energy. But by dinner time someone had waddled into our lives, who was to smooth most of the difficulties out of it, to his own and our complete satisfaction. Just as Sam announced dinner, a cloud of dust creeping along the horizon attracted our attention. Foot travellers, Dan decided, but something emerged out of the dust, as it passed through the slip rails, that looked very like a huge mould of white jelly on horseback. Directly it sighted us, it rolled off the horse, whether intentionally or unintentionally we could not say, and leaving the beast to the care of chance, unfolded 2 short legs from somewhere and waddled toward us, a fat, jovial Chinese John Falstaff. "G'day, boss! G'day, missus! G'day all about!" he said in cheerful salute, as he trundled toward us like a ship's barrel in full sail. "Me, new cook, me," and then Sam appeared and towed him into port. "Well, I'm blessed!" Dan exclaimed, staring after him. "What have we struck?" But Johnny knew, as did most Territorians. "You've struck Cheon, that's all," he said. "Talk of luck! He's the jolliest old josser going." The jolliest old josser seemed difficult to repress, for already he had eluded Sam, and reappearing in the kitchen doorway, waddled across the thoroughfare towards us. "Me new cook," he repeated, going on from where he had left off. "Me Cheon," and then in queer pidgin English he solemnly rolled out a few of his many qualifications. "Me savvy all about," he chanted. "Me savvy cook 'em and garden 'em, and milk 'em and chucky and fishin' and shootin' wild duck." On he chanted, through a varied list of accomplishments, ending up with an application for the position of cook. "Me sit down, eh, boss?" he asked, moon-faced and serious. "Please yourself," the Maluka laughed, and with a flash of white teeth and an infectious chuckle Cheon laughed and nodded back. Then, still chuckling, he waddled away to the kitchen and took possession there, while we went to our respective dinners, little guessing that the truest-hearted, most faithful, most loyal old josser had waddled into our lives. Chapter 11. Of We of the Never Never, by Jeannie, Mrs. Aeneas GUNN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Cheon rose at cock-crow, fowl sing-out he preferred to call it, and began his duties by scornfully refusing Sam's bland offer of instruction in the ways of the homestead. "Me savvy about all," he said, with a majestic wave of his hands, after expressing supreme contempt for Sam's caste and ways. So Sam applied for his cheque, shook hands all round, and withdrew smilingly. Sam's account being satisfactorily squared, Cheon's name was then formally entered in the station books as cook and gardener, at 25 shillings a week. That was the only vacancy he ever filled in the books, but in our life at the homestead he filled almost every vacancy that required filling, and there were many. There was nothing he could not and did not do for our good, and it was well that he refused to be instructed in anybody's ways, for his own were delightfully disobedient and unexpected and entertaining. Not only had we struck the jolliest old josser going, but a born ruler and organizer into the bargain. He knew best what was good for us, and told us so, and, meekly bending to his will, our orders became mere suggestions to be entertained and carried out if approved of by Cheon, or dismissed as "silly fellow," with a Podsnapian wave of his arm if they in no way appealed to him. Full of wrath for Sam's ways, and bubbling over with trundling energy, he calmly appropriated the whole staff, as well as Jimmy, Billy Muck, and the rejected, and within a week had put backbone into everything that lacked it, from the water butts to old Jimmy. The first 2 days were spent in a whirlwind of dust and rubbish, turned out from unguessed-at recesses, and Cheon's jovial humour suiting his helpers to a nicety, the rubbish was dealt with amid shouts of delight and enjoyment, until Jimmy, losing his head in his lightness of heart, dug Cheon in the ribs, and waving a stick over his head, yelled in mock fierceness, "Me wild fellow, black fellow, me my all fellow." Then Cheon came out in a new role. Without a moment's hesitation, his arms and legs appeared to fly out all together in Jimmy's direction, completely doubling him up. "Me my all fellow too," Cheon said calmly, master of himself and the situation. Then, chuckling at Jimmy's discomfiture, he went on with his work, while his helpers stared open-eyed with amazement, an infuriated Chinese Catherine wheel being something new in the experience of a blackfellow. It was a wholesome lesson, though, and no one took liberties with Cheon again. The rubbish disposed of, leaking water butts and the ruins of collapsed water butts were carried to the billabong, swelled in the water, hammered and hooped, back into steadfast, reliable water butts, and trundled along to their places in a merry, joyous procession. With Cheon's hand on the helm, cream rose on the milk from somewhere. The meat no longer turned sour. An expert fisherman was discovered among the helpers, one Bob by name. Cheon's shotgun appeared to have a magnetic attraction for wild duck. A garden sprang up as by magic, grasshoppers being literally chased off the vegetables. The only thing we lacked was butter, and after a week of order and cleanliness and dazzlingly varied menus, we wondered how we ever existed without them. It was no use trying to wriggle from under Cheon's foot once he put it down. At the slightest neglect of duty, lubras or boys were marshalled and kept relentlessly to their work until he was satisfied. And woe betide the lubras who had neglected to wash hands and pail and cow before sitting down to their milking. The very fowls that laid out bush gained nothing by their subtlety. At the faintest sound of a cackle, a dosing lubra was roused by the point of Cheon's toe, as he shouted excitedly above her, "Fowl, sing out, that way, catch 'em egg, go on," pointing out the direction with much pantomime. And as the egg basket filled to overflowing, he either chuckled with glee or expressed further contempt for Sam's ways. But his especial wrath was reserved for the fowl roosts over his sleeping quarters. "What's er matter, fowls sit down close up kitchen?" he growled in furious gutturals, whenever his eyes rested on them. And as soon as time permitted, he mounted to the roof and, boiling over with righteous indignation, hurled the offending roosts into space. New roosts were then nailed to the branches of a spreading coolabah tree, 100 yards or so to the north of the buildings, the trunk encircled with zinc to prevent snakes or wild cats from climbing into the roosts, a movable ladder staircase made to be used by the fowls at bedtime, and removed as soon as they were settled for the night, lest the cats or snakes should make unlawful use of it. Cheon always foresaw every contingency. And finally, boys and lubras were marshalled to wean the fowls from their old love. But the weaning took time, and proved most entertaining, and while the fowls were being taught by bitter experience to bend to Cheon's will, the homestead pealed with shoutings and laughter. Every evening the fun commenced about sundown, and the entire community assembled to watch it, for it was worth watching. Fowls dodged and scurried and squawked, as the staff and the rejected, under Cheon's directions, chivied and danced and screamed between them and their desire, the lubras cheering to the echo every time one of the birds gave in, and stalked, cackling and indignant, up the ladder into the branches of the coolabah, or pursuing runaways that had outwitted them, in shrieking pell-mell disorder, while Cheon, fat and perspiring, either shouted orders and cheered lustily, bounded wrathfully after both runaways and lubras, or collapsed, doubled up with uncontrollable laughter at the squawk of amazement from fowls which, having gained their old haunt, had found Jimmy there waiting to receive them. As for ourselves, I doubt if we ever enjoyed anything better. A simple thing, perhaps, to amuse grown-up white folk, a fat, perspiring Chinaman, and 8 or 10 lubras chivying fowls. But it is this enjoyment of simple things that makes life in the Never Never all it is. Busy as he was, Cheon found time to take the missus also under his ample wing, and protect her from everything, even herself. "Him too muchy little fellow," he said to the Maluka, to explain his attitude towards his mistress, and the Maluka, chuckling shamefully, encouraged him in his ways. Every suggestion the missus made was received with an amused, "No good that way, missus, me savvy all about." Her methods with lubras were openly disapproved, and her gardening ridiculed to all comers. "White woman no good, savvy garden," he reiterated, but was fated to apologize handsomely in that direction later on. Still, in other things the white woman was honoured as became her position, as never Sam had honoured her. Without any discrimination, Sam had summoned all at mealtimes with a booming teamster's bell, thus placing the gentry on a level with the quarters. But as Cheon pointed out, what could be expected of one of Sam's ways and caste? It was all very well to ring a peremptory bell for the quarters; its caste expected to receive and obey orders, but gentry should be graciously notified that all was ready, when it suited their pleasure to eat. And from the day of Sam's departure, the house was honoured with a sing-song "Dinner, boss, missus," at midday, with changes rung at "breakfast" or "suppar," and no written menu being at its service, Cheon supplied a chanted one, so that before we sat down to the first course we should know all others that were to come. The only disadvantage we could associate with his coming was that by some means Jimmy's Nellie had got on to the staff. No one seemed to know when or how it had happened, but there she was, firmly established, working better than anyone else, and Dan was demanding payment of his bets. Cheon would not hear of her dismissal. She was his right hand, he declared, and so I interviewed Nellie and stated my objections in cold, brutal English, only to hate myself the next moment, for poor Nellie, with a world of longing in her eyes, professed herself more than willing to wear good-fellow clothes if she could get any. "Missus got big mob," she suggested as a hint, and although that was a matter of opinion and comparison, in remorse I recklessly gave her my only bath wrapper, and for weeks went to the bath in a mackintosh. Nellie was also willing to use as much carbolic soap as the station could afford, but as the smoking and spitting proved more difficult to cope with, and I had discovered that I could do all the housework in less time than it took to superintend it, I made Cheon a present of the entire staff, only keeping a lien on it for the washing and scrubbing. The lubras, however, refused to be taken off my visitors' list, and Cheon insisting on them waiting on the missus while she was attending to the housework, no one gained or lost by the transfer. Cheon had a scheme all his own for dealing with the servant question. The Maluka should buy a little Chinese maiden to wait on the missus. John knew of one in Darwin, going cheap, for £10, his cousin's child. A real bargain, he assured the Maluka, finding him lacking in enthusiasm, docile, sweet, and attentive. And yes, John was sure of that. Devoted to the missus, and also a splendid pecuniary investment. John always had an eye on the dollars. Being only 10 years of age, for 6 years she could serve the missus, and would then bring at least £80 in the Chinese matrimonial market in Darwin, Chinese wives being scarce there. If she grew up moon-faced and thus good-looking, there seemed no end to the wealth she would bring us. It took time to convince Cheon of the abolition of slavery throughout the empire, and even when convinced, he was for buying the treasure and saying nothing about it to the governor. Was not likely he would come in person to the Elsey, he argued, and, unless told, would know nothing about it. But another fat, roundabout, roly-poly of humanity was to settle the servant question finally, within a day or two. Larrikin had been visiting foreign parts at Wandin, towards the west, and returning with a new wife, stolen from one Jacky Bigfoot, presented her to the missus. "Him Rosy," he said, thus introducing his booty, and without further ceremony Rosy requested to "sit down" on the staff. Like Cheon, she carried her qualifications on the tip of her tongue. "Me savey scrub 'em and sweep 'em and wash 'em and blue 'em and starch 'em," she said glibly, with a flash of white teeth against a babyish pink tongue. She was wearing a freshly washed bright blue dress, hanging loosely from her shoulders, and looked so prettily jolly, clean, capable, and curly-headed that I immediately made her housemaid and head of the staff. "Great Scott!" the Maluka groaned. "That makes 4 of them at it." But Rosy had appealed to me, and I pointed out that it was a chance not to be missed, and that she was worth the other 3 all put together. "Life will be a perennial picnic," I said, "with Rosy and Cheon at the head of affairs." And for once I prophesied correctly. Rosy, having been brought up among white folk, proved an adept little housemaid, and Cheon looked with extreme favour upon her, and held her up as a bright and shining example to Jimmy's Nellie. But the person Cheon most approved of at the homestead was Johnny, for not only had Johnny helped him in many of his wild efforts at carpentry, but was he not working in the good cause? "What's her matter, missus only got 1 room?" Cheon had said, angry with circumstances, and daily and hourly he urged Johnny to work quicker. "What's the matter, indeed?" Johnny echoed, mimicking his furious gutturals, and sawing, planing, and hammering with untiring energy pointed out that he was doing his best to give her more. Finding the progress slow with only one man at work, Cheon suggested the Maluka might lend a hand in his spare time, station books being considered recreation, and when Dan came in with a mob of cattle from the Reach country, he hinted that cattle could wait, and that Dan could employ his time better. But Dan was also out of patience with circumstances, and growled out that they'd waited quite long enough as it was, for the work of the station was at a deadlock for want of stores. They had been sadly taxed by the needs of travellers, and we were down to our last half bag of flour and sugar and a terrifyingly small quantity of tea. Soap, jams, fruits, kerosene, and all such had long been things of the past. The only food we had in quantities was meat, vegetables, and milk. Where we would have been without Cheon, no one can tell. To crown all, we had just heard that the Dandy was delayed in a bog with a broken shaft, but he eventually arrived in time to save the situation, but not before we were quite out of tea. He had little to complain of in the way of welcome when his great piled-up wagon lumbered into the homestead avenue and drew up in front of the store. The horse teams were close behind, the Dandy said, but Mac was "having a gay time" in the Sandy country, and sent in a message to remind the missus that she was still in the land of wait a while. The reminder was quite unnecessary. There was also a message from mine host. "I'm sending a few cuttings for the missus," it read. Cuttings he called them, but the back of the wagon looked like a nurseryman's van, for all a-growing and a-blowing and waiting to be planted out stood a row of flowering, well-grown plants in tins: crimson hibiscus, creepers, oleanders, and all sorts. A man is best known by his actions, and mine host best understood by his kindly thoughtfulness. The store was soon full to overflowing, and so was our one room, for everything ordered for the house had arrived: rolls of calico, heavy and unbleached, mosquito netting, blue matting for the floors, washstand-ware, cups and saucers, and dozens of smaller necessities piled in every corner of the room. "There won't be many idle hands round these parts for a while," a traveller said, looking round the congested room, and he was right, for having no sewing machine, a gigantic hand-sewing contract was to be faced. The ceilings of both rooms were to be calico, and a dozen or so of seams were to be oversewn for that. The strips of matting were to be joined together and bound into squares, and after that a Herculean task undertaken: the making of a huge mosquito-netted dining room, large enough to enclose the table and chairs, so as to ensure our meals in comfort, for the flies, like the poor, were to be with us always. This net was to be nearly 10 feet square and 12 high, with a calico roof of its own, drawn taut to the ceiling of the room, and walls of mosquito netting, weighted at the foot with a deep fold of calico, and falling from ceiling to floor, with a wide, double, overlapping curtain for a doorway. Imagine an immense 4-poster bed net, 10 by 10 by 12, swung taut within a larger room, and a fair idea of the dining net will have been formed. A room within a room, and within the inner room we hoped to find a paradise at mealtime in comparison to the purgatory of the last few months. But the sewing did not end at that. The lubras' methods of washing had proved most disastrous to my meagre wardrobe, and the resources of the homestead were taxed to the utmost to provide sufficient patching material to keep the missus even decently clothed. "Wait for the wagons," the Maluka sang cheerily every time he found me hunting in the store, unbleached calico or mosquito netting being unsuitable for patching. Cheon openly disapproved of this state of affairs, and was inclined to blame the Maluka. A good husband usually provides his wife with sufficient clothing, he insinuated, but when he heard that further supplies were on the bullock waggons, he apologized, and as he waddled about, kept one ear cocked to catch the first sound of the bullock bells. "Bullocky jump 4 miles," he informed us, from which we inferred that the sound of the bells would travel 4 miles. Cheon's English generally required paraphrasing. Almost every day some fresh garment collapsed, and I bitterly regretted my recklessness in giving Jimmy's Nellie the bath wrapper. Fortunately a holland dress was behaving beautifully. A staunch little beast, the Maluka called it. That, however, had to be washed every alternate day, and fearing possible contingency, I was beginning a dress of unbleached calico, when the Maluka, busy among the stores, came on a roll of bright pink galatea ordered for lubras' dresses, and brought it to the house in triumph. Harsh, crudely pink galatea! Yet it was received as joyfully as ever a woman received a Paris gown, for although necessity may be the mother of invention, she more often brings thankful hearts into this world. A hank of coarse, bristling white braid was also unearthed from among the stores, and within 3 days the galatea had become a sturdy white braided blouse and skirt that promised to rival the staunch little beast in staunch-heartedness. By the time it was finished, Johnny and the Dandy had all the flooring boards down in the dining room, and before the last nail was in, Cheon and the Maluka had carried in every available stick of furniture and spread it about the room to the greatest possible advantage. The walls were still unfinished, and doors and window frames gaped, but what did that matter? The missus had a dining room, and as she presided at her supper table in vivid pink and the pride of possession, Cheon looked as though he would have liked to shake hands with everyone at once, but particularly with Johnny. "Looks A1," the Maluka said, alluding to the stiff, aggressive frock, and took me bush with him, wearing the blouse and a holland riding skirt that had also proved itself a true staunch friend. Dan, the Quiet Stockman, and the Dandy had already gone bush in different directions, for with the coming of the year's stores, horse breaking, house building, trunks and wagons had all stepped into their proper places, a very secondary one, and cattle had come to the front, and would stay there, as far as the men were concerned, until the next wet. Cattle, and cattle only, would be the work of the Dry. Dan and the Quiet Stockman, with a dozen or so of the cattle boys to help them, had the year's musterings and brandings to get through. The Dandy would be wherever he was most needed, yard building, yard repairing, carting stores, or lending a hand with mustering when necessity arose, while the Maluka would be everywhere at once, in organization if not in body. Where runs are huge and fenceless and freely watered, the year's mustering and branding is no simple task. Our cattle were scattered through a couple of 1,000 square miles of scrub and open timbered country, and therefore every section of the run had to be gone over again and again. Each mob, when mustered, travelled to the nearest yard and branded. Every available day of the Dry was needed for the work, but there is one thing in the Never Never that refuses to take a secondary place: the mailman. And at the end of a week we all found once again that we had business at the homestead, for 6 weeks had slipped away since our last mail day, and the Fizzer was due once more. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12 of We of the Never Never, by Jeannie, Mrs. Aeneas GUNN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. The Fizzer was due at sundown, and for the Fizzer to be due meant that the Fizzer would arrive. And by 6 o'clock we had all got cricks in our necks with trying to go about as usual and yet keep an expectant eye on the north track. The Fizzer is unlike every type of man excepting a bush mailman. Hard, sinewy, dauntless, and enduring, he travels day after day and month after month, practically alone. "Omni Pat Malone," he calls it, with or without a black boy, according to circumstances, and 5 trips out of his yearly 8 throwing dice with death along his dry stages, and yet at all times as merry as a grig and chirrupy as a young grasshopper. With a light-hearted "So long, chaps," he sets out from the Katherine on his 1,000-mile ride, and with a cheery "What ho, chaps, here we are again," rides in again within 5 weeks with that journey behind him. 1,000 miles on horseback, me on Pat Malone, into the Australian interior and out again, travelling twice over 3 long dry stages and several shorter ones, and keeping strictly within the government time limit, would be a life experience to the men who set that limit, if it wasn't a death experience. "Like to see one of 'em doing it themselves," says the Fizzer. Yet, never a day late, and rarely an hour, he does it 8 times a year, with a "So long, chaps," and a "Here we are again." The Fizzer was due at sundown, and at sundown a puff of dust rose on the track, and as a cry of "Mail-o" went up round the homestead, the Fizzer rode out of the dust. "Hello! What ho, boys!" he shouted in welcome, and the next moment we were in the midst of his clattering team of pack horses. For 5 minutes everything was in confusion, horse bells and hobbles jingling and clanging, harness rattling, as horses shook themselves free, and pack bags, swags, and saddles came to the ground with loud, creaking flops. Everyone was lending a hand, and the Fizzer, moving in and out among the horses, shouted a medley of news and instructions and welcome. "News? Stacks of it," he shouted. The Fizzer always shouted. "The gay time we had at the Katherine. Here, steady with that pack bag, it's breakables. How's the raisin market? Eh, lads?" with many chuckles. "Sore back here, fetch along the balsam. What ho, Cheon!" as Cheon appeared and greeted him as an old friend. "Heard you were here. You're the boy for my money. You bally ass! Keep 'em back from the water there." This last was for the black boy. It took discrimination to fit the Fizzer's remarks on to the right person. Then, as a pack bag dropped at the Maluka's feet, he added, "That's the station lot, boss. Full bags, missus. 2 on 'em. You'll be doing the disappearing trick in half a mo." In half a mo the seals were broken, and the mail matter shaken out on the ground. A cascade of papers, magazines, and books, with a fat, firm little packet of letters among them, 40 letters in all, 30 of them falling to my lot, 30 fat, bursting envelopes, and in another half mo we had all slipped away in different directions, each with our precious mail matter doing the disappearing trick even to the Fizzer's satisfaction. The Fizzer smiled amiably after the retreating figures, and then went to be entertained by Cheon. He expected nothing else. He provided feasts all along his route, and was prepared to stand aside while the bush folk feasted. Perhaps in the silence that fell over the bush homes after his mail bags were opened, his own heart slipped away to dear ones who were waiting somewhere for news of our Fizzer. 8 mails only in a year is not all disadvantage. Townfolk who have 800 tiny doses of mail matter doled out to them, like men on a sick diet, can form little idea of the pleasure of that feast of full bags and 2 on 'em, for like thirsty camels we drank it all in, every drop of it, in long, deep, satisfying draughts. It may have been a disadvantage, perhaps, to have been so thirsty, but then only the thirsty soul knows the sweetness of slaking that thirst. After a full hour's silence the last written sheet was laid down, and I found the Maluka watching and smiling. "Enjoyed your trip south, little 'un?" he said, and I came back to the bush with a start, to find the supper dead cold. But then supper came every night, and the Fizzer once in 42. At the first sound of voices Cheon bustled in. "New fellow tea, I think," he said, and bustled out again with the teapot. Cheon had had many years' experience of bush mail days, and in a few minutes the unpalatable supper was taken away, and cold roast beef and tomatoes stood in its place. After supper, as we went for our evening stroll, we stayed for a little while where the men were lounging, and after a general exchange of news, the Fizzer's turn came. News! He had said he had stacks of it, and he now bubbled over with it. The horse teams were just behind, and the Macs almost at the front gate. The Sanguine Scot, of course he was all right, always was, but reckoned bullock punching wasn't all it was cracked up to be. Thought his troubles were over when he got out of the sandy country, but hadn't reckoned on the black soil flats. Wouldn't be surprised if he took to punching something else beside bullocks before he's through with it, the Fizzer shouted, roaring with delight at the recollection of the Sanguine Scot in a tight place. On and on he went with his news, and for 2 hours afterwards, as we sat chewing the cud of our mail matter, we could hear him laughing and shouting and chucking. At daybreak he was at it again, shouting among his horses, as he called his team of done-ups, and soon after breakfast was at the head of the south track, with all aboard. "So long, chaps," he called. "See you again 11:30 4 weeks." And by 11:30 4 weeks he would have carried his precious freight of letters to the yearning, waiting men and women hidden away in the heart of Australia, and be out again, laden with inside letters for the outside world. At all seasons of the year he calls the first 200 miles of his trip a kid's game. Water somewhere nearly every day, and a decent camp most nights, and although he speaks of the next 150 as being a bit off during the dry, he faces its 75-mile dry stage, sitting loosely in the saddle, with the same cheery "So long, chaps." 5 miles to get a pace up, a drink, and then that 75 miles of dry, with any temperature they can spare from other parts, and not one drop of water in all its length for the horses. Straight on top of that, with the same horses and the same temperature, a run of 20 miles, mails dropped at Newcastle Waters, and another run of 50 into Powell's Creek, dry or otherwise according to circumstances. Takes a bit of fizzing to get into the Powell before the 4th sundown, the Fizzer says, forgetting that there can be no change of horses, and leaving no time for a spell after the 75-mile dry. The time limit for that 150 miles, in a country where 4 miles an hour is good travelling on good roads, has been fixed at 3½ days. 4 they call it, says the Fizzer, forgetting I can't leave the water till midday. Takes a bit of fizzing all right. And yet at Powell's Creek no one has yet discovered whether the Fizzer comes at sundown, or the sun goes down when the Fizzer comes. A bit off, he calls that stage, with a schoolboy shrug of his shoulders, but at Renner's Springs, 20 miles farther on, the shoulders set square, and the man comes to the surface. The dice-throwing begins there, and the stakes are high, a man's life against a man's judgment. Some people speak of the Fizzer's luck, and say he'll pull through, if anyone can. It is luck, perhaps, but not in the sense they mean, to have the keen judgment to know to an ounce what a horse has left in him, judgment to know when to stop and when to go on, for that is left to the Fizzer's discretion, and with that judgment the dauntless courage to go on with and win through every task attempted. The Fizzer changes horses at Renner's Springs for the Downs trip, and as his keen eyes run over the mob, his voice raps out their verdict like an auctioneer's hammer. "He's fit, so is he. Cut that one out. That colt's A1. The chestnut's done, so is the brown. I'll risk that mare. That black's too fat." No hesitation. Horse after horse rejected or approved, until the team is complete, and then, driving them before him, he faces the open downs. The open downs, where the last mailman perished, and only the men who know the downs in the dry know what he faces. For 5 trips out of 8, 130 miles of sun-baked, crab-holed, practically trackless plains, no sign of human habitation anywhere, cracks that would swallow a man, hardly enough wood to boil a quart pot, the Fizzer says, and a sun temperature hovering about 160 degrees. There is no shade temperature on the downs. Shadeless, trackless, sun-baked, crab-holed plains, and the Fizzer's team a moving speck in the centre of an immensity that, never diminishing and never changing, moves onward with the team. An immensity of quivering heat and glare, with that one tiny living speck in its centre, and in all that 130 miles one drink for the horses at the end of the first 80. That is the open downs. "Fizz!" shouts the Fizzer. "That's where the real fizzing gets done, and nobody that hasn't tried it knows what it's like." He travels its first 20 miles late in the afternoon, then, unpacking his team, lets them go for a roll and a pick, while he boils a quart pot. The Fizzer carries a canteen for himself. Spells a bare 2 hours, packs up again, and travels all night, keeping to the vague track with a bushman's instinct. Doing another 20 miles before daylight. Unpacks for another spell. Pities the poor brutes, nosing round too parched to feed. May doze a bit with one ear cocked, and then packing up again, punches 'em along all day, with or without a spell. Time is precious now. There's a limit to the number of hours a horse can go without water, and the thirst of the team fixes the time limit on the downs. Punches 'em along all days and into water close up sundown, at the deserted Evadown station. "Give 'em a drink at the well there," the Fizzer says, as unconcernedly as though he turned on a tap. But the well is old and out of repair, 90 feet deep, with a rickety old wooden windlass. Fencing wire for a rope, a bucket that the Fizzer has seen fit to plug with a rag on account of it leaking a bit, and a trough stuffed with mud at one end by the resourceful Fizzer. Truly, the government is careful for the safety of its servants. Added to all this, there are 8 or 10 horses so eager for a drink that the poor brutes have to be tied up and watered one at a time, and so parched with thirst that it takes 3 hours drawing before they are satisfied. 3 hours steady drawing on top of 23 hours out of 27 spent in the saddle, and half that time punching jaded beasts along, and yet they speak of the Fizzer's luck. "Real fine old water too," the Fizzer shouts in delight as he tells his tale. "Kept in the cellar for our special use. Don't indulge in it much meself. Might spoil my palate for newer stuff, so I carry enough for the whole trip from Renner's." If the Downs had left deep lines on the Fizzer's face, they have left none in his heart. Yet at that well the dice throwing goes on just the same. Maybe the Fizzer feels a bit knocked out with the sun, and the water for his perishing horses 90 feet below the surface, or things go wrong with the old windlass, and everything depends on the Fizzer's ingenuity. The odds are very uneven when this happens, a man's ingenuity against a man's life, and death playing with loaded dice. And every letter the Fizzer carries past the well costs the public just 2 pence. A drink at the well, an all-night spell, another drink, and then away at midday to face the tightest pinch of all, the pinch where death won over the other man. 50 miles of rough, hard, blistering, scorching going, with worn and jaded horses. The old programme all over again. 20 miles more, another spell for the horses. The Fizzer never seems to need a spell for himself, and then the last lap of 30, the run into Anthony's lagoon, punching the poor beggars along somehow. "Keep 'em going all night," the Fizzer says, "and if you should happen to be at Anthony's on the day when I'm due there, you can set your watch for 11 in the morning when you see me coming along." I have heard somewhere of the pride of harness. 16 days is the time limit for those 500 miles, and yet the Fizzer is expected because the Fizzer is due, and to a man who loves his harness no praise could be sweeter than that. Perhaps one of the brightest thoughts for the Fizzer as he punches along those desperate downs is the knowledge that a little before 11 o'clock in the morning Anthony's will come out, and, standing with shaded eyes, will look through the quivering heat away into the downs for that tiny moving speck. When the Fizzer is late there, death will have won at the dice throwing. I suppose he got a salary. No one ever troubled to ask. He was expected, and he came, and in our selfishness we did not concern ourselves beyond that. It is men like the Fizzer who, keeping the roads open, lay the foundation stones of great cities, and yet, when cities creep into the Never Never along the Fizzer's mail route, in all probability they will be called after members of Parliament and the Prime Ministers of that day, grandsons, perhaps, of the men who forgot to keep the old well in repair, while our Fizzer and the mailman who perished will be forgotten, for townsfolk are apt to forget the beginnings of things. 3 days' spell at Anthony's to wait for the Queensland mailman from the other side. Another Fizzer, no doubt, for the bush mail service soon calls out the unfitted. An exchange of mail bags, and then the Downs must be faced again with the same team of horses. Even the Fizzer owns that tackling the Downs for the return trip's a bit sickening. "Haven't had time to forget what it feels like, you know," he explains. Inside to Anthony's, 3 days' spell, over the Downs again, stopping for another drink at that well, along the stage that's a bit off, and back to the kids' game, dropping mailbags in 2s and 3s as he goes in, and collecting others as he comes out, to say nothing of the weary packing and unpacking of his team. That is what the Fizzer had to do by 11:30, 4 weeks, and will go hopelessly on the spree at the end of the trip, say uncharitable folk. But they do not know our Fizzer. "Once upon a time I was a bad little boy," our Fizzer says now, "but since I learnt sense, a billy of tea's good enough for me." And our Fizzer is not the only man out bush who has learnt sense. Man after man I have met who found tea good enough, and many more who know how to behave themselves. Sadly enough, there are others in plenty who find their temptations too strong for them, temptations that the world hardly guesses at. But I love the bush folk for the good that is in them, hidden so often, carefully away deep down in their brave, strong hearts and men that ring true, whether they have learnt sense, or know how to behave, or are only of the others. But every man's life runs parallel with other lives, and while the Fizzer was punching along his dry stages, events were moving rapidly with us, while perhaps, away in the hearts of towns, men and women were winning through the dry stages of their lives there. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of We of the Never Never by Jeannie, Mrs. Aeneas Gunn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Soon after the Fizzer left us, the horse teams came in and went on, top-heavy with stores for inside. But the Macs were now thinking of the dry stages ahead, and were travelling the exasperating rate of about 4 miles a day as they nursed the bullocks through the good grass country. Dan had lost interest in wagons, and was anxious to get among the cattle again, but with the trunks so near, the house growing rapidly, the days of sowing waiting, I refused point blank to leave the homestead just then. Dan tried to taunt me into action, and reviewed the "kennel" with critical eyes. "Never saw a dog making its own chain before," he said to the Maluka, as I sat among billows of calico and mosquito netting. "But the home-making instinct is strong in a woman, and the musterers went out west without the missus." The Dandy being back at the Bitter Springs superintending the carting of new posts for the stockyard there, the missus was left in the care of Johnny and Cheon. "Now we shan't be long," said Johnny, and Cheon, believing him, expressed great admiration for Johnny, and superintended the scrubbing of the walls, while I sat and sewed, yard after yard of oversewing, as never woman sewed before. The walls were erected on what is known as the drop slab panel system. Upright panels formed of 3-foot slabs cut from the outside slice of tree trunks, and dropped horizontally, one above the other, between grooved posts. A simple arrangement, quickly run up, and artistic in appearance. Outside, a horizontally fluted surface, formed by the natural curves of the timber, and inside, flat, smooth walls. As in every third panel there was a door or a window, and, as the horizontal slab stopped within 2 feet of the ceiling, the building was exceedingly airy and open on all sides. Cheon, convinced that the system was all Johnny's, was delighted with his ingenuity, but as he insisted on the walls being scrubbed as soon as they were up, and before the doors and windows were in, Johnny had 1 or 2 good duckings, and narrowly escaped many more, for the lubra's methods of scrubbing were as full of surprises as all their methods. First, soap is rubbed on the dry boards, then vigorously scrubbed into a lather with wet brushes, and after that the lather is sluiced off with artificial waterspouts whizzed up the walls from full buckets. It was while the sluicing was in progress that Johnny had to be careful, for many buckets missed their mark, and the waterspouts shot through the doorways and window frames. Wearing a mackintosh, I did what I could to prevent surprises, but without much success. Johnny fortunately took it all as a matter of course. "It's all in the good cause," he chuckled, shaking himself like a water spaniel after a particularly bad misadventure, and described the "performance" with great zest to the Maluka when he returned. The sight of the clean walls filled the Maluka also with zeal for the cause, and in the week that followed, walls sprouted with corner shelves and brackets. 3 wooden kerosene cases became a handy series of pigeonholes for magazines and papers. 1 panel in the dining room was completely filled with bookshelves, one above the other, for our coming books. Great sheets of bark, stripped by the blacks from the tea-tree forest, were packed a foot deep above the rafters to break the heat reflected from the iron roof, while beneath it the calico ceiling was tacked up, and all the time Johnny hammered and whistled and planed, finishing the bathroom and getting on with the office. The Quiet Stockman, coming in, was pressed into the service, and grew quite enthusiastic, suggesting substitutes for necessities, until I suggesting cutting off the tail of every horse on the run to get enough horsehair for a mattress. "Believe the boss'd do it himself if she asked him," he said in the quarters, and in his consternation suggested bang-tailing the cattle during the musters. Just the thing, Dan decided, and we soon saw, with his assistance, a vision of our future mattress walking about the run on the ends of cows' tails. "Looks like it's going to be a dead heat," Johnny said, still hammering, when the Dandy brought in word that the Macs were within 12 miles of the homestead, and when I announced next day that the dining net was finished and ready for hanging, he also became wildly enthusiastic. "Told you from the beginning we shouldn't be long," he said, flourishing a hammer and brimming over with suggestions for the hanging of the net. "Rope'll never hold it," he declared. "Fencing wire's the thing." So fencing wire was used, and after a hard morning's work, pulling and straining the wire and securing it to uprights, the net was in its place, the calico roof smooth and flat against the ceiling, and its curtains hanging to the floor, with strong straight saplings run through the folded hem to weigh it down. Cheon was brimming over with admiration for it. "My word, boss, Missus plenty savvy," he said. Cheon invariably discussed the missus in her presence. "Chinaman woman no more savvy likey that," and bustling away, dinner was soon served inside the net. Myriads of flies, balked in their desire, settled down on the outside, and while we enjoyed our dinner in peace and comfort, Cheon hovered about, like a huge bloated buzzfly himself, chuckling round the outside among the swarms of balked flies, or coming inside to see if any fly sit down inside. "My word, boss, hear him sing out, Missus plenty savvy," he reiterated, and then, calling a Chinese friend from the kitchen, stood over him until he also declared that "Missus plenty savvy," with good emphasis on the "plenty." The net was up by midday, and at 10 o'clock at night the slow, dull clang of a bullock bell crept out of the forest. Cheon was the first to hear it. "Bullocky, come on," he called, waddling to the house and waking us from our first sleep, and as the deep-throated bell boomed out again, the Maluka said drowsily, "The homestead's only won by a head, Mac's at the Warlochs." At "fowl sing-out" we were up, and found Bertie's Nellie behind the black boy's humpy, shyly peeping round a corner. With childlike impetuosity she had scampered along the 4 miles from the Warlochs, only to be overcome with unaccountable shyness. "'Allo, missus," was all she could find to say, and the remainder of the interview she filled with wriggling and giggles. Immediately after breakfast, Mac splashed through the creek at a hand gallop, and, dashing up to the house, flung himself from his horse, the same impetuous, warm-hearted "Brither Scott." "Patience rewarded at last," he called in welcome, and when invited "come bean the hoose" to the dining room, was, as usual, full of congratulations. "My, we are some," he said, examining every detail; but as he also said that "the Dandy could get the trucks right off if we liked to send him across with the dray," we naturally liked, and Johnny and the Dandy, harnessing up, went with him, and before long the verandah and rooms were piled with trunks. Fortunately Dan was bush again among the cattle, or his heart would have broken at this new array of links for the chain. Once the trunks were all in, Mac, the Dandy, and Johnny retired to the quarters after a few more congratulations, Johnny continuing his flourishes all the way across. Cheon, however, with his charming disregard for conventionality being interested, settled himself on one of the trunks to watch the opening of the others. To have ordered him away would have clouded his beaming happiness, so he remained, and told us exactly what he thought of our possessions, adding much to the pleasure of the opening of the trunks. If any woman would experience real pleasure, let her pack all her belongings into trunks, all but a couple of changes of everything, and go away out bush, leaving them to follow "after the wet" per bullock waggon, and when the reunion takes place the pleasure will be forthcoming. If she can find a Cheon to be present at the reunion, so much the better. Some of our belongings Cheon thoroughly approved of, others were passed over as unworthy of notice, and others were held up to chuckling ridicule. A silver teapot was pounced upon with a cry of delight, tinware being considered far beneath the dignity of a missus, and seeing Sam had broken the china pot soon after its arrival, tinware had graced our board for some time. Pictures were looked at askance, particularly an engraving of Psyche at the pool, while the case for a set of carvers received boundless admiration, although the carvers in no way interested him. The photographs of friends and relatives were looked carefully over, the women folk being judged by what they might bring in a Chinese matrimonial market. "My word, that one good looking! Him close up 60 pound long of China," was rather disconcerting praise for a very particular lady friend. A brass lamp was looked upon as a monument of solid wealth. "Him gold," he decided, insisting it was, in the face of all denials. "Him gold. Me savvy gold all right. Me live longa California long time," he said, bringing forward a most convincing argument; and, dismissing the subject with one of his Podsnapian waves, he decided that a silver-coloured composition flower bowl in the form of a swan was solid silver. "Him sing out all a same silver," he said, making it ring with the flick of his finger and thumb. When I differed from him, and knowing Cheon by now, we left it at that for the time being. After wandering through several trunks, and gloating over blouses and skirts and house linen and old friends, the books were opened up, and before the Maluka became lost to the world, Cheon favoured them with a passing glance. "Big mob book," he said indifferently, and turned his attention to the last trunk of all. Near the top was a silver filigree candlestick moulded into the form of a convolvulus flower and leaf. A dainty little thing, but it appeared ridiculous to Cheon's common sense mind. "Him silly fellow," he scoffed, and appealed to the Maluka for his opinion. "Him silly fellow, eh, boss?" he asked. The Maluka was half buried in books. He murmured absently, and that clinched the matter for all time. "Boss been talk silly fellow," Cheon said, with an approving nod toward the Maluka, and advised packing the candlestick away again. "Plenty room sit down longa box," he said, truthfully enough, putting it into an enormous empty trunk and closing the lid, leaving the candlestick a piece of lonely splendour hidden under a bushel. But the full glory of our possessions was now to burst upon Cheon. The trunk we were at was half filled with all sorts of cunning devices for kitchen use, intended for the mistress's pantry of that commodious station home of past ignorant imagination. A mistress's pantry, forsooth, in a land where houses are superfluous and luxuries barred, and at a homestead where the mistress had long ceased to be anything but the little missus, something to rule or educate or take care of, according to the nature of her subordinates. In a flash I knew all I had once been, and, quailing before the awful proof before me, presented Cheon with the whole collection of tin and enamelware, and packed him off to the kitchen before the Maluka had time to lose interest in the books. Everything was exactly what Cheon most needed, and he accepted everything with gleeful chuckles. Everything excepting a kerosene primus burner for boiling a kettle, that he refused to touch. "Him go bang," he explained, as usual explicit and picturesque in his English. After gathering his treasure together, he waddled away to the kitchen, and at afternoon tea we had sponge cakes, light and airy beyond all dreams of airy lightness, no one having yet combined the efforts of Cheon, a flour dredge, and an egg beater in his dreams. And Cheon's heart being as light as his cookery, in his glee he made a little joke at the expense of the quarters, summoning all there to afternoon tea with a chuckling call of "Cognac!" chuckles that increased tenfold at the mock haste of the quarters. A little joke, by the way, that never lost in freshness as the months went by. At intervals during the days that followed, Cheon surveyed his treasures, and during these intervals the whir of the flour dredge or egg beater was heard from the kitchens, and invariably the whir was followed by a low, distinct chuckle of appreciation. All afternoon we worked, and by the evening the dining room was transformed. Blue cloths and lace runners on the deal side table, and improvised pigeonholes, knick-knacks here and there on tables and shelves and brackets, pictures on the walls, Kent faces in photograph frames among the knick-knacks, a folded, carpet-seated armchair in a position of honour, cretonne curtains in the doorway between the rooms, and inside the shimmering white net a study in colour effect, blue and white matting on the floor, a crimson cloth on the table, and on the cloth Cheon's silver swan sailing in the sea of purple, blue, and heliotrope water lilies. But the best of all were the books, row upon row of old familiar friends, nearly 200 of them, filling the shelved panel as they looked down upon us. Mac was dazzled with the books. Hadn't seen so many together since he was a nipper. and after we had introduced him to our favourites, we played with our new toys like a parcel of children until supper time. When supper was over, we lit the lamp, and, shutting doors and windows, shut the Sanguine Scot in with us, and made believe we were living once more within sound of the rumble of a great city. Childish behaviour, no doubt, but to be expected from folk who can find entertainment in the going to bed of fowls. But when the heart is happy it forgets to grow old. A lighted lamp and closed doors, and the outside world is what you will it to be, the Maluka theorized, and to disprove it, Mac drew attention to the distant booming of the bells that swung from the necks of his grazing bullocks. "The city clocks," we said. "We hear them distinctly at night." But the night was full of sounds all around the homestead, and Mac, determined to mock, joined in with the song of the frogs. "Quart pot, quart pot," he croaked, as they sang outside in rumbling monotone. "The roll of the tramcars," the Maluka interrupted gravely, as the long flowing gutturals blended into each other, and Mac's mood suddenly changing, he entered into our sport, and soon put us to shame in make-believing. Spoke of pining for a breath of fresh air, hoped to get away from the grime and dust of the city as soon as the session was over, wondered how he would shape at camping out, with an irrepressible chuckle. "Often thought I'd like to try it," he said, and invited us to help him make up a camping party. "Be a change for us city chaps," he suggested, and then, exploding at what he called his tomfoolery, set the dining net all a-quivering and shaking. "Gone clean dilly, I believe," he declared, after thinking that he had "better be making a move for the last train." Then, mounting his waiting horse, he splashed through the creek again, and disappeared into the moonlit grove of pandanus palms beyond it. The waggon spelled for 2 days at the Warlochs, and we saw much of the Macs. Then they decided to push on, for not only were others farther in, waiting for the waggons, but daily the dry stages were getting longer and drier, and the shorter his dry stages are, the better a bullock puncher likes them. With well-nursed bullocks, and a full complement of them, the Macs had 22 per waggon for their dry stages. A 35-mile dry can be rushed, the waggoners getting under way by 3 o'clock one afternoon, travelling all night with a spell or two for the bullocks by the way, and punching them into water within 24 hours. Getting over a 50-mile dry is, however, a more complicated business, and suggests a treadmill. The waggons are pulled out 10 miles in the late afternoon, the bullocks unyoked and brought back to the water, spelled most of the day, given a last drink, and travelled back to the waiting waggons by sundown, yoked up and travelled on all that night and part of the next day, once more unyoked at the end of the 40 miles of the stage, taken forward to the next water, and spelled and nursed up again at this water for a day or two, travelled back again to the waggons, and again yoked up, and finally brought forward in the night with the loads to the water. 50 miles dry with loaded waggons being the limit for mortal bullocks, the government breaks the 75 with a drink sent out in tanks on one of the telegraph station waggons. The stage thus broken into a 35-mile dry, with another 40 on top of that, becomes complicated to giddiness with its backings and fillings and goings and comings and returnings. As each waggon carries only 5 tons, all things considered, from 30 to 40 pounds a ton is not a high price to pay for the cartage of stores to inside. But although the getting in with the stores means much to the bushfolk, getting out again is the ultimate goal of the waggoners. There is time enough for the trip, but only good time, before the roads will be closed by the dry stages growing to impossible lengths for the bullocks to recross, and if the waggoners lose sight of their goal and loiter by the way, they will find themselves shut in inside, with no prospect of getting out until the next wet opens the road for them. The Irish Mac held records for getting over stages, but even he had been shut in once, and had sat kicking his heels all through a long dry, wondering if the showers would come in time to let him out for the next year's loading, or if the wet would break suddenly and further shut him in with floods and bogs. The horse teams had been shut in the same year, but as the Macs explained, the teamsters had broached their cargo that year and had a glorious spree with the cases of grog, a glorious spree that detained them so long on the road that by the time they were in there was no chance of getting out, and they had more than enough time to brace themselves for the interview that eventually came with their employers. "Might a bullock puncher have the privilege of shaking hands with a lady?" the Irish Mac asked, extending an honest, horny hand; and the privilege, if it were one, was granted. Finally all was ready, and the waggons, one behind the other, each with its long swaying line of bullocks before it, slid away from the Warloch ponds and crept into the forest, looking like three huge snails with shells on their backs, Bert Snelly watching, wreathed in smiles. Nellie had brought to the homestead her bosom friend and crony, Biddy, and the staff had increased to 5. It would have numbered 6, only Maudie, discovering that the house was infested with "debbil-debbils," had resigned and gone bush. The debbil-debbils were supposed to haunt the Maluka's telescope, for Maudie, putting her eye onto the sight opening to find out what interested the Maluka so often, had found the trees on the distant plain leaping towards her. "Debbil-debbil, sit down!" she screamed, as, flinging the telescope from her in a frenzy of fear, she found the distance still and composed. "No more touch him, missus!" she shrieked, as I stooped to pick up the telescope. "S'pose you touch him! All about there come on quick fellow. Me bin see him. My word, him race!" After many assurances, I was allowed to pick it up, Maudie crouching in a shuddering heap the while behind the office, to guard against surprises. Next morning she applied for leave of absence, and went bush. Jimmy's Nellie, however, was not so easily scared, and after careful investigation treated herself to a pleasant half-hour with the telescope. "Tree all day walkabout," she said, explaining the mystery to the staff, and the looking-glass speedily lost in favour. The telescope proved full of delights, but although it was a great sight to see a pickaninny come on big fellow, nothing could compare with the joy of looking through the reversed end of the glass into a world where great men became little fellow, unless it was the marvel of watching dim distant specks as they took on the forms of birds, beasts, or men. The waggons gone, and with them Nellie's shyness, she quietly ousted Rosy from her position at the head of the staff. "Me sit down first time," she said, and happy smiling Rosy, retiring, obeyed orders as willingly as she had given them. With Nellie and Rosy at the head of affairs, house cleaning passed unnoticed, and although after the arrival of unlimited changes of everything, washing day threatened to become a serious business, they coped with that difficulty by continuing to live in a cycle of washing days, every alternate day only, though, so as to leave time for gardening. The gardening staff, which consisted of a king, an heir apparent, and a royal councillor, had been engaged to wheelbarrow loads of rich, loamy soil from the billabong to the garden beds, but as its members preferred gossiping in the shade to work of any kind, the gardening took time and supervision. "That'll do, Gadgerrie?" was the invariable question after each load, as the staff prepared to sit down for a gossip, and Gadgerrie had to start everyone afresh after deciding whose turn it was to ride back to the billabong in the barrow. 6 loads in a morning was a fair record, for Gadgerrie was not often disinclined for a gossip on court matters, but although nothing was done while we were out bush, the garden was gradually growing. 2 of the beds against the verandah were gaily flourishing, others coming on, and outside the broad pathway a narrow bed had been made all round the garden for an hibiscus hedge, while outside this bed again, at each corner of the garden stood 4 posts, the Maluka's promise of a dog-proof, goat-proof, fowl-proof fence. So far Tiddle'ums had acted as fence when we were in at the homestead, scattering fowls, goats, and dairy cows in all directions if they dared come over a line she had drawn in her mind's eye. While Tiddle'ums was out bush with us, Bet acted as fence. Johnny, generally repairing the homestead now, admired the garden and declared everything would be A1 in no time. "Wouldn't know the old place," he said, a day or 2 later, surveying his own work with pride. Then he left us, and for the first time I was sorry the house was finished. Johnny was one of the men who had not learnt sense, but the world would be a better place if there were more Johnnies in it. Just as we were preparing to go out bush for reports, Dan came in with a mob of cattle for branding, and the news that a yard on the northern boundary was gone from the face of the earth. "Clean gone since last dry," he reported. "Burnt or washed away or both." Rather than let his cattle go, he had travelled in nearly 30 miles with the mob in hand, but reckoned it wasn't good enough. "The time I've had with them staggering bobs," he said, when we pitied the poor weary, footsore little calves. "Could have brought in a mob of snails quicker. 'Tisn't good enough." The Maluka also considered it not good enough, and decided to run up a rough branding wing at once on the holding yard at the Springs, and while Dan saw to the branding of the mob, the Maluka looked out his plans. "Did you get much hair for the mattress?" I asked, all in good faith, when Dan came down from the yards to the house to discuss the plans, and Dan stood still, honestly vexed with himself. "Well, I'm blessed," he said, "if I didn't forget all about it," and then tried to console me by saying I wouldn't need a mattress till the mustering was over. "Can't carry it round with you, you know," he said, "and it won't be needed anywhere else." Then he surveyed the house with his philosophical eye. "Wouldn't know the old place," Johnny had said, and Dan "reckoned it was all right as houses go," adding with a chuckle, "Well, she's wrestled with luck for more'n 4 months to get it, but the question is, what's she going to use it for now she's got it?" Chapter 14 of We of the Never Never by Jeannie, Mrs. Aeneas Gunn. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. For over 4 months we had wrestled with luck for a house, only to find we had very little use for it for the time being. That is, until next wet. It couldn't be carried out bush from camp to camp, and finding us at a loss for an answer, Dan suggested one himself. "Of course," he said, as he eyed the furnishings with interest, "it had come in handy to pack the chain away in while the dog was out enjoying itself." And we left it at that. It came in handy to pack the chain away in while the dog was enjoying itself, for within 24 hours we were camped at the Bitter Springs, and 2 weeks passed before the homestead saw us again. After our experience of getting hold of Johnny, Dan called it foolishness to wait for an expert, and the Dandy being away for the remainder of the stores, and the Quiet Stockman having his hands full to overflowing, the Maluka and Dan, with that adaptability peculiar to bushmen, set to work themselves at the yard, with 15 or 20 boys as apprentices. As most of the boys had their lubras with them, it was an immense camp, but exceedingly pretty. One small tent fly for a dressing room for the missus, and the remainder of the accommodation open air and shady bough gundies, tiny, fresh, cool, green shade houses here, there, and everywhere for the blacks, one set apart from the camp for a larder, and an immense one, all green waving boughs, for the missus to rest in during the heat of the day. The cottage, Dan called it. Of course, Sool'em and Brown were with us, little Tiddle'ums being in at the homestead on the sick list with a broken leg, and in addition to Sool'em and Brown, an innumerable band of nigger dogs, Billy Muck being the adoring possessor of 14, including pups, which fanned out behind him as he moved hither and thither like the tail of a comet. Our camp, being a stationary one, was, by comparison with our ordinary camps, a camp de luxe, for, apart from the tent fly, in it were books, pillows, and a canvas lounge, as well as some of the flesh pots of Egypt, in the shape of eggs, cakes, and vegetables sent out every few days by Cheon, to say nothing of scrub turkeys, fish, and such things. Dan had no objection to the eggs, cakes, or vegetables, but the pillows and canvas lounge tried him sorely. Thought the chain was to be left behind in the kennel, he said, and decided that the next worst thing to being chained up was for a dog to have to drag a chain round when it was out for a run. "Look at me," he said, "never been chained up all me life, just because I never had enough permanent property to make a chain. Never more than I could carry in one hand, a bluey, a change of duds, a mosquito net, and a box of Cockle's pills." We suggested that Cockle's pills were hardly permanent property, but Dan showed that they were, with him. "More permanent than you'd think," he said. "When I've got 'em in me swag, I never need 'em. When I've left 'em somewhere else, I can't get 'em. So you see, the same box does for always." Yard building lacking in interest, lubras and pickaninnies provided entertainment, until Dan, failing to see that niggers could teach her anything, decided on a course of camp cookery. Roast scrub turkey was the first lesson cooked in the most correct style. A forked stick, with the fork uppermost, was driven into the ground near the glowing heap of wood ashes. Then a long sapling was leant through the fork, with one end well over the coals. A double string, with the turkey hanging from it, looped over this end, and the turkey turned round and round until the string was twisted to its utmost, and finally string and turkey were left to themselves, to wind and unwind slowly, an occasional winding up being all that was necessary. The turkey was served at supper, and with it an enormous boiled cabbage, one of Cheon's successes. Dan was in clover, boiled cabbage being considered nectar fit for the gods, and after supper he put the remnants of the feast away for his breakfast. "Cold cabbage goes all right," he said, as he stowed it carefully away, "particularly for breakfast." Then the daily damper was to be made, and I took the dish without a misgiving. I felt at home there, for bushmen have long since discarded the old-fashioned damper and use soda and cream of tartar in the mixture. But ours was an immense camp, and I had reckoned without any thought. An immense camp requires an immense damper, and, the dish containing pounds and pounds of flour, when the mixture was ready for kneading, the kneading was beyond a woman's hands, a fact that provided much amusement to the bushmen. "Hit him again, little 'un," the Maluka cried encouragingly, as I punched and pummelled at the unwieldy mass. "Give it to him, missus," Dan chuckled. "That's the style. Now you've got him down." Kneeling in front of the dish, I pounded obediently at the mixture, and as they alternately cheered and advised, and I wrestled with circumstances, digging my fists vigorously into the spongy, doughy depths of the damper, a traveller rode right into the camp. "Good evening, mates," he said, dismounting. "Saw your fires, and thought I'd camp near for company." Then, discovering that one of the mates was a woman, backed a few steps, dazed and open-mouthed. A woman, dough to the elbows, pounding blithely at a huge damper, being an unusual sight in a night camp in the heart of one of the cattle runs in the Never Never. "We're conducting a cooking class," the Maluka explained, amused at the man's consternation. The traveller grinned a sickly grin, and, "begging pardon, ma'am, for intruding," said something about seeing to his camp, and back to a more comfortable distance, and the damper making proceeded. "There's a billy just thinking of boiling here you can have, mate, seeing it's late," Dan called, when he heard the man rattling tinware as he prepared to go for water, and once more, "begging pardon, ma'am, for intruding," the traveller came into our camp circle and busied himself with the making of tea. The tea made to his satisfaction, he asked diffidently if there was "a bit of meat to spare, as his was a bit off," and Dan went to the larder with a hospitable "stacks." "How would boiled cabbage and roast turkey go?" Dan called, finding himself confronted with the great slabs of cabbage, and the traveller, thinking it was supposed to be a joke, favoured us with another nervous grin and a terse "Thanks." Then Dan reappeared, laden, and the man's eyes glistened as he forgot his first surprise in his second. "Real cabbage!" he cried. "Gosh! Ain't tasted cabbage for 5 years." And the Maluka telling him to sit right down then and begin, just where you are, beside our camp fire, with a less nervous "begging your pardon, ma'am," he dropped down on one knee and began. "Don't be shy of the turkey," the Maluka said presently, noticing that he had only taken a tiny piece, and the man looked sheepishly up. "'Tain't exactly that I'm shy of it," he said, "but I'm scared to fill up any space that might hold cabbage. That is," he added again apologetically, "if it's not wanted, ma'am." It wasn't wanted, and as the man found room for it, the Maluka and Dan offered further suggestions for the construction of the damper and its conveyance to the fire. The conveyance required judgment and watchful diplomacy, as the damper preferred to dip in a rolling valley between my extended arms, or hang over them like a tablecloth, rather than keep its desired form. But with patience and the loan of one of Dan's huge palms, it finally fell in an unctuous, dusty "whoof" into the opened-out bed of ashes. By the time it was hidden away, Buried in the heart of the fire, a woman's presence in a camp had proved less disturbing than might be imagined, and we learned that our traveller had "come from Beyanst," with a backward nod toward the Queensland border, and was going west; and by the time the cabbage and tea were finished, he had become quite talkative. "Ain't seen cabbage, ma'am, for more'n 5 years," he said, leaning back onto a fallen tree trunk with a satisfied sigh, cabbage and tea being inflating, adding, when I sympathised, "Nor a woman neither, for that matter." Neither a cabbage nor a woman for 5 years. Think of it, townsfolk! Neither a cabbage nor a woman, with the cabbage placed first. I wonder which will be the longest remembered. "Came on this, though, in me last camp, east there," he went on, producing a hairpin, with another nod eastwards. "Wondered how it got there. Urine, I s'pose." Then, sheepish once more, he returned it to his pocket, saying he "s'posed he might as well keep it for luck." It being a new experience to one of the plain sisterhood to feel a man was cherishing one of her hairpins, if only for luck, I warmed towards the man from Beyanst, and grew hopeful of rivalling even that cabbage in his memory. "You didn't expect to find hairpins and a woman in camp in the back blocks," I said, feeling he was a character, and longing for him to open up. But he was even more of a character than I guessed. "Back blocks!" he said in scorn. "There ain't no back blocks left. Can't travel 100 miles nowadays without running into somebody. You don't know what back blocks is, begging your pardon, ma'am." But Dan did, and the camp chat that night was worth travelling several 100 miles to hear. Tales dug out of the beginning of things, tales of drought and flood and privation, cattle duffing yarns, and long tales of the droving days. 2 years' reminiscences of getting through with the mob, reminiscences that finally brought ourselves and the mob to Oodnadatta. "That's the place if you want to see drunks, ma'am," the traveller said, forgetting in his warmth his "begging your pardon, ma'am," just when it would have been most opportune, seeing I had little hankering to see drunks. "It's the desert does it, missus, after the overland trip," Dan explained. "It'd give anybody a drouth. Got a bit merry meself there once, and had to clear out to camp," he went on. "Felt it getting a bit too warm for me to stand. You see, it was when the news came through that the old Queen was dead, and being something historical that had happened, the chaps felt it ought to be celebrated properly. Poor old Queen! And yet, perhaps her grand, noble heart would have understood these, her subjects, and known them for the men they were, as loyal-hearted and true to her as the highest in the land. They were lying too deep about the place next morning," Dan added, continuing his tale, but the Maluka, fearing the turn the conversation had taken, suggested turning in. Then, Dan having found a kindred spirit in the traveller, laid a favourite trap for one of his favourite jokes. Shaking out a worn old bluey, he examined it carefully in the firelight. "Blanket's a bit thin, mate," said the man from Beyanst, unconsciously playing his part. "Surely it can't keep you warm," and Dan's eyes danced in anticipation of his joke. "Oh well," he said, solemn looking as an owl, as he tucked it under one arm, "if it can't keep a chap warm after 10 years' experience, it'll never do it," and turned in at once, with his usual lack of ceremony. We had boiled eggs for breakfast, and once more the traveller joined us. Cheon had sent the eggs out with the cabbage, and I had hidden them away, intending to spring a surprise on the men folk at breakfast. "How many eggs shall I boil for you, Dan?" I said airily, springing my surprise in this way on all the camp. But Dan, wheeling with an exclamation of pleasure, sprung a surprise of his own on the missus. "Eggs!" he said. "Good enough! How many?" "Oh, a dozen'll do, seeing we've got steak," and I limply showed all I had. 15. Dan scratched his head trying to solve the problem. "Never reckon it's worth beginning under a dozen," he said, but finally suggested tossing for 'em after they were cooked. "Not the first time I've tossed for eggs either," he said, busy grilling steak on a gridiron made from bent-up fencing wire. "Out on the Victoria once they got scarce, and the cook used to boil up all he had and serve the dice box with 'em, the chap who threw the highest taking the lot." "Ever try to boil an emu's egg in a quart pot?" the man from Beyanst asked, lending a hand with another piece of fencing wire, using it as a fork to turn the steak on the impromptu gridiron. "It goes in all right, but when it's cooked It won't come out, and you have to use the quart pot for an egg cup, and make tea later on. A course dinner, Dan called that, and then nothing being forthcoming to toss with, dice or money not being among our permanent property, the eggs were distributed according to the holding capacity of the company: 1 for the missus, 2 for the Maluka, and half a dozen each for the other 2. The traveller had no objection to being under a dozen, but Dan used his allowances as a relish with his steak. 1 egg, he chuckled as he shelled his relish, and I enjoyed my breakfast. Often wonder how ever she keeps alive. The damper proved just a bit boggy in the middle, so we ate the crisp outside slices and gave the boggy parts to the boys. They appeared to enjoy it, and seeing this, after breakfast the Maluka asked them what they thought of the missus as a cook. "Good damper, eh?" he said, and Billy Muck, rubbing his middle, full of damper and satisfaction, answered, "My word, that one damper good fellow. Him sit down long time," and all the camp, rubbing middles, echoed his sentiments. The stodgy damper made them feel full and uncomfortable, and to be full and uncomfortable after a meal spells happiness to a blackfellow. "Hope it won't sit too heavy on my chest," chuckled the man from Beanst. Then, remembering that barely 12 hours before he had ridden into the camp a stranger, began "begging pardon, ma'am," most profusely again, and hoped we'd excuse him making so free with a lady. "It's your being so friendly like, ma'am," he explained. "Most of the others I've struck seem too good for rough chaps like us. Of course," he added hastily, "that's not saying you're not as good as 'em. You ain't a freezer on a pedestal, that's all." "Thank Heaven!" the Maluka murmured, and the man from Beanst sympathised with him. "Must be a bit off for their husbands," he said, and his apologies were forgotten in the absorbing topic of freezers. "A freezer on a pedestal," he had said. "Goddess," the world prefers to call it, and tradition depicts the bushman worshipping afar off. But a freezer is what he calls it to himself, and, contrary to all tradition, goes on his way unmoved. And why shouldn't he? He may be, and generally is, sadly in need of a woman friend, someone to share his joys and sorrows with. But because he knows few women is no reason why he should stand afar off and adore the unknowable. Friendly like is what appeals to us all, and the bush folk are only men, not monstrosities; rough, untutored men for the most part. The difficult part to understand is how any woman can choose to stand aloof and freeze, with warm-hearted men all around her willing to take her into their lives. As the men exchanged opinions, freezers appeared solitary creatures, isolated monuments of awe-inspiring goodness and purity, and I felt thankful that circumstances had made me only the little missus, a woman, down with the bush folk at the foot of all pedestals, needing all the love and friendship she could get, and with no more goodness than she could do with, just enough to make her worthy of the friendship of rough chaps like us. "Oh, well," said the traveller, when he was ready to start, after finding room in his swag for a couple of books, "I'm not sorry I struck this camp." But whether it was because of the cabbage, or the woman, or the books, he did not say. Let us hope it was because of the woman, and the books, and the cabbage, with the cabbage placed last. Then, with a pull at his hat, and a "Good bye, ma'am, good luck," the man from Beanst rode out of the Gundy camp, and out of our lives, to become one of its pleasant memories. The man from Beanst was our only visitor for the first week in that camp, and then after that we had someone every day. Dan went into the homestead for stores, and set the ball rolling by returning at sundown in triumph with a great find—a lady traveller, the wife of one of the inland telegraph masters. Her husband and little son were with her, but, well, they were only men. It was 5 months since I had seen a white woman, and all I saw at the time was a woman riding towards our camp. I wonder what she saw as I came to meet her through the leafy bough gundys. It was nearly 2 years since she had seen a woman. It was a merry camp that night, merry and beautiful and picturesque. The night was very cold and brilliantly starry, as nights usually are in the Never Never during the Dry. The camp fires were all around us, dozens of them, grouped in and out among the gundys, and among the fires, chatting, gossiping groups of happy-hearted human beings. Around one central fire sat the lubras, with an outer circle of smaller fires behind them, one central fire with one fire behind each lubra, for such is the wisdom of the black folk, they warm themselves both back and front. Within another circle of fires chirruped and gossiped the boys, while around an immense glowing heap of logs sat the white folk, the big fellow fools of the party, with scorching faces and freezing backs, too conservative to learn wisdom from their humbler neighbours. At our fireside we women did most of the talking, and as we sat chatting on every subject under the sun, our husbands looked on in indulgent amusement. Dan soon wearied of the fleeting conversation, and turned in, and the little lad slipped away to the black folk. But late into the night we talked, late into the night, and all the next day, and evening, and following morning, shaded from the brilliant sunshine all day in the leafy cottage, and scorching round the camp fire during the evenings. And then these travellers too passed out of our camp to become, with the man from Beanst, just pleasant memories. "She'll find mere men unsatisfying after this," the Maluka said in farewell, and a mere man coming in from the northwest before sundown greeted the Maluka with, "Thought you married a townie," as he pointed with eloquent forefinger at our supper circle. "So I did," the Maluka laughed, but before I had time to dazzle the bushies with her, the Wizard of the Never Never charmed her into a bushwhacker. "Into a charming bushwhacker, he means," the traveller said, bowing before his introduction, and I wondered how the Maluka could have thought for one moment that mere men would prove unsatisfying. But as I acknowledged the gallantry, Dan looked on dubiously, not sure whether pretty speeches were a help or a hindrance to education. But no one could call the Fizzer a mere man, and 11:30, 4 weeks being already past, the Fizzer was even then at the homestead, and before another midday came shouting into our camp, and, settling down to dinner, kept the conversation ball rolling. Going to be a record dry, he assured us. All surface water gone along the line already, and then he hurled various items of news at us. The horse teams were managing to do a good trip, and Mac? "Oh, Mac's getting along," he shouted. "Struck him on a dry stage. Seemed a bit light-headed. Said dry stages weren't all beer and skittles. Queer idea, beer and skittles! He won't find much beer on dry stages, and I reckon the man's dilly that'd play a game of skittles on any one of 'em." Everyone was all right down the line, but the Fizzer was always a bird of passage, and by the time dinner was over and a few postscripts added to the mail, he was ready to start, and rode off, promising the best mail the Territory could produce in a fortnight. Other travellers followed the Fizzer, and the cooking lessons proceeded until the fine art of making puff-de-loonies, sinkers, and doughboys had been mastered, and then, before the camp had time to grow monotonous, the staff appeared with a few of the station pups. "Might it missus like puppy dog?" it said to explain its presence, hinting also that the missus might require a little clothes washing done. Lately, washing days at the homestead had lost all their vim, for the creek having stopped running, washing had to be conducted in tubs, so as to keep the billabong clear for drinking purposes. But at the springs there was no necessity to think of anything but running water, and after a happy day, Bertie's Nellie, Rosy, and Biddy returned to the homestead. The goats had to be seen to, Nellie said, thinking nothing of a 27-mile walk in a day, with a few hours' washing for recreation in between whiles. Part of the staff, a shadow or two, and the puppy dogs filled in all the time while the yard was pronounced finished. Then a mob of cattle was brought in and put through to test its strength, and just as we were preparing to return to the homestead, the Dandy's wagon lumbered into camp with its loading of stores. A box of new books kept us busy all afternoon, and then, before sundown, the Maluka suggested a farewell stroll among the pools. The Bitter Springs, a chain of clear crystal pools, a long winding chain, doubling back on itself in loops and curves, form the source of the permanent flow of the Roper. Pools only a few feet deep, irregular and wide-spreading, with mossy green, deeply undermined overhanging banks, and limestone bottoms washed into terraces that gleam azure blue through the transparent water. There is little rank grass along the borders, no sign of water lilies, and few weeds within them. Clumps of palms dotted here and there among the light timber, and everywhere sun-flecked, warm, dry shade. Nowhere is there a hint of that sinister suggestion of the Reach. Clear, beautiful, limpid, wide-spreading, irregular pools, set in an undulating field of emerald green, mossy surf, shaded with graceful foliage, and gleaming in the sunlight with exquisite opal tints. A giant necklace of opals, set in links of emerald green, and thrown down at hazard to fall in loops and curves within a forest grove. It is in appearance only the pools are isolated, for although many feet apart in some instances, they are linked together throughout by a shallow underground river that runs over a rocky bed, while the turf, that looks so solid in many places, is barely a 2-foot crust arched over 5 or 6 feet of space and water, a death trap for heavy cattle, but a place of interest to white folk. The Maluka and I wandered aimlessly in and out among the pools for a while, and then coming out unexpectedly from a piece of bush, found ourselves face to face with a sight that froze all movement out of us for a moment. The living, moving head of a horse, standing upright from the turf on a few inches of neck, a grey, uncanny, bodiless head, nickering piteously at us as it stood on the turf at our feet. I have never seen a ghost, but I know exactly how it will feel if ever I do. For a moment we stood spellbound with horror, and the next, realizing what had happened, were kneeling down beside the piteous head. The thin crust of earth had given way beneath the animal's hindquarters as it grazed over the turf, and before it could recover itself, it had slipped bodily through the hole thus formed, and was standing on the rocky bed of the underground river, with its head only in the upper air. The poor brute was perishing for want of food and water. All around the hole, as far as the head could reach, the turf was eaten, bare, and, although it was standing in a couple of feet of water, it could not get at it. While the Maluka went for help, I brought hands full of grass and his hat full of water, again and again, and was haunted for days with the remembrance of those pleading eyes and piteous nickering lips. The whole camp, black and white, came to the rescue, but it was an awful work getting the exhausted creature out of its death trap. The hole had to be cut back to a solid ridge of rocky soil, saplings cut to form a solid slope from the bed of the river to the ground above, and the poor brute roped and literally hauled up the slope by sheer force and strength of numbers. After an hour's digging, dragging, and rope pulling, the horse was standing on solid turf. A new pool had been added to the springs, and none of us had much hankering for riding over springy country. The hour's work among the pools awakened the latent geologist in all of us, excepting Dan, and set us rooting at the bottom of one of the pools for a piece of the terraced limestone. It was difficult to dislodge, and our efforts reminded Dan of a night spent in the camp of a geologist, a man with many letters after his name. "Had the chaps heaving rocks round for him half his time," he said. "Couldn't see much sense in it myself." Dan spoke of the geologist as "one of them old alphabets. Never met a chap with so many letters in his brand," he explained. "He was one of them taxidermy blokes, you know, that's always messing round with stones and things." Out of the water the opal tints died out of the limestone, and the geologist in us went to sleep again when we found that all we had for our trouble was a piece of dirty-looking rock. Like Dan, we saw little sense in "heaving rocks around," and went back to the camp and the business of packing up for the homestead. About next midday we rode into the homestead thoroughfare, where Cheon and Tiddle'ums welcomed us with enthusiasm, but Cheon's enthusiasm turned to indignation when he found we were in for only a day or two. "What's her matter?" he ejaculated. "Missus no more stock rider?" But a letter waiting for us at the homestead made bush more than ever imperative, a letter from the foreman of the telegraphic repairing line party, asking for a mob of killers, and fixing a date for its delivery to one Happy Dick. "Spoke just in the nick of time," Dan said, but as we discussed plans, Cheon hinted darkly that the Maluka was not a fit and proper person to be entrusted with the care of a woman, and suggested that he should undertake to treat the missus as she should be treated, while the Maluka attended to the cattle. Fate, however, interfered to keep the missus at the homestead, to persuade Cheon that, after all, the Maluka was a fit and proper person to have the care of a woman, and to find a very present use for the house. An influenza sore throat breaking out in the camp, the missus developed it, and Dan went out alone to find the Quiet Stockman and the Killers for Happy Dick. Chapter 14